Now there ain't nothing to it. Go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile born. So ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go. I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'm a big gun, but still watch me escape.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the coverage of this year's Netherlands Diplomacy Championship. This is Game Day Live and not League Night, as the intro said, but it was a nice intro anyway. We are here to talk about the championship held in Groningen this weekend in the Netherlands to crown a new champion for diplomacy in the Netherlands. My name is Robert Truppe. I will be your host tonight. We will cover this tournament. And with me, I have a cast of wonderful analysts. First up, from the west coast of the United States, we welcome Patrick Jacobson. Hello and welcome.
Hey, morning, Robert. It's great to be here.
Then coming to us from Switzerland, we have Tanya Gill. Welcome.
Happy to be here.
And then we have the person who won this very tournament last year, Mr. Michalis Kamaritis, coming to us from the United Kingdom. Welcome.
Evening, always a pleasure.
So we will tonight cover 3 rounds of diplomacy, which happened today and yesterday, as I said, in Groningen, Netherlands, hosted by Jelte Kuiper. And we will have a total of 9 games to cover. This tournament has been held this way in Groningen, in this location, for the second time, even though there was a long tradition of Dutch national championships, I think dating back to the 70s even, but there has been a break before last year. Last year was a wonderful tournament already. I attended it, and Michalis obviously attended it as well. I mean, he's pretty good, but he cannot win tournaments without attending them yet. So tell us a little bit about it. What's the vibe of the event? What was it like last year? Because I suppose it will have been a bit similar this year, same location. Lots of players who've been there last year are there this year as well. What was your experience like?
Yeah, it was really, really good. Groningen's a beautiful city. It was my first time in the Netherlands, my first time going to a tournament in continental Europe in general. Got a little lost on the public transport at one point, but beyond that, yeah, I had a really good time. And Jelte, for a first-time organizer, did an incredible job. Like, things ran, at least to my eyes as a competitor, really smoothly. Met a lot of really cool people who I'd never met before, or I'd played some online. Some names will be familiar to viewers tonight from VDL coverage or 7 Years War coverage, but others who were more locals who only played a face-to-face scene. So there were a lot of Dutch players that I wasn't familiar with, and quite a few from the rest of Europe that had come around and were just coming to a tournament and giving it a go. And I believe Jelte has convinced quite a few of them to start running tournaments of their own, so extra kudos to him.
Yeah, absolutely. I can only second that. It was a very fun experience. You already mentioned it was your first experience in continental Europe. We will talk about it quite a bit today, I suppose, because the tournaments are run a little differently usually than they are in, for example, North America. For this tournament, we will have 1907 cutoff time, so each game will end after 1907 if there hasn't been a draw or a solo earlier. There's also a particular scoring system that has been used, which is fairly standard for Europe play, which is called C-Diplo. Tanya, you've been sort of like brought up, I think, online, and then you played a lot of tournaments North American style, but you've also attended some European events. What's the difference like for somebody who's maybe been to American tournaments but not yet to Europe? What are the key points that really differ in the experience of the play?
Yeah, it's actually fairly different, Robert, I would say, in terms of gameplay, because in most North American tournaments, you have unlimited time games, which means you don't know when the game is going to end. It ends when it makes sense to end, or you end it, right? Here, everyone knows the game will end in 1907, which is fairly early. So by 1905, you should start looking at who's the leader, who's the top of the board. Solos are incredibly unlikely, and you kind of just want to grab as many dots as possible around 05. So that changes the nature of the game quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a different play. You have to adapt to it. We will talk about the scoring system and the format of the tournament a little more later. For now, I will quickly show our viewers the next few options of playing face to face. So if you sort of think while watching this, well, I would like to get back to playing face to face, or maybe play in a face to face tournament for the first time, there are quite a few options in the coming month. So the next one for the North American folks will be DixieCon in May 23rd through 25th, which is held in North Carolina by DBN's own David Hood. It's, from all I've heard, a very fun tournament. Long tradition. I think Michalis has won it before, so I think you can vouch for this is a great tournament. Tanya, have you been as well? I think you have been to the tournament once or twice. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been. Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Bit of a lag. I've been twice.
Sorry.
Super great tournament. If you get a chance to go to DixieCon, do it. Ignore the scoring system. Everything else is great.
And for the people on different continents, we have Sydney Cup, June 21st, 22nd for our Australian friends. And then, of course, I will not fail to mention Regenscon, held in June 28th and 29th in Regenscon, Germany, co-hosted by myself and Ingo Frank. It will be a fun tournament in a very Bavarian setting, even though Ingo will hate me for saying that because the Regensburg people say it's not technically Bavaria. But we will have a lot of good beer, good food, and nice games of diplomacy. You can find all the information for these tournaments, if it sounds interesting to you, on diplobn.com/schedule. And yeah, I think you should head out. Patrick, I think your first face-to-face tournament is not that far ago. I don't know, when was your first?
Yeah, it was last July. Yeah.
So what's it like? You know, to tell our viewers, if we have some viewers who are thinking about going to one, never been to a face-to-face tournament, what would you tell them?
Well, I think the main key difference, as someone who started online and then went face-to-face, when you're playing a game online, like in a virtual league, like, right, you're very much going there to just play diplomacy. And that's great because, you know, we're all here because we love that game. But I think what really makes face-to-face tournaments stand out as something really special are the other experiences that are built around those 3 or 4 rounds of diplomacy that you're going to be playing. Whether that's the dinner, the welcome dinner on Friday night, or the random other board games you play between rounds, or just, you know, going out for a friendly walk or friendly meal with some random guy you met online, like I did at World DipCon last month. That was really fun. It's just a great place to meet people you've seen online, or meet entirely new people who don't play online at all. And that's what's made it really special to me. And I've kept going to face-to-face tournaments. This is my first one. I'm going to DixieCon this year. So I encourage, if you're able to financially, to join me and all the hundreds of other people who do.
Absolutely. It's actually every face-to-face tournament I've been to has been a blast on the social side as well. I also seen some pictures from this tournament we cover right here, with like people going to have dinner together, going to a karaoke bar and these kind of things. So it's usually quite a lot of fun for people around the games as well, not only on the boards. So can definitely recommend to try it out. With this, we will head over to actually covering the games, and I will first show you all a few players who are participating in this tournament. Let me bring up the top-ranked players by last year's DBNI ranking to get a little bit of a glimpse who we will see tonight. Let me see. This is the wrong thing. We go here, and then we will see this. Mike Blom, Netherlands' own, won, I think, the French national championship last year and has been quite successful in virtual. We see a few other Netherlands players as well. Joni Zudinga is a fairly young player who came in fairly surprising second. I think few people knew her before the tournament, but she played really well. I've been on a board with her. René van Rooyen, longtime Dutch player, but also some internationals like Simon Wesendrup from Berlin. Actually, he has won the 7 Years' War twice. Francesco Conte from Italy, who lives in Germany as well. Wes Ketchum, US American, but now also based in Switzerland, just like Tanya.
He loves CW so much that he moved to Switzerland to play more of it.
Absolutely, that's the main reason why Americans move to Europe these days. It's CW. Any names stand out for you? Any background stories on any of those names that come to mind?
Yeah, I think Micah being at the top of this list really doesn't surprise me. She's been doing incredibly well in virtual. I think she's leading the 7 Years War League right now, which is also CDiplo. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see her, especially on home turf, do really well in this tournament. She's a great player, just an all-around great person, which is one of the main ways that she gets allies, just being really nice and understanding, why other people are playing. And I fully expect her to justify her placement up here at the top.
Yeah, I mean, Spiros, we've got to give another shout out to him. He's hosting WDC in Athens next year, and he is just going to so many tournaments. Just what a guy. Is just encouraging people to go to his tournament, which you should all go to. He's been doing some incredible outreach. Great to see him again. David Wigglesworth, I've played with a couple of times. Played with him first at this very tournament last year. Played with him again at WDC. Love playing with him. Really nice guy. Hope to see him doing well.
Yeah, totally can second that. David and Spiros, great fun to play with. And also just to finish out this list, Nico and Liam, both German players. I've played with them a few times. Nico was quite a surprise story in the Hechtstechen in Dresden last year. He's, I think, 15 years old, or might be 16 by now, and he played his first 3 games of diplomacy last year in Dresden and finished second in the tournament, which was quite impressive. So I'm very curious to see how he does in his second face-to-face tournament. Those 3 boards that are ranked there on this board, I think literally probably all the games of diplomacy he has played so far, at least not many more than that. So I'm curious. And if he keeps doing what he has been doing in his first 3 games of diplomacy, I think he will be very good in a few years' time if he keeps at it. With that, let's head over to the first board of round 1. Michalis, we will quickly give you a break, and then we'll see you back for the second board, and we will cover this with Patrick and Tanya. And I will show you the players list for round 1. Board A. We have in Austria, Wes Ketchum, who is not living in Chicago anymore, but he is from there. In England, we have Gerrit Peltier. In France, we have Simon Wesendrup. In Germany, Maike Blom. In Italy, Liam Horn. In Russia, Thies Feenstra. And in Turkey, Jeremy Ködding. What are you guys looking out for on this board? I suppose some of these names will be new to you. Some of them we've talked about already. Any storylines you see for this game?
Yeah, I am not super familiar with most of these players because, of course, a lot of them are face-to-face only in places that I can't travel to. But I do want to highlight again, tooting the virtual horn, Simon and Micah. They play together quite a lot in virtual, and I'd say they're friendly rivals in the leagues that they play together in. And I'm really, really interested to see how England is able to, I don't know, Garrett, but I'm really interested to see if he's able to tap into and recognize the nature of that relationship and try to drive a wedge between it to find an ally for himself. I think that'll be a really fun dynamic.
I don't know many of these people, so I think it's quite exciting. This could really be anything. We'll see.
Let's get to it. We will do spring and fall. I'll give Patrick the lead for spring. You can call it what you see. Tanya, you can jump in if you have anything to add, and then Tanya will take the lead in fall. And with that, I will bring up the control panel, and we will go to spring of 1901. What do you see, Patrick?
Ooh, okay. So the West looks fairly standard, fairly traditional, as Brian Preble would say. The one thing to note in particular is the DMZ in Burgundy. We see Paris to Picardy rather than anywhere else, so perhaps suggesting some friendliness between Micah and Simon. I know Micah's much more of a DMZ person than most people, so that makes a lot of sense. The East is a lot more interesting. We see the old-fashioned sort of traditional Turkish opening with Smyrna to Khan. I have called this the incorrect Turkish opening at times because I do feel that it takes away a lot of options, especially in your relationship with Russia. But at the same time, a lot of great players still win with it, so it could totally work here. Meanwhile, in Austria and Italy, we see Vienna to Bohemia, along with Venice to Tyrolia. The Italian move happens all the time, but the Austrian move is incredibly unusual, and it suggests that whatever is happening, West really, really trusts both Russia and Italy to not punish this move, because if Russia breaks a DMZ in Galicia when you go here, it puts you incredibly out of position and just really interferes with your ability to defend against that and torpedoes your relationship with Germany, which is often important in the early game. But Thies is clearly trustworthy. He doesn't break the DMZ. He opens north, which is very cool. I love doing that. Although since England opened north, it'll be interesting to see what he's able to follow that up with.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Little bit, bit of information Mike gave us in the chat. Thies has won NDC in 2006 and 2016 and has played for the first time in 9 years. So that's interesting to see. Let's see how they're doing. Sorry, I interrupted you with the lag, Tanya. What was it? Were you going to say?
This is going to happen a few times, Robert, because I'm quite laggy. So just reporting to the viewers. But yeah, this is not a situation in which I want to be Micah. So that's the first thing I think of. Moving Bohemia and Tyrolia is and of course Russia moving north signals to me I don't want to be Turkey probably, and I don't want to be Germany. So that's quite unfortunate on both those ends. We'll see how that plays out. And the other thing is I will defend this Turkish opening forever. So yeah, we'll see.
Definitely looks like an AIR maybe very quickly forming that might say, okay, we're not just going for Turkey, we're going for the West right away. Let's see if it plays out like that in fall 1901. Tanya.
And it does indeed. The first thing you sort of notice is that Tyrolia goes into Munich with support from Austria. Micah, very rightly, I think it is clear to the West. So this is the problem with doing this move so fast, is the West can coordinate really well now. Micah gets Belgium and Holland, so doesn't have to worry about it too much. And of course, the West will coordinate based on this. But it is very much seeming to me as it's AIR versus the rest of the board. And I think likely it won't be good for AIR in the long run, but we'll see if they can change the dynamics to switch the board a bit. The other thing is, of course, Bulgaria tries to go for Romania. I'm sure Jeremy saw what happened and thought, well, I'm a bit doomed. What am I going to do? So the target being Russia.
Yeah, I think Tanya really hit on an important point that I was sort of fumbling at in the spring, which is Germany doesn't really have to worry about the loss of Munich in this case when there's a 1901 air, because the West is forced to respond to that as a unified force. Otherwise, it's going to end well for absolutely none of them. So she can probably rely on Simon's help to take Munich back here.
Yeah, it's interesting. If we indeed see a quick AIR, maybe the West would have liked Simon to put the fleet into Spain's south coast and have the army go to Portugal, which is a move we don't see a lot these days. But if it really turns into a quick AIR versus Western Triple thing, that might have been effective. But yeah, I agree. I think it's quite important that Maike convinced Simon and Gerrit that she should definitely have Belgium here, because now she's actually getting 2 builds, even though she has lost Munich, which makes this whole situation not as bad as it could have been. Let's take a quick look at the builds. We see 2 fleets for Simon, a Fleet London, Fleet Kiel, and Army Berlin, which is interesting. I mean, there might have been an argument for 2 armies in this situation, usually not very preferred by German players. But if you have an Italian intruder, might be an idea. What would you guys have preferred, 2 armies or Fleet Army for Germany here?
I think as Germany, you need to put the second fleet down as quickly as possible, especially when Russia's putting down the fleet north coast. I really love that build from Thies in the situation, by the way. Play an active role in creating an alliance structure that isn't Western Triple, right? But for Germany, yeah, I think Munich is easy enough to retake in the long term, especially with Italy building 2 fleets. They're not going to die on the hill of trying to hold it. You don't need that army in Kiel. You can just keep it around, to keep the fleet around to cut off a retreat, and that's enough.
You probably don't need that many armies right now, but I may have built one regardless. It could be good to have the fleet, but there feels like there's a lot of fleets going on in the north right now, and there's a very, very low amount of armies comparatively. So it could be useful for the West to have 1 extra army, but we'll see what happens with the armies built by West, because right now West is kind of the dominant army force. Everyone else has pretty much built fleets, so it'll be really quite interesting to see if you can kind of take advantage of the lack of armies on the board.
Quite interesting as well. We see a Turkish army build. So Jeremy may be trying to find an ally in Liam and making Michalis happy, making IT happen, even though this double fleet build suggests that Liam maybe has other things in mind. We will see how it goes in spring.
All right, so indeed, it looks like Turkey. I really like the army build here because even if Italy's coming after you, they put the fleet in Tunis. That's going to slow them down a lot. And Italy's not even bothering to go after Turkey. They're going after France. And it's pretty clear that Simon was wise to that. They bounce Piedmont. They rotate their fleets around. So it looks like we're headed for a bit of a stalemate med fight between those two, especially with Italy losing Munich to the Germans again. It looks like it's a pretty serious, it's going to be a pretty serious grind for Liam here. Meanwhile, we see some AR cooperation, which I was looking out for based on the Russian builds, since no army Warsaw. Bulgaria is lost to the Austrians, and Bohemia to Galicia is a move that happens here, although I have to be inclined to say that's arranged, or at least cleared with Tis, just because it's not doing much in Bohemia. And it's a way to make it useful, just by giving an extra support hold on Rum if that was necessary, or something else like that. Ukraine can cover it easily. So, meanwhile, in the north, we see Russia taking Norway, although interestingly, Germany actually tried to offer England support into Sweden. So it looks like Tis was trying to create sort of an FGR situation, but hasn't quite succeeded, although he did sniff out Germany's intentions pretty well. As you notice, Finland support holds Sweden rather than the strength 3 on Norway. So he was clearly wise to Germany's intentions. Anything else? No, I don't believe so.
I find the move to Bohemia to Galicia really weird. I don't understand why West does that. Instead of just support holding Munich, or making it a bit harder for the West to make advances. I mean, Munich was lost this year no matter what, probably, unless they filled up all the gaps. But moving to Galicia, I'm curious to see where West is going to go with this, whether he's going to try and take Romania next, because I don't see a reason for it to be in Galicia.
We will see. It definitely looks a little bit hostile towards Russia, or it doesn't.
Or you walk it back to Vienna. Great little back and forth then. So it looks to me as I demanded the move to Galicia in exchange for my help in attacking Burgundy. Well, I think at this point, AIR tried something in 01, saw that it was very clearly a silly move because you're already defining, everyone's running to the stalemate line in 01. So now how do we fix this? Okay, let's try and get Micah on side, give up Munich, and head back. So that happens. What we see here in any notable moves is that the West and the East are trying to do what they should have done in 01, which is solve their sides of the board and leave the other alone. So we have some walking back from Liam, who is now, let me also get a piece of Turkey if you guys are going to take a piece of Turkey, which makes a lot of sense. And otherwise, Germany moves back to Holland, back to Belgium, takes Sweden, which is then, I see there that Skagerrak is piffed by Russia. So there's a bit of back and forth there. England does, however, take St. Petersburg. So there's a bit of a swap between Norway and St. Petersburg. I'm not sure how that's going to play out in the end. But yeah, sides are going back to where they are, and we'll see what happens next.
I think Tis's experience is really showing in these tactics up in Scandinavia. Blowing up the fleet in Skagerrak is a great decision, because if that fleet's not there, then St. Petersburg is pretty much impossible for England to hold, right? They can't brace it next spring or anything like that. And you have 2 on North Sea, so you're putting a lot of pressure on them. And at the same time, we could see the med fight completely petering out. So maybe France is going to go north again, and Tis is going to get this FGR that he wanted after all.
Yeah, I mean, this year has gone pretty damn well for Maike Blom, given that she had this early intruder. Now she's up to 7 centers, is in the lead of the game so right now, can put down 2. And I mean, if she chooses to do so, she could probably pivot around and make this sort of a GR alliance against England, now that England is a little bit overextended, even though England gets a build. So let's see what she's putting down. She has fleet army again, but it's in Kiel, so that could, cause some pause for Gerrit. It could go either way, but if I'm England here, I'm definitely asking, why exactly do you need that there in Kiel? Couldn't it have been Berlin? Why do we need this? Gerrit puts down a fleet himself, and then there's another army coming onto the board for Austria, whereas Italy is losing an army in Tyrolia because they lost Munich. Any comments on the adjustments?
The fleet and Eddie very much suggest to me that Gerrit had a feeling these were Micah's builds. It seems like something may have gone wrong in the EG diplomacy that happened in 1902, because Germany's not building a third fleet in an EG, right? If that's happening as England, I see that as a declaration of war, and it doesn't need any further explanation. There are very few hardline rules in diplomacy, but I think that's one of them. So this is now Micah pitching for either an FG or, as Robert suggested, a GR, although the Russian fleet disband doesn't line up with that much. And now we'll see, if that works. It looks like it will, because the German position is so strong right now.
If I'm Micah here and I want to build a fleet in Kiel, I go to England and I try and say, hey, listen, we need to keep making the East feel that we're going to fight each other so that they leave us alone. So I need to build this fleet in Kiel. And then I decide what I'm actually going to do with the fleet in Kiel later. So she could go either way with this, I think.
All right, spring 1903. We do see that it is now an AIR rather than just an AR against Turkey as the move into the Eastern Med happens. Austria's into the Aegean Sea. So now, if Jeremy wasn't able to hold out, Jeremy would be able to hold out for a while if he's in the Black Sea and Italian fleets aren't coming after him. But now his goose definitely looks cooked. Sad to say. Meanwhile, more AR cooperation, sort of. Budapest to Galicia is a little questionable for that relationship, but Tyrolia and Bohemia, again, a clear sign that Austrian armies are headed towards Germany rather than Russia, so I get the alliance staying pretty solid on that front as well. Meanwhile, in the north, Thies fails to retake St. Petersburg on this turn and gets far more English units up in his grill for good measure, although I think England will be regretting that decision slightly, as after they put all their trust in Simon to try and keep their game afloat in the face of this German fleet build, Simon has repaid that by going to Irish Sea, and he now has a free convoy to Liverpool. So this looks very much like a Kill Witches game now, although there is already some early AG conflict, which will complicate that picture a bit more. And when I'm in a Kill Witches game as Russia, I really don't like having to deal with these raider units that are choosing to punish me, as England seems to be doing. That's going to really put you on the back foot and make it easier for AI or FG to pivot against you later. So Thies, again, I think he's played this game in this position quite well so far, but it's still precarious, as Russia often is.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead, Tanya. I'll show it afterwards.
The move, I don't have much to say. The move to the Irish Channel should have England retreating back a little bit. So it should give Russia a little bit of breathing space. The other thing is Venice does move to Apulia. So Italy does appear to continue going into Turkey, but it's interesting that West is now moving Tyrolia, Bohemia, Galicia. So there was a little bit of a lack of maybe coordination on that end when maybe there could have been a bit more. So we'll see what happens with all those armies in the middle.
If you're Liam here, would you trust West not to take Venice and do a convoy?
Yes, I would. I think if anything seems to be strong in this game, it's that AI seem to be together. So I'm getting the idea that they're the strong alliance in this game. I could be wrong, but I don't think Liam has to worry about West taking Venice, like of a dot. I think West right now needs to figure out, how do I top this board? How do I make it so that I'm the strongest player, and where do my dots come from? Maybe that's from Italy, but I wouldn't immediately be suspicious of that.
Yeah, I quickly want to point out a comment from the chat. Angular Movement is writing, 6 people from the NDC are currently actually watching the stream. We're tuned in from the post-game restaurant. Great to see that. Hope you guys are having fun enjoying sort of the end of your tournament. And no spoilers, please, but if you have any insider information on the things we've seen so far already on the stream, keep it coming. That's always interesting to hear a little bit of intel from what's been happening in the negotiations, because, of course, we are not able to listen into those, and we only see the moves and only analyze the moves. But great to see that people are still hanging out after the tournament, so at least not everybody is mad at each other after the games. That's always nice.
It's a good sign.
It's a good sign. It's a successful tournament when there are at least some people who don't hate each other at the end. Okay, let's move into fall.
Right, so Italy continues to push into Smyrna there, fails, but what we see is with the Austrian armies, they move up to Silesia and Bohemia. But at the same time, Galicia is supporting Ukraine into Romania. So perhaps this was some kind of, we think all those German armies are going to be coming towards Russia. Let's try and preempt that. Meanwhile, in the West, great position for France, in my opinion. Convoys right into Liverpool without any sort of ability to be stopped. But predictably, England has to walk back. Micah is sitting quite pretty. She takes Norway, isn't really fighting anyone, and has all these armies in the center, not doing much, not having to do much. So it's a pretty good position from her. And that's about it.
Yeah, is that England supporting Germany into Norway? Sorry, the Scandinavia is a bit messy.
No, it's maybe this actually. Yeah, you're right. It's actually St. Pete. Yeah,
wow.
St. Pete.
As much as I love the Russian Northern opening, sometimes there are just Englands who will not forget that for the whole game.
Yeah,
and no flack to Garrett for that. Like you should, when you've got 3 people against you, you should pick someone to punish. And,
Winter sees Micah extending her lead and putting down an army. Simon is putting down an army as well. I guess that kind of makes sense. He's a little bit light on armies with that Soul army and Picardy. Whereas we see a disband of Armenia. Yeah, it's been a tough game so far, Jeremy. And we see that English fleet in St. Pete go makes a lot of sense as well, I would say. Very unlikely that you will hold there anyway, not that much you can do. And with that, we'll move on into spring of 04. Patrick.
Right. So again, it's a testament to Micah's diplomatic skill that she is the clear board leader right now. Like, not even a contest, her position is the best, but it still looks like everything's copacetic with her, especially with France. England is, of course, taking the guaranteed retake on Liverpool, but what does Simon care? He just retreats to Eddie, takes English Channel, retreat to Brest, but that's going to get kicked out in the fall. So everything looking good for the kill England plan still. Russia takes St. Pete back, and they do some dipsy doodling in the south, which is Sev to Armenia. Ooh, I'm not fully sure of the intentions behind those tactics. I guess you just need something in Armenia to secure Ankara, so fleet's better than nothing. But I'm actually burying the lead here because Silesia retreated to Warsaw after holding and being dislodged by Germany, which is very interesting. I'm not really sure what to make of this. I guess it could be arranged between Wes and Micah, but like Russia is still somewhat necessary to kill Turkey right now, and you can't cleanly take their other dots in the Balkans. So this doesn't feel like a full stab. Yeah, I'd really be interested to hear the diplomacy that led to that, especially with Bohemia to Tyrolia, so that Wes also has a free walk into Venice if he wants to. I think I would agree with Tanya from last year that maybe he still won't take it because Italy's that necessary when you're sitting in Warsaw, which Russia probably doesn't like. But gosh, this is a very, very interesting turn for the East in particular.
I agree. It's incredibly strange. I think that West should have just gone for it. He could have taken Romania here. He knew that Romania was probably going to Sev, so or he couldn't have forced it because the retreat into Budapest. But there were things he could have done here, maybe that would make more sense to me. I mean, this is one way to stab, and you could, as Austria, say, I had no choice but to retreat there, except you did have choices to retreat in other places. But so I don't really know how West is going to talk himself out of this one. But yeah, and then again, Bohemia to Tyrolia. I don't know what's going on with those armies. Let's hope he has some kind of vision to see where
actually
that's going.
The more I look at this, the more well-planned it looks by AI for a stab, because now West can just take Romania with support. He can take Bulgaria, and to cover the retreat to Greece, he can just give Greece to Italy to balance the alliance. So maybe that's what they're planning.
I'm sure that's what's going to happen. Russia, there's no you don't take Warsaw and then say, hey, Russia, let's keep working together.
But I had to go to Warsaw. Why would I go to Prussia? That's not useful.
Well, one thing I want to quickly point out, Mikalis said in the chat, very savvy tactics by Simon here to bait England to retreat into Brest. It's easily retakeable and fall, but it means that he can just walk into London at the same time. And as long as Irish taps Liverpool, he makes sure that he will either keep Liverpool or Eddie as well. So that's quite a nice bit of tactics there. I suppose it was intentional that he walked out of Brest. So he sort of lured Garrett into doing that. And we move forward into the fall, where we basically see exactly that. Apart from that, Tanya, what do you see?
Yeah, I wanted to point out last time that Micah didn't take the North Sea. So very interesting that she decided to keep it empty and not bother either trying to get a dot off of the island or use that fleet for something more useful than going to Holland. So that was another piece I wanted to note. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, really rough for Russia here, right? Like Warsaw to Moscow, not being covered by Sevastopol. And at the same time, Armenia is being supported into Ankara by Liam. So maybe this is Russia saying, well, go on, take my dots. I don't mind. Let's just kill off Turkey and see what happens after. I'll survive on 1 or 2. Keep me alive in St. Petersburg. Don't let the West take it. And you can have Warsaw and Moscow. So now we're starting to see there's a strong alliance from Simone and Micah, and also from Liam and Wes. And who comes out on top between the 4 will be interesting to find out.
Mikalis beat me to praising someone's excellent tactics again with the hostile support from Bulgaria to Romania, which suggests to me that maybe Tis accepted defeat here in the south and suggested to Wes, hey, you can have some dots to so I can just play a northern game. But I don't think Bulgaria was arranged at the very least. And we also say goodbye to Jeremy on this turn. Like I said before, when all 3 of them are against you, there's only so much you can do. It's not a blight on his play at all.
I mean, if we look at this position, it's interesting now. Micah has a very nice position. She chose to beach that fleet in Holland, and she seems to be at good terms with Thijs, even though he's fairly small power now, at good terms with Simon, and not super hostile with Wes either. Which direction are you guys going if you're Germany here next? Because England is essentially dead now.
I think it has to be Austria. They're getting 3 builds this turn. I assume are all going to be armies, because Italy is still necessary to contain France if you start fighting Germany, which I think makes sense for West to do here while he's cleaning up Russia, or at least right after he cleans up Russia. So it feels like this army clash of the Titans in the center of the board is a bit inevitable, because they are each other's main rivals without a doubt. And they gotta watch out for Simon, of course, but Italy's still there to help with that quite a lot.
So this is where 1907 tactics come a lot into play, because the game ends in 1907. If this was an untimed game, I would absolutely say, yeah, Austria is your number 1 fight. You got to put your armies into the center of the board and lock that up and see what happens. Right now, everyone's consideration is, where are my dots coming from? I have 2 game years left. That's it. We need to find out where the dots come from, which is why I'm a little bit shocked that Micah didn't put it in the North Sea, because Eddie should realistically be a German dot here. And with the right moves, St. Petersburg could have been as well. So it right now is just a dot grab. I don't think there's time to take anything from West. Maybe Warsaw. Maybe you can get enough armies in there to take Warsaw by the end of the year. But West is building 3. Do you really want to commit all your armies to West? I don't know. I don't think West is anyone can catch him at this point. I think the top of the board is his in the next 2 years. It'll be really hard to see, and maybe Micah knows that.
We will see where she goes. First of all, we see 3 armies popping up in the middle of the board for Austria. England keeps Clyde. That northern Russian fleet goes. And we will see what happens with those units in fall. It seems like Micah had a similar read as you, Patrick. Tell us about it.
Yeah, this isn't too surprising. So we got a big fat fight in the center of the board. Tactics. And it looks like Tice, based on the fleet disband and based on his moves here, he is not trying to do any sort of Janissary deal with Austria. I think he is just quite angry about how this whole southern situation is shaken out, and now takes Moscow back, presumably is going to help Germany into his lost home centers, so he doesn't take the ones that he still has to St. Petersburg, which I think is a solid choice by both sides. Oh yeah, it looks like, Romania tried to support Bohemia to Galicia as well, but that didn't work, so it's piffed. Very unfortunate. We see Zimon is giving Micah, still giving her plenty of space to do this thing that she needs to do. Not even trying to take Eddie, actually. It looks like Zimon might support her into Eddie, which is a very interesting choice, but I think given that there will still be 2 years left after this for the board to respond to Micah, it makes a lot of sense to preserve that relationship with her for now. When I play Diplo games, I often like to play the first 5 years just like a normal time unlimited game where I just pick an alliance and be as efficient with that as possible, and then worry about the balance of power stuff and the dots later. And I think that's sort of what Zimon is trying to do here. So big respect for that. Meanwhile, in the south, I'm very surprised by how little Italy is doing. They're getting the support into Ankara, which is nice. You would have expected that given the Austria-Russia relationship right now. But I feel like maybe some orders were miswritten, or they just ran out of time, because I noticed Eastern Med to Ionian happens, but neither of the fleets in front of Eastern Med move. And maybe that's agreement with Zimon, because Mao to Portugal doesn't scream that he's planning to storm into the Med. Maybe they're both just trying to retain a bit of agency as they prepare for the final 2 years, remembering what happened in 1902 that slowed both of them down. But yeah, I think Italy's intentions are the big question mark that I have in my head right now that I want to see in the fall.
Yeah, I think Italy will have to react to to France, and is probably just waiting to see when they have to move west.
Yeah, I fully agree, McCallus. It seems like a misorder, Eastern Med.
Yeah, Mike is also saying that Italy misordered on purpose, so maybe Liam confirmed afterwards that this was what he was actually doing here. So he is still fairly far in the east, but what is he doing with it?
Nothing. That's what he's doing. So
he's positioning to take Khan.
And that's fine. If they've decided that they don't want to fight the Med fight, then that's fine. But there's nothing else for those fleets to do, so they just hold. What's interesting is Micah's actually giving Eddie to Simon. So they're working that out. West does indeed lose Warsaw. And these arrows, I can't read them. So Moscow to Ukraine. I'll let someone else sort all of that out. But essentially, this is just trying to clean up the dots in the south. That's what I'm seeing.
What I'm seeing here is two very distinct play styles playing out between two pairs of players. On the one side, you've got Germany and Austria who are still going hammer and tong at each other, trying to stay on top right now. And on the other side, you've got France and Italy. And I think Zimon getting Eddie is a really key point here, because both of these players, France and Italy, are figuring out a way to grow, not that much, but still getting a build consistently by just doing as little as possible, offending nobody, keeping their positions flexible, and setting themselves up for that scramble in the final 2 years. And I really, really love that play from both of them. Conrad mentioned in chat that he thinks Italy should have taken Khan and Greece now, but I don't think you need to rush into that, because how is West going to turn around now without Micah punishing her extremely hard for it? They're just so enmeshed, and they're only getting more enmeshed, and that's going to help you in 06 and 07 to get those dots.
Yeah, it's also very interesting. Zimon, Micah, and Liam know each other pretty well. I'm not sure how well they know Wes. I know that they have met each other, I think each of them before, but I could well imagine that Wes doesn't know these three as well as the other three know each other. And that can be an advantage or disadvantage. But it seems to me that part of how France and Italy managed to disentangle after this rocky start in the beginning of the game, which looked like they were just going to bang heads against each other in the Med, that might have had something to do with them knowing each other quite well and maybe knowing how to talk to each other, which can be quite useful in such a situation.
I was sort of seeing the tactical soup that Tanya was seeing in Russia and just sort of ignoring it because it was so complicated. So I didn't notice that Austria actually has a disband here, which just points further to Italy doesn't need to soften up Austria. Germany and Russia are doing that for him, and that'll ease the stab later. So.
And lots of trust on Wes's part towards Liam, pulling Trieste off of the board rather than something like Livonia or so, which is further away from home, keeping this option to expand towards Warsaw, Moscow open, but maybe also making it easier for Italy to actually stab him. And then 2 more armies for Micah in the west. And Simon waves 2. It might be that it was a time issue, but I don't think so, because usually the builds are not on a clock. So it's just like they are conducted in the beginning of the next turn, and people are told to do it quickly, but there is not an actual clock for when they have to be in. So it seems like Simon is playing the diplomatic game, doesn't want to anger Mike, he doesn't want to anger Liam, and is everybody's darling. Let's see how he goes with his strategy.
I would still bet at least just an army in Marseille as Simon, just to really make sure you're deterring any Italian thoughts. But he's a great player. He's doing it for a good reason. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. No, go on, Patrick.
All right, spring 06. Sure enough, Italy has been having thoughts about those French dots, even if he can't get any this year. Moved to Western Med, moved to Piedmont. This was probably happening either way, in my opinion, at least the start of a move west, getting towards the end of the game. So that army in Marseille, again, would have been useful, but he's pretty well prepared either way to defend, I suppose. Meanwhile, in the east, we see Russia actually switching sides here, which is, again, great testament to the role of small powers, especially in this C-Diplo system where it's hard to eliminate people. We see Tice accepting support back into Warsaw from Austria, while Germany lines up on St. Petersburg with his fleets, which suggests maybe it was just a deal to leave North Sea with Ziemon, or maybe he was sniffing out that Russia was actually going to do this, or it was a deal. One of those several things. Interesting tactics here from Micah. Warsaw was impossible to hold. I'm really surprised that West didn't pull Livonia in the winter. I was going to say that, didn't find the time. But Micah did not do what I expected her to do to punish that, which was try to pivot. I guess if St. Pete was moving down to Moscow, that was never going to work. But I would have liked to see Prussia support Kiel to Livonia here rather than supporting Warsaw and getting cut. Just a small note of advice there. And then Sev to Armenia, just trying to annoy Italy, I guess, because you're still mad at them. I think it's a little hard to read. And then Italy just holding their Turkish units, which, again, maybe that's not a bad idea if they're okay with you having Khan.
Yeah, so we've already moved on. Great. So
another unwanted support.
I'm actually going to say that I think the moves between Italy and France are arranged. And the reason why I thought that was because Smyrna stayed, and so there wasn't this huge scramble to get all the units to the west from Liam. And I think that that's evidenced here potentially by just half tactics from what I see of both of them. Gascony to Marseille. Okay, there's going to be no fleet build in Marseille. Fantastic. Tyrrhenian Sea just holds West Med, right? No play on Marseille, no play on Spain, nothing, no attempt to get into a dot. So I think this is all arranged for both of them, is what I'm gathering. On the other side of the board, very interesting that I'm assuming that the move from Sevastopol to Armenia and then this PIF here, for whatever reason, was somewhat arranged. I don't see, well, no, it doesn't make sense either way, I think. Why even bother with any of that? Why Sev even moved to Armenia? Maybe to think that they would bounce it. All to say is...
it's so they can rebuild in St. Petersburg.
But, well, yes, this was assuming that there would have been a bounce in St. Petersburg. So maybe, maybe all of that played exactly the way Austria or Russia thought that it was going to. So if we see a build in St. Petersburg, that's great, but it would have. I don't think it does anything for this game. Is essentially what I'm saying, right? It's fun maybe, but it doesn't go anywhere. If you build a fleet up there, you're not going to do anything with it. So we'll see what happens. Otherwise, it seems that Austria and Russia have gotten back together for whatever reason, which might be a diplomatic failure on Micah's end, which could cost her the top board potentially.
It's a close race. Right now, Wes is on 9 and Simon and Micah are on 8. We will see. Simon built at least one army and still waving one. Wes is
Waving-
voting-
Waving in the last year of a game?
Yes.
Mm.
I mean, it could also be that he forgot, but knowing Simon, I would not put it beyond him to
He
wave
wouldn't forget that.
like before the last year of the game. There's an army build on Russia's part. And yeah, this is an interesting position to fight it out for the last year for the top. We can very briefly talk about the scoring system. You see the current scores on the top left-hand side. So it's the first 3 ranks are rewarded with very big bonuses. So the main thing is being first, and preferably being first alone. And then there's a bonus for second and third, and those get shared if you have a shared first or second place. Beyond that, it's actually kind of center-based, but the biggest difference is whether you top or don't. You see that right now, Wes would get 60 points, whereas Simon and Maike for sharing second place would only get 31.5. So not much more than half of it. And that's why this top is so important. And the centers, once you top, don't matter that much. It's just 1 more point for each center. So if West goes up to 10 here, it's 61 instead of 60. But being on top is very, very important. So it will be quite interesting to see who will be on top. Will we see a shared top? Because that matters a lot for the scoring.
I think Austria will sole top from here. That's my prediction.
Yeah, I don't see any, unless somehow Liam manages to dot Wes, which I don't think happens at this stage of the game. I don't see any different results.
All right, Spring 07. Again, we're viewing this in the context that alliance, all bets are kind of off with alliances now. Everyone has to suspect everyone else if they're close to your dots. So we see some very defensive play here between A and I. Liam tried to snipe Trieste. West covers it off. Very nicely done. We see a brace on Ankara and Khan, so no movement there. The worst West can do, the worst damage Liam can do there is to trade Khan for Ankara. Although he does move his fleets back east, which gives him a free walk into Greece. So that is at least 1 dot that he's able to get to improve his score. Meantime, I expected Austria to just immediately take all the Russian centers here because them getting Warsaw and Moscow is great. And in that context, Micah getting St. Pete doesn't really matter. But they wait instead. And as a result, Livonia is blown up by Germany and they get free position in Silesia as well. So I think that may have been a little bit of a missed trick there from West. I would have taken at least Warsaw immediately to secure the dot before Germany can get those units there in those positions to exert more influence on it.
Look at Simon. I mean, he
They're in lead.
is ready to
Channel the North Sea.
stab.
Yeah.
And this is that Micah really trusting on the last turn, not moving to the North Sea, not doing anything.
Wow.
She will likely pay for that.
I didn't even notice that. And I don't think Micah did either.
Oof, yeah. So Holland, Belgium fallen. And Liam did not take Greece and in fact let West into Ankara. So diplomatic victory for West here for sure. Gets into Moscow. No.
No, he doesn't.
No, it's a brace. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a bounce.
But either way, with Micah going down so much, I think West then gets to 10, right? That would make it 10. So
It's a 10-10.
10 split. Yeah.
Wow. That's not quite
Amazing stab by Simon.
It's not quite a throw from Liam. I wouldn't describe it as that, but clearly he was very invested in making sure West was involved in the top, if not the sole topper.
Yeah. And
But do you
it kind
know-
of makes sense. Yeah, sorry.
I do think that there was a position where Liam was in that could have determined him being the top. He just never went for anything. He kind of stayed. There were like 2 game years where he was sort of staying in the center, not doing anything. And I think he lost a lot of momentum when he did that. And had he changed one way or another, he could have maybe been the top of this board. So it's super interesting.
Definitely. Good diplomatic word on West's part to keep it on side. Once it was in this situation where it was clear that Liam was not going to be in the top 3, it kind of makes sense in the system to give up something. Centers do matter, but it will not be a great score for Liam, no matter whether he's on 5 or 6. It's just like somewhat solid.
I will
And
say,
sorry.
The magic number where
49, 49, and 60. So this is like, even though Wes has gained 1 center, he has lost 11 points in this last year.
One thing that does slightly surprise me about Liam is that there is a certain magic number where centers do matter in CDIP because it does reward you for getting up to 6.
Yep.
At the very least. So I'm surprised about Ankara in that sense, but it got him the result he wanted in terms of Wes being involved in the top. So that's not the worst thing ever. I will say, I think it's unfortunate that Wes had to share with Simon. I think him turning Tice around in 1906 against Germany, that was really an example of him seizing the initiative in a way that I felt that he could carry all the way to the top by getting Warsaw and Moscow. But I think in spring of 07, he just wasn't active enough in getting those dots for himself. And that is really what gave Micah the opening to get Warsaw and take a dot off him that he should have had.
Anyway, fun game. We will bring back McCullis onto the stage and give Patrick a break for the next game.
Bye.
See you soon, and we will head over to the players of Board B. Let's try to take this one a little more quickly because we've been rambling on a little bit too much for this first board. Round 1, Board B has Jan Badurczyk from Winsen, Germany in Austria. Spiros Dovas, we've been talking about him, from Athens in England. Bernard Andrioli from the Netherlands, who's also in the chat in France. Hi, Bernard. David Wigglesworth from Edinburgh in Germany. Joni Zuidinga, who was the runner-up last year from the Netherlands and Italy. Francesco Conte from Heidelberg, Germany, in Russia, originally from Italy. And David de Graaf, who's also a Dutch player in Turkey. So Jan Badurczyk is actually the father of Nico we talked about earlier, and he has been an active player a while ago. Has had a bit of a hiatus, a bit like Thijs, who Micah talked about in the chat we saw on that last board, and he came back to the diplomacy scene when his son Nico found his diplomacy board in somewhere like in the attic or something and asked about it, and so they signed up for the tournament in Dresden last year together, and now they're back to go to the Netherlands, which is quite lovely to see. Yeah, let's see if Jan is here to kick some ass or if his game is a little bit rusty. He's got certainly quite some names to play with, right? Some very interesting players on this board. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, we have last year's runner-up and last year's 3rd place in Germany and Italy, so that will be pretty interesting.
Yeah. David Wigglesworth, we didn't say yet, was 3rd last year, has a very strong alliance style of play, but does it very successfully and went into 3rd place last year.
Yes, I had a very strong alliance with David at WDC in one of our games. So he definitely, if he's on your side, you can count on him sticking there.
Yeah,
and I think if you go after him, you have to make sure you succeed. He's very, very adept tactically, defensively, resisting people who are attacking him.
And I think word has spread that he's a good ally. I think by this time, many people are really hunting for him as an ally if they know that he's on the board, because his reputation is quite big at this point. For once he's set for an alliance, he will often keep it, or almost always keep it. So that should be interesting. Spiros, Bernard, both players who are up for good alliances from what I've seen from them so far. I've played with both of them. Let's see what we make of this. Last game, Tanya had the fall, so we will give her the spring in this one, and you can start in the spring of 01.
Great. So pretty standard openings. Burgundy's open. Liverpool to Yorkshire, so not opening north there, but Russia does open north. So twice in a row, we see Galicia DMZ'd. And another great Turkish opening, standard Khan to Bul, Smyrna to Khan. Quite standard, more or less.
This looks like a recipe for a sea lion.
I don't know why I said that. They're breast moved to the English Channel. Sorry, that's crazy.
Breasts in the channel, Russia's open north. I am sensing the English Channel supports Denmark to North Sea here could be what the follow-up is. And to be honest, in this position, it's what should be the follow-up.
And it is.
There we go. Slightly interesting way of doing it, though. So Germany, instead of backfilling Denmark, is taking Belgium and Holland, which means France is only building one. That's not the normal way to do a sea line. Maybe they were worried England was going to try and bounce something, but yeah, great negotiation by David for it to work out that way anyway. The East is a little more standard. We see Turkey clearly wanted Russia to put the army into Romania, which makes sense because that army can be used against Austria. Russia's put the fleet into Romania, which is very pro-Austrian. This is not an Australian tournament, so I can say that. It's not just the Australian RT where Russia always has a fleet run for reasons that are beyond my comprehension. So, yeah, this looks like Russia wants to work with Austria. Maybe Turkey does too, though. Goes to the Black Sea. Could be that Jan has the world at his feet and has to decide which way to go with it.
Yeah, seems that way to me. And convoy into Tunis. So.
Yep. The AI possibility is fully there, especially with Turkey only having a maximum of one fleet in the south. They're building a fleet down there. 2 armies for Russia, army fleet for David, and just a fleet on France's part. Oh no, sorry, they just had one build. I thought, do we see another French wave? No, that's because they didn't get Belgium or Spain. And a fleet in Edion Spyros's part. So
yeah,
let's see. Yes, sir.
That army Sev is a clear sign that Russia's going off to Turkey. Yeah, nothing in Warsaw, army Sevastopol. David should be worried.
Well, a bit of a swap there. So Romania moving back to Sev indicates that actually it was RT all along. And we like to do fun things to pretend that it's not. So RT versus AI, presumably for now. We'll see if that continues. And then on the west, you have the continuation of the dismantlement of England with all 3 powers working together. England does get North Sea back, but David has Denmark to retreat to. How convenient.
Yeah, so maybe this is a pivot back to an RT. I would probably question whether that was wise because RT are so behind AI having done this. They've lost Bulgaria. Romania is not at risk to Serbia, wasn't backfilled, but isn't really particularly secure. Maybe something broke down in relations between Francesco and Jan, and that's what triggered this, because this isn't tactically what you wanted to do. Those builds are not how you do an RT, but if something breaks down in negotiations, you end up being forced into something you weren't planning. You have to react, and yeah, still it looked pretty good for AI in the East. It looks pretty good for FG in the West. Another tough game for the Witches.
Michalis, it's fall, so it's your territory.
I would say this is not great for the RT. So Galicia walks into Warsaw for free. Cool, great. Jan continuing to love his game. Doesn't hold on to Bulgaria. That is a downside. It seems Italy has tapped Greece. And so good. I've got to give actually a lot of credit to David's negotiation this year. Because first he flips Russia in spring, then he flips Italy in fall. That's great. You can't do that very often. Well done. The West is more standard. Bouncing North Sea as England covers London, but France has got the convoy into Wales and has got the extra build from Spain. That's all proceeding pretty much as it should. Yeah, the East being chaotic while the West is just steadily making progress tends to lead to a power in the West winning, but things can go very different in a chaotic game, and someone could take a sudden big jump in the East if things go their way.
I mean, and we were talking about the alliance play at the beginning, and look at how empty the middle of the board is. You know, France is really, really putting a lot of trust into Germany here.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, they're getting a build, so they could put something down. Germany gets a build as well. Spyros is in a bit of a difficult situation, has to disband one, and Jan could theoretically build 2, but only has Vienna open. Puts down an army, unsurprisingly, fleet in the south for Bernard, because he doesn't worry about Germany a single bit. And an army for David, as you pointed out, quite a solid position all of a sudden. Could have gone very, very differently. So let's see where Turkey takes it from this point forward. I mean, the fact that Italy tapped Greece could give him some hope that maybe he can find an ally there, or that at least there's enough discord between Austria and Italy that there could be some strife in the AI, so RT might be able to strike back.
Yeah, it's definitely the IT build with the army there, and it makes sense with given what Italy did. I'm very surprised by Bernard's building in
Me
Marseille.
too. I am shocked.
I just, if Italy's committing against Austria, the last thing you want to do is give them excuse to not do it.
And then Springer for 3.
Yeah, so Bernard continues to push on to Spiros here, who I think the years are limited for Spiros. Interesting move. David moves to Tyrolia to have some say on what's going on, maybe to help Austria out here, who is indeed under assault by 3 powers. So we see, in fact, it is Italy, Turkey, Russia alliance. Not much left to do.
Yeah, I mean, this game started brilliantly for Jan, but one of the issues you have is if everything is coming up in your favor and other people don't feel like it's going in their favor, they start asking themselves, well, why am I in this? Why am I working with an Austria who seems to be able to work with any of my potential enemies? Maybe actually I shouldn't be working with this Austria. Maybe I should be working with one of them and going against this Austria. And I would give a lot of credit still to Turkey's negotiation for making this happen, but this is pretty brutal. Yeah.
And I do want to point out this move by Francesco, or just the sadness of being Austria right now to lose Warsaw by just walking out when you're meant to tap Galicia is just brutal.
Yeah, it's a tough turn for sure.
And there's also Germany and Tyrolia, which suggests that maybe you've actually got, here we go, another neighbor coming down to attack you, just to really stick the boot in. You've managed to get a four power alliance against you. I don't know how Austria's provoked Germany in this game, but ouch.
Yeah, it's not good for sure. I mean, we see Serbia and Greece fall. Anything else worth noting in Fall of 03?
It's great for Turkey.
Spiros Hail Mary into Barons, hoping to get into St. Petersburg. Not going to happen. But
I mean, it's possibly a pitch for a Janissary role as well, right? So, hey, I'm still alive with this fleet. I can be useful. France, Germany, let me survive. But yeah, Turkey getting Greece and Serbia gets Greece because they get support from the dying Austrian who decides that punishing Italy is what they want to do. To be honest, I think that's pretty reasonable. It was the Italian stab that precipitated this entire implosion. So yeah, like David again, what a turnaround after this start.
Amazing. Maybe Spiros just wants to distribute some flyers for next year's WDC around the board and sort of taking the tour of Europe. Who knows? So we see -2 for Austria going down to 2. +2 for Turkey. Who would have believed that they're at 6 centers after the start they had, and now it's 1903 and they're at 6. And Bernard gets another option of building an army at home if he wants it. He doesn't. He builds another fleet. And Spiros indeed pulls that London fleet. So I guess what Mikhail said might be on that he's offering some sort of a janissary position to FG. And says, I'm not going to make it hard on you to take my home centers, but please keep me around on 1 or something like that. Whereas David is building Army Con and Fleet Smyrna.
And Spiros' pitch, if that is his pitch, it should be quite credible because FG are actually all of a sudden a long way behind this Juggernaut. The Juggernaut have 14 centers between them. FG have 12, but they're also, aside from the 2 English dots, they're not really close to any others. RT have more Austrian dots ahead of them. They have Italian dots. This RT, if they stick together, can definitely take quite a few more centers here. BDF.
Yeah. So, in fact, what's happening here? They're still working together. Black moves into Ang to get the fleet and Sev out. So quite a good alliance. Meanwhile, I'm assuming Spain is going to Lyon to help Italy, as one does in France. And otherwise, England still alive, I guess, didn't get the Janissary position, failed the interview, so heads back to Norwegian Sea, or figures there's no way I can do anything to Francesco from this position, which was also completely fair.
I mean, I'm not too sure that Serbia supports Trieste to Budapest is what you do in an RT.
What? Yeah, no, you wouldn't want to do that.
That's not the alliance move. Walking out of Black Sea while doing it, this looks like there's two different sets of Turkish orders here. This looks like half of this set of Turkish orders is, oh, I'll do the alliance stuff, and the other half is better stab. And maybe it was a late change in which one they were going with, and they only got half the orders written because those orders are not copacetic with each other, let alone with what's happening on the rest of the board. It gives Italy a lifeline back into this game, and Germany gets to walk into Vienna that they probably keep. So cool.
Maybe they meant to support Budapest to Trieste. It's the only thing I can think of why they would bother stabbing here and making those moves. Makes no sense.
But Budapest wasn't moving to Trieste, right? It was supporting Germany to Vienna.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It feels like walking out of Black Sea was maybe a leftover from an older order set that they forgot to get rid of or didn't have time to get rid of.
Could well be
Painful
the case.
If so.
Yeah, for sure. Fall of 04. Well, what does he get for putting Austria into Budapest?
Well, Austria now takes Serbia. So Yad is going on a revenge quest against every neighbor one by one and succeeding against them all. So cool. Yad seems to be having fun, regardless of how quickly his game went from great to survival. But this is another good turn for Germany, who gets into Edinburgh, keeps Vienna. Doesn't get to backfill North Sea, but if you are considering stabbing Russia next, that's not necessarily a bad thing anyway. And France gets the convoy to Tuscany and is coming down into the Med, which is probably the only good news that David in Turkey has this turn. It's the one saving grace is, France is here. Italy can't come against me.
Lovely play by France, by the way. Completely open in the home. No enemies, no real opposition. It's just nice France play. That's what you want to do when you're France.
Patrick's just pointed out in the comments that the reason Serbia fell is because Bulgaria didn't support hold it. So David's diplomatic work has been great, but his tactical work this year has not. This is two unfortunate turns in a row.
What did Bulgaria do? Can we see that?
Held.
Or possibly it entered an invalid order that they couldn't put into backstabber or something. I don't know, but
could be. That's definitely a big oof. So after 04, we are. If this also goes to 1907, we are a little beyond the halfway mark of this game. 8-8 for Russia and Germany, with France trailing closely behind. Turkey and Italy also still in viable positions, even though they are under pressure. Let's play a little game of who do you like, and start with you, Tanya. Who would you like to step into at this point?
I'll take France if I can. I'd love it. I think they have room for growth in Italy and don't have a Germany that's going to bother with them, likely.
Any other thoughts, Mikhail?
I would take Germany here. I think that whichever one of France or Russia you go into, if you commit hard, you'll get the upper hand. I think France is probably going to put something else in Marseille here to back up this attack on Italy, which means that the walk to Paris is likely to be on. Or I think you can commit all your armies against Russia, work with Turkey in the east, probably keep Vienna while doing it, and try and get Scandinavia, as the Cicero bot always thought that Germany should be doing.
Okay, let's see how it goes. We see an army build in Marseille, an army build in Berlin, and Turkey has to get rid of that Albanian army, whereas Italy builds a fleet in Rome to defend from that French onslaught. So then we move into spring of 1905.
Yeah, so coordination once again from FG. They seem to be moving east, which makes a lot of sense. In terms of what's going on in the east there, Sev drops down to Armenia, so Turkey now is the odd one out, right? Continues that trend seems to continue, and bit of a mess, I believe. Eastern Med gets into the Ionian Sea, and then other than that, is Romania? I can't read these arrows. Is Romania's support holding Bulgaria? Is that what it did?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Did we lose Robert? Oh,
I'm
He
back.
froze for a sec.
okay,
Yeah.
great. Yeah. So Romania's support holding Bulgaria for whatever reason, dropping down into Armenia. So whether they've sorted out who's working with who, I think I haven't. So
I said at the start of this game that it looked like the East was chaotic and that it was going to help the West. And then it sort of changed for about a year, and then the East went back to chaos, and now look at the West. Russia is joint top in this game, but neither of us picked them to win for a reason. And it's that East is, it could go really well for Russia, or they could just collapse immediately out of nowhere with this sort of fluctuating situation.
I've been in too many positions as Russia where I'm on 8, and then I'm on 4, and then I'm on 2, and then I'm on 1. So definitely.
As David Hood would say, a Russia on 8 is like any other center on 5, or any other power on 5, rather.
We move into the fall. Let's see it.
Well, we say goodbye to Jan. Unfortunately, they finally die, losing Serbia to the Turk, who takes it in a way that shows they still don't really have a friend, because Russia supports the other army in, and Italy tries to take it themselves. Last game we picked up on Liam not going for it as Italy. Yoni has definitely been going for it as Italy. It hasn't worked, but having been attacked by France, they've just carried on trying to get some stuff in the East, trying to maintain a chance at getting some sort of decent score out of this game. Fair play. Like, if you don't take any chances, you're probably not going to get anything from this situation. So, gotta like that anyway. But Turkey, after a pretty bad year, gets the resurrection. Gets Serbia, walks into Naples as well. Really nice from them. David, meanwhile, gets another army into Tyrolia, does cover Belgium, so isn't yet committing against either ally, and may not commit against either ally, being David. It'll be interesting to see whether Germany can find some sort of path to a top without attacking France or Russia, because it's just about possible, but it's going to rely a lot on Turkey doing them some favors, I think.
Oh, I didn't expect that. Well, Germany can do that, at least for a shared board top, if they have a big old 3-way shared board top on 888. The sea line never wanted to break, apparently. France, Germany, and Russia each finish on 8, which scores them 40.7 points, which is not that far behind the 49 we saw for the shared board top, like the 2-way shared board top in the first game. But of course, positionally, there would have been quite a bit to play for if they had wanted it, but apparently they didn't. Thoughts about this end state? Who maybe could have vetoed it, should have vetoed it? Who will be very happy with it?
I'm happy if I'm Russia. Like, that's great. I almost veto if I'm Turkey. I feel like there was play left, potentially. And I veto if I'm France for sure. I get Tunis without any kind of push. Unless the move to Belgium was like a, hey, I want to end this game now. Like, don't make us fight.
I mean, the problem France has is what Italy is going to do, who Italy is going to punish. And if Italy decides that they want to punish by trying to do something about Venice and helping Turkey, then France's position could go a little problematic, especially if you don't have Germany on side.
Well, this is the board state without the disbands. I don't think Italy is in a position to do much, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, they can't probably keep Trieste and one of those other units. And if it's not Rome, they still have 3, so they could keep like Trieste, Adriatic, Apulia, go after Venice, give up on Tunis, and give Rome to Turkey, something like that. Could be problematic if that's what's happening. There's definitely some risk on France. I don't see a path to a lone top for France. That's what I'd say. I think that whatever France takes, someone else is taking more.
Could be. Interesting as well for Turkey, they are 20 points behind. This is really where you see this top 3 thing of Sidi Blunamur. playing out. I mean, they're just one center behind these others, and because they share all the pool for first to third place bonus, David is quite far behind in the points. But yeah, at least some solid points. Given that the third best score is halved, we haven't really told that yet on stream. The total score of this tournament is made up by the best 2 scores, counting 100%, and the third best score of a player being divided by 2. So could still be quite okay if it's David's third best score if he gets 2 big ones in the next rounds. But yeah, quite a distinct difference in points there between those 4. Or between the 3 in the lead and then the 4th one, I should rather say. Okay, with that, we'll say goodbye to Tanya for a little while we are covering the third board of this first round. And I will welcome back Patrick Jacobson. Hello, hello. Good to see you again. And we will move on to the third board, which is board C. It has Floris de Voice in Austria, Edwin Weiss in England, Richard Koning in France, Nico Badurczyk, who is the son of Jan, who had this fun Austria position, in Germany, Max Sharp in Italy, Gavin Yosma in Russia, and Mies Becker in Turkey. And this is really interesting. We have a lot of blanks on this board, and I think, help me out, my colleagues, I think we didn't see many of those names in Groningen last year. I mean, Nico, I know, Richard at least has played something. Maybe he was there at the tournament last year. The other ones, apart from Edwin Weiss, who I think has played quite a bit virtually, don't really ring a bell for me at all.
I don't really recognize them. What I do know is that Yelta seeded a board in the first round as a board for newer players, and I imagine that this is it. So this may be, like you said, Nico played maybe three or 4 games before this tournament, and it may be the case for a lot of them that this is like their first ever tournament games. So we should make sure we're a bit nicer to them. And these are always fun because when you get a bunch of players who are all new to something, some of them will do things that you expect, and a lot of them will do things that are really unexpected. And sometimes that can really pay off because people don't necessarily know how to react. People don't know the meta. And when there's no meta, a lot of things can be better or worse than they normally would be.
Yeah. And also, we've just seen 2 games that were very much informed by the scoring system, especially with that last game, seeing that triple top and Turkey being excluded, which was heartbreaking after their comeback. And this game, I think, will be very different because new players generally don't care to study up on scoring systems, in my experience. They just play the game and see what happens. So I'm really excited for this to be very different from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I agree. And nice idea. I mean, I did that myself. So I think it's usually a fun way of giving people a bit of an easier way to get into the tournament play if you have a lot of new players, to get them one round to get started without all the sharks being next to them. And yeah, I'm curious to see how they will play it out. We were in fall last time around, so we can give you the spring right here, and we will see what it looks like.
All right, so what we see in spring 1901, a pretty standard opening from France, and as I said before, some less standard openings elsewhere. So we see Kiel to Baltic. Well, I've seen that on a sort of an old-fashioned opening called the Centrifuge, which I was ironically talking about on Discord the other day. And this isn't normally how it's done, but you can still take to Denmark and Holland and what you want. So not necessarily a bad thing for Nico. London holding is a bit more unfortunate for England, but they're still going to get Norway. So again, doesn't actually make a huge amount of difference to what they would normally be going for. The East is pretty normal, actually, I'd say. We see DMZs in Galicia and Trieste, but when that happens, Austria goes Vienna to Budapest. And I've said it before on stream that this is actually one of the statistically best top rates for Austria when they do this and it works. It's just also one of the statistically highest elimination rates. It's a risk and reward factor that when nobody breaks those DMZs, it can turn into a really good game for Austria. When they do, it can go quite badly. In this case, no punishment. So great. Good start for Floris.
Holding one of the fleets as England seems to be kind of a common new player thing. I see it generally when Russia has somehow convinced England that Norwegian Sea is inherently anti-them. which is always a bit unfortunate. But, you know, he's still going to get Norway. This isn't the worst thing for Edwin. Okay, in the fall, we see those DMZs in the east all continue to be honored. Trieste doesn't fall. Nothing in Galicia, nothing in Black Sea. Turkey filters out into Aegean. Pretty standard stuff. We could see... I mean, Russia is acting like it's an heir just based on the fleet in Romania and now moving out of Warsaw, which tells me they're probably building in St. Pete and Sev. Or not, because there was a bounce in Sweden. So they'll build in one of those. But Turkey's still convinced that he's got an alliance with Russia, it seems, or they just see AI as more of an immediate threat. So that's going to really inform how the East plays. That might just, honestly, encourage Russia to go in harder on Turkey, knowing that they're going to be defended against the least. But we'll see how that unfolds. We do see the bounce in Sweden from Baltic. Unsurprisingly, England does not choose to bounce Denmark or Holland because they need to convoy to Norway. So that is one benefit, I guess, of that moveset from Nico. Maybe there was some conversation about that. But yeah, it's a very interesting position because now I think was the point of that centrifuge you mentioned, McCall, to have 2 on Sweden in spring 02? I think was that the main part?
Yeah, it's to keep the fleet in Baltic Sea and do some anti-Russian stuff. It was an opening in the 80s where I believe the actual centrifuge is Berlin to Prussia and then convoying it to Denmark. I don't understand it. I've never understood it, but I've read the articles and apparently it's a thing that was supposed to happen sometimes. One of those sort of theoretical exercises that people come up with occasionally. But what I would say is that we saw quite a few unusual openings. If you look at this board, almost every single unit is about where you kind of expect it to be, with the exception of the fleet in London and the fleet in Baltic. Everything else has sort of gone to a pretty normal place to be at the end of 1901.
And I should also mention, while we've been raising our eyebrow at almost every other country's moves, France has 3 builds. So they're doing just fine. France is France.
Yeah. They're building 2 fleets. Nico's building a fleet Berlin, so that's very France friendly as well, with having Munich open. Army build for England. The rest of the builds seem very standard, but we see a South Coast build on Russia's part, so that's quite a commitment. I guess they didn't take it too well to get bounced out of Sweden.
Yeah, this can go quite badly wrong for Russia when Germany is your main enemy this early into a game. I don't like the 01 South Coast fleet. I quite like it in later years, but I tend to find that when Germany is your primary focus, you don't get much out of it and you end up dying. So this could be a painful setback for them. We see here Turkey goes to Armenia, tries to take Romania with Austrian support. Potential like the genesis of an AT here, although Con doesn't go to black, so not completely copacetic an order set, but still, this doesn't look like a great turn for Russia. Does look okay for Austria. Italy doesn't get support into Aegean Sea, actually. That's significant. That could be a new player, maybe the order was miswritten or something, or it could be that Austria really is just on the AT and is maybe thinking that Italy isn't necessary either.
Is there a coal shortage in the Balkans right now? Because none of those ships seem to be able to move when they really should be. I am interested to see, like, if Austria is willing to support Turkey into Romania, but they're not willing to go to Tyrolia or support into Ionian. Maybe Flores is really just trying to play both sides right now. And sometimes Austria can do that when Russia and Turkey aren't really on the same page. They can sort of play Italy and Turkey against each other. But this lack of commitment to really any kind of offensive action isn't helping them a ton. And Trieste, Albania looks like they're trying too hard to hold on to Greece, which is often not something you want to do when both AI and AT often give the other party Greece with a fleet, for stability. So we'll see.
And things are still going well for France, which there's a reason why France is statistically the strongest country in the game. And if you give a bunch of new players the same board, it's not that unusual for France to come out on top of it, just because France is slightly stronger and can really take advantage in this sort of position when no one attacks them.
Mm-hmm. How's Wales this time of year, McCallus?
Wet.
Open.
I guess he doesn't like wet because he didn't take the convoy there. But these moves from France, I think they still make sense. Just getting those fleets positioned in areas is where England is just forced to react to them. Interestingly, everyone in the north seems okay with letting England just sort of go back and defend against that. And that's one of the big things that the South Coast build from Russia enables, because if there is a fleet St. Petersburg south coast there, and there's no north coast, there's no armies or anything, there's no threat to Norway. Like, you don't have to worry about that. I bet, if I was Edwin here, I'd be considering even convoying Norway back to London because it's just that safe up there, with Germany clearly very friendly, and also losing Munich to a Burgundy walk-in. We kind of buried the lead on that. It seems like a very comfortable position for England to defend in, even though France definitely has the upper hand positionally. So that seems like it might be a pretty long and very annoying to prosecute war for Richard, even though his position is still quite good. And Piedmont is not going to help that either. Meanwhile, in the east, we see this time AT does get on the same page a little bit more. Trieste doesn't walk into Venice, but maybe they didn't know Italy was moving there and didn't want to show their hand still. But Romania does fall this time. So I think we're seeing that even though Austria and Turkey aren't really moving super fast, they at least trust each other enough to help each other into centers and advance the game state that way. So there is some progress in that respect. But yeah, this does very much ring new player board to me, in that neither side of the board is really moving that quickly or that efficiently, even though people are attacking each other in their own cagey way, which is kind of what we expected, really.
Yeah, I mean, I just talked up France's position when nobody attacked them, and France has then attacked both of their western neighbours right as Italy comes in at them. So that's unfortunate. This is probably a really great turn to have in like 1907, and not so good in 1902 when people can react. This could turn against France from here, where you sort of now give England and Germany a reason to work together, and Italy's already against you. This is going to take some fine negotiating to extract yourself from at least one of those wars, preferably two, so you only have one enemy at a time. Turkey has been very conservative here. Like they've supported themselves to Bulgaria to make sure Austria doesn't take it. Okay, fair enough, but I think you'd far rather just make sure you get Black Sea. Then you've got to follow up against Russia. Not having Black Sea here is going to hurt.
We will move forward and see the winter phase. We see a fleet built by Turkey and an army in Marseille, whereas that Russian fleet in Finland comes off of the board. So we'll move into spring. I'll show you the moves, and I'll very quickly for a minute hop off and let you talk about it. I'll be back in 1 minute.
All right, so we look at spring, and as I feared for Turkey, that this position wasn't really lining up in a nice way for them, having not dropped Black Sea. Now we see Italy doing a old-fashioned Lepanto convoy. Cool. Don't see it very often. Tunis get straight into Syria. But more importantly, we see Austria going to Galicia and Budapest. This is clearly lining up on Romania, which is not good news for Turkey at all. This, I think, is the start of an AI. France has done good diplomatic work to get Italy out of Piedmont. So France instead goes Burgundy to Ruhr, and Germany has prioritized an ambitious attack on Belgium over trying to get maybe something into Kiel. So at the moment, Munich's still secure. There's only one hostile unit next to it, and France is still pushing the position. So great turn, I think, for Richard, and is getting the follow-up that he needed after the big stabs last turn.
Yeah, I want to point out something in the north in particular. I believe it was board one where you pointed out the excellence of a tactic from Simon Wessendrup, which was opening Brest for a retreat on a spring turn, because you don't need to cover your centers on a spring turn always. And this move of Yorkshire to London by Edwin is very much an example of shooting yourself in the foot by doing that, because now Liverpool is lost. That army isn't there to support it. And even if France did walk into London in the situation, you could just kick them out in the fall, so at least you're only losing one dot. And chances are, it has to support all Belgium anyway to guard against that cooperation between England and Germany that is probably coming, or that France knows is probably coming. So maybe Edwin has missed a bit of a trick there defensively, but they're still alive. Liverpool's falling to a fleet, so it's not the worst thing.
Yeah, I agree. The key point there is that the only way Belgium doesn't work is if English Channel defends it, and therefore you don't need to cover London, because you're either going to get Belgium or France is going to move to London. So you should prioritize Liverpool. But the flip side is, if France gets into London, you still don't actually have a defense on Liverpool, because London can then just tap Yorkshire, right? So unless you do something like Yorkshire to Edinburgh, which is a bit wild, I don't necessarily hate the London cover here.
Okay, let's see what the fall brings.
All right. In the fall, we see that, shockingly, letting Italy into Syria is not a good idea as Turkey, as he now loses Smyrna for his trouble. There was a way to block that, but he probably didn't bother trying, because, of course, taking it with the fleet would have been guaranteed. So why even bother covering against one of several potential move sets? Austria does take Romania, as we suspected. He's very lucky, I will say, to have not gotten a retreat into Serbia here. This moveset of a supported move into Bulgaria with the army in Serbia is very risky, because if it gets into Bul, then Turkey retreats into your most important defensive center, and all of a sudden your stab isn't very good. So a small optimization here would be to either move Albania to Serbia, or if you really need to cover Trieste, then use Greece as the mover to Bulgaria to bounce that, or just go for the dot. Having a fleet in Bulgaria isn't great, but it's better than potentially losing Serbia. And we also see Galicia walk into Warsaw as Russia is offering the support into Rum. So I really like that from Flores. They're really keeping the tempo up, and it seems like the trust with Italy isn't fully there based on Trieste being covered, but they know who their targets. They know who they want their target to be, and they know who they want to keep on side, which is Italy right now. So that's, I think, very solid tempo play from them. Russia loses St. Petersburg to a walk-in when Finland could have covered it but didn't. I wonder if that was a miswritten order, because I don't really see a good reason for Gerwin to want to lose that. And they've also lost Sev to the Turkish retreat as well. So that's another lead buried, and another great example of the importance of retreats in diplomacy. Meanwhile, Liverpool falls, as we said. Bunch of red arrows in France and Germany, so not a whole lot happening there, but I think that benefits France because they're still making progress against England at least, whereas Germany isn't doing much else.
So what I would say with Flores and not covering Serbia is, given how all the other orders have gone, I wouldn't be surprised if they knew this was going to bounce, if this was a deliberate ploy. Given they're walking into Warsaw, they worked out something with Turkey where we'll bounce each other, or they just worked out what Turkey was going to do, and they wanted to get that retreat into Sev. Because if you're taking Warsaw and Turkey's retreat into Sev, brilliant. Your stab's really good, especially if England somehow gets into St. Pete as well. So this could well be some mastermind play from Flores, who has had a very, very good year.
Yeah, like as a more experienced player, I don't think either of us would think that's the obvious thing to set up with your alliance partner, because it's such a convoluted maneuver. But again, these players are going to be
convoluted,
of course. But these players are going to be viewing the board very differently from how we do, probably based on their own experience. So something for us to consider.
But it's not necessarily something you set up at the start of the turn, but maybe you talk to Turkey, they say, oh, I better cover Bulgaria, or I can't defend Rum, so you can take Rum, something like that. And then you go, okay, so they're probably doing that. They pitch some plan against Italy to you. You work out what they're doing from that, and then you go, okay, I've concluded they're probably moving Rum to Bull. What can I do with that? Well, Russia, you can support me to Rum. I can bounce myself in Bull, and I can walk to Warsaw. And all of this can come together in a glorious little way that sort of happens just step by step throughout a turn. You don't go into a turn planning this massive convoluted thing. You go in, okay, that's an opportunity. How can I take that opportunity? And then from that, you just cascade steps up. And that's the sort of thought process I have. And who maybe knows, maybe Floris had the same sort of thought process.
Definitely a great position for AI over there in the east. Austria up to 7 now, and France sort of by attacking both of their western neighbors up to 8. They can build one, and they're putting down a fleet in Brest, whereas we see a bunch of armies built in the east, whereas Black Sea and Armenia go away, and Finland as well. So let's see if France can continue to make progress with having no real ally, but a lot of position.
Yep, so France gets into Holland, progress continues. Germany finally puts another army into Kiel to deal with the fact that there's nothing that they can take Munich back with. The problem for them is that they've lost Holland in the process, but this, I think, is actually good play. They wanted to avoid Holland getting piffed, and so they made sure they avoided Holland getting piffed. That's just good play from Nico, and probably something more than you'd expect from a beginner game. So cool, good work. Elsewhere, we see England going up to Norwegian, and the sort of EG cooperation continuing to try and hold France back, just not really succeeding. Liverpool to Clyde is a bit weird when Wales is still there to threaten Liverpool, but not the end of the world. England gets another walk into Moscow as the English army that can continues its drive through the board. The East is just good AI stuff, so yeah, sure, you lose Smyrna in spring, doesn't necessarily matter, but Austria's into Bull. Italy's got the 3 units around Smyrna. This should be an easy enough retake of Smyrna for Italy, and from there, Turkey should collapse.
Yep. All right. So in the fall, we see England. That army in Moscow isn't just there to get a free build for defense. It's there to support Russia back into Warsaw, which is, I guess, from a convoluted balance of power perspective, I don't know how to feel about that. But just from a perspective of keeping Moscow by keeping as many different powers next to it that are friendly-ish to you as possible, it's a good move. So let's not overthink that. Germany tries to retake Munich. I don't think that was ever really on, but hey, it's difficult to figure out your opportunities in this position. Like, there isn't a lot Germany can do to counterattack, so you might as well try something. Bouncing North Sea, Norwegian is not breached. Kind of gridlock in the West, but again, this benefits France because they're ahead, they're building. Like, what do they care if things are a bit slow in the fall?
So what I would say here is I wouldn't expect this of new players, but sort of as a tip for the future, EG are working together to deal with a big France here, and Germany is losing a centre in Holland. So England is picking up a build in Moscow that they can't put down because they don't have any open home centres. What you want to do is to somehow get that so that Germany is the one who's actually gaining. So you give an English dot to Germany, then Germany doesn't have to pull anything off the board. It's not the easiest of things to set up from this position. You may well have to lose North Sea to do something like that, because like Norway is probably the only thing you can give, but it's definitely something I'd have considered this position, because this German disband that's coming now is just going to crack open the center of the board for France. Yes, they have a small Italian problem, but Italy's not building this year. Smyrna's a retake, not a new take. So this is still all coming up France, and it's basically at this point only Austria that might be able to do anything about that and sort of race them to the top. Those two are a long way ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. In principle, McCullis is just so difficult to see. Is North Sea really less valuable than that? You know, it's a difficult value judgment to make. I guess on the fall turn, you want the centers to be where you want them.
So we see not a lot of adjustments. Con comes off of the board, so maybe Turkey is trying to pitch some sort of a Janissary deal here. Let's see if they can make themselves useful for the AI, or if AI will just take their stuff and they will keep fighting.
All right, so Austria now takes Moscow, punishing England for kicking them out of Warsaw. This was always the risk of putting Russia into Warsaw. I'm not really sure that screwing with Austria was in England's best interests, but it is what it is. You've got to make it work now. Meanwhile, France does the same moves as last time, actually. This is a very conservative turn from France. I think not getting Mid-Atlantic into the game is an error. English Channel to Wales, Mid-Atlantic to English Channel, something like that, where you put some extra pressure on London, or try and get into a better position than you're in at the moment to take advantage of that German withdrawal would have been better than this. So nothing moves for France. Gives Austria time. So Austria takes Warsaw. Does lose Romania, though. So that seems to be the Turkish play, is they're going to sort of try and replace Russia in those Romania, Sevastopol area. Seems to be working for them at the moment. They lose Constantinople. Will probably lose Ankara as well. But Greece to Ionian Sea is a very interesting move. That could be it's just to walk into Naples or Tunis.
Yeah, this reads to me like Austria recognizes that Italy's about to get 2 builds. So this is probably their last good chance to stab, but their position in Russia is really just too messy for them to stab right now. You could see that with the loss of Romania and with the threat of Warsaw to Galicia, forcing Vienna to go there instead of Tyrolia. Like, it's just Austria really knows that this would be good for them if they could do it, but maybe they're having trouble coming to terms with the fact that they probably shouldn't do it.
And the flip side is also Italy wasn't under threat in Smyrna with the Turkish disband, so Eastern Med should have been going to Ionian, really.
That was the major error, yeah.
Let's see if they can patch it up and continue that AI, or whether they will be in a very weird entangled position from this one forward. It seems like maybe it was all arranged. Who knows?
The answer is yes, they are entangled, and they are continuing as an alliance, because Ionian Mediterranean suggests, okay, I can't go west without breaking an agreement with France, but Austria can go west without breaking that agreement with France. Technically, that's the kind of fun logic that I love to do on a board with newer players. Not because they're easier to fool, but because they're just more up for that stuff, which I absolutely love. We see Turkey getting into Ukraine, so still playing the good Russian Janissary role, actually, not the good Austrian one anymore, as clearly the English, Russian, and Turkish moves all seem pretty arranged. Italy takes Ankara. They were offered support into Bulgaria, but it looks like Italy had enough faith in Austria that they were going to follow along with this plan that they have, that they didn't feel the need to do that, which I think makes a lot of sense. Just get Turkey out of the game, take their stuff for yourself, makes things much more simple. In the West, we see, again, gridlock in Kiel. France gets the free convoy to Liverpool, so they will have a guarantee on Eddie in the spring of 06. So still making progress steadily while Austria is continuing to get bogged down, like they are building one, but they're still not much closer to getting like Sevastopol, or I guess they're going to get Warsaw soon, but the point is France is still ahead in this race despite some passivity. So I think they're playing this position quite well still.
Yeah, I called in spring for France to do something tactically to break something open. They've done it here. This convoy is really nice. Free fleet convoy from Picardy to Liverpool. Cool. Don't see that too often. And it's perfectly now set up to take Liverpool and rather to take Edinburgh, and from there to try and break into a couple more centres in the last 2 years. And you've still got Belgium and Mid-Atlantic free to now go to Belgium to cover North Sea. You can do plenty of things to keep progressing. And yes, you may have to worry about Austria, but I don't know. This Italy position building 2 here with that Eastern Med to Aegean Sea move suggests that even if they didn't attack Austria last turn, they should be looking at that now and probably are.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of insecurity in Belgium and Holland if they take Edinburgh guaranteed by tapping North Sea and Norwegian. So maybe a little bit of guesswork for them.
Germany has to vacate North Sea to take one of those, though, and England can't backfill it if Eddie and Norwegian are both being tapped to get Eddie taken. So
there's also, like, you can guarantee holding both for France. Like, Ruhr support holds Holland, Birdley support holds Munich, English Channel to Belgium. Like, none of those centres can actually fall unless somebody else comes in. What France has had benefiting them so far, whether this is diplomatic or just working out that way, is nothing has come next to Munich. Like Prussia, Silesia, Bohemia, Tyrolia, that entire stalemate line in the center of the board is empty. And that is incredibly good news for whoever owns Munich, usually Germany, in this case France.
Well, Michalis, I want to pose this question to you. If you're Austria right now, you're looking for something for those 2 builds to do, and you can't stab Italy, then do you go for Munich now to slow down France?
No. I stab Italy. I go for Warsaw and Sevastopol, and then I go for Italian dots at the end.
Italy builds 2 fleets. It seems there's a plan to go west. And in spring of 06, we don't see a stab on Italy. Michalis.
No, but Austria is doing the other thing I said of securing those Russian dots, which I think is the priority. Those are the dots you need to win more than any other. So gets into Sevastopol, gets into Ukraine, gets into Lycia. Is kicked out of Moscow for now, but not the end of the world. Italy is doing sort of nothing, actually. They go to Black Sea and Armenia, which suggests they want Sevastopol, but Austria's in Sevastopol. It is all a bit of a nothing turn. Austria has gone to Western Med rather than Lyon, which, if this is a real attack on France, is the wrong place to have gone. Now France only has to cover one of those centres rather than both of them, right? But the North, France gets into Norwegian rather than Edinburgh, which is fair enough. It's not a huge difference either way. They're making the progress they need, and Mid-Atlantic can cover Spain, so that's nice for them.
Also, I'm really... Sorry, go ahead.
No move from Italy into Piedmont either, which would be if they really wanted to attack France. Also something we would like to see.
Yeah, I beg the question about Munich for the new Austrian armies, because it feels like putting Germany back in there is the thing to do from a balanced power perspective, but the move to Western Med and everything else just staying as far away from the line as possible suggests there is some kind of agreement with France. Whether that's good for Austria or not, time will tell, but they've been talking.
I think for Austria's problem is if they really committed against France, it actually opens the door for Italy to take stuff off of them, whereas not committing all of those armies to the center of the board makes an Italian stab a lot harder.
Yeah, and I think their dumping of armies back into the Balkans and Serbia and Greece really shows they're on the same wavelength as you on that issue. Follow 6, we see the ERT alliance still going strong, baby. Best alliance on the board, I'm telling you. But they do lose Warsaw, so this will be Jerwin's last gasp. It was a noble gasp, but it is his last gasp. Austria takes Warsaw. It doesn't quite get Moscow back, but they're still building from Sev, so it's quite fine. Literally everything holds in the Med. And that makes me wonder, and the France-Italy area, if that makes me wonder if like maybe moves did happen, but there was just like a bounce in Spain, so they didn't sandbox it. Like this seems like a very unusual time for Tyrrhenian and Tuscany and Mao to be doing nothing. Again, there's probably an agreement somewhere that dictates what's going on there, but like it's still so strange. And the French fleets in the north are holding too, and as a result, Belgium is lost. So it seems like Richard has really lost the initiative with this. They're going to Barents as well. I'm not really sure what the benefit of that is, especially when they could just take Eddie. Yeah, I'm confused. I'm confused by a lot of the tactics here. It feels like maybe France is trying to play for a forward position with that fleet, but they were too clever by half about it. Yeah, it's strange.
Maybe there was a failed draw vote or something that France had assumed was going to succeed. People ran out of time. I don't know. Germany, though, I think seemed to expect this to happen because not only did they get into Belgium, but they've opened Berlin for the build. So Germany, Nico at least, was on the ball about what was happening here. There's no reason to do Berlin to Silesia unless you're pretty confident you're going to be building. Like that move makes no sense from any other perspective. So yeah, I like that a lot.
It doesn't make any sense for France to not attack Kiel with 3 here unless they're okay with the German build, because that's how you deny it if you want it. So maybe the deal is to build an army and then he moves east and interferes with Austria. We'll see.
What's France doing if that's what you're doing?
I mean, Austria has now overtaken France. Germany is indeed building an army, but Fleet Mao, that is a very curious disband with Austria sitting
Spain's
in
lost.
This is pretty insane. Let's see if Austria goes for it or if they hold again. Last year, we are on the final stretch of this game.
They hold again?
Wow, Nicholas.
So the real alliance on this board is France-Austria. Not only is that holding in Western Med, but France is supporting Austria into St. Petersburg. So that is the alliance on this board, and this is great work from Floris. Italy has finally pulled the trigger on Austria, possibly too late. They're going to get a dot out of it. They have 2 on Trieste, 2 on Bulgaria, 2 on Greece, but given that Serbia's there and a lot of the Eastern support hold each other, it's probably, unless Austria messes the orders up, only one of them that should fall. Elsewhere, France does retake Belgium, and it's a fleet, so you don't care about Picardy because it can't walk into Paris. France is once again trying to line up on Edinburgh, but should actually get in because Barents can cut Norwegian. And yeah, this is France-Austria cooperation, Italy going for it, and everyone else sort of being squeezed out by the big guys.
I love this. If this is just France and Austria getting together at the start of the game and saying, hey, let's both just make sure we do better than our neighbors and race to the top, then that's different. That's very much a different approach to the system that I was hoping to see here. And it's not dumb, right? You want an ally on the other side of the board that you can sort of coordinate with and be that guy you can lean on long term, so you don't need direct neighbors to be allies as much. The Italian moves, I'm glad they're pulling the trigger on something, but the lack of Venice to Tyrolia here, I think, is the key that will prevent them from getting really significant gains in the Austrian area. There's enough armies in the Balkans to protect, I think, all but one of the centers that are under pressure. So maybe it's a little too late.
Yeah, and I think Italy, really, this needed to be a year earlier. A year earlier, Austria was more spread out, hadn't secured all the Russian dots yet. Italy could have taken some stuff, followed up, and taken more. That was the play for Italy to top. This was going to net them a build or two, but it wasn't going to get them a lone top in any world.
Yeah, but anyway, let's look at the last turn here. Instead of it was actually, yeah, taking Norway also guarantees one of Norway or Eddie, so that's a good play from France. Finland walks into Sweden because why not? It's the last turn. Go ahead, do it, Edwin. Brest is covered. Munich is lost, which was guaranteed, but there was a way that Richard could have punished that by taking Kiel, but that was all guesswork. So it makes sense that something moved there. It was a volatile situation there for the last turn. Austria takes Moscow back, so Mies, sadly, after playing a very fun game, does not get to survive to the end. And Greece has lost to Italy, so Max, again, does at least get 1 dot out of this, but it's a shame they couldn't pull the trigger earlier or more thoroughly to make a bigger bid at the top. And also no free walk into Spain, so that was a real shot in the arm for France, I'm sure, seeing that they're so loyal to the end.
What I will say is Barents to Norway was not a guarantee on Liverpool or Norway, because Finland could have just bounced Norway and then France gets neither of them. So this was the riskier way of doing it, rather than cutting Norwegian Sea.
You're right.
So anyway, we see a top on Floris's part with 10 centers. Richard maybe dropping the ball a little bit, been the leader for quite a while, but still a very good 9 center second place. And yeah, with this game in the books, we are finished with round 1. We will bring back Tanya and we will very briefly look at the standings after the first round. Let me just see where it is.
I think this game is a very good example of why you can have as many enemies as you want if your enemies just can't coordinate that well to stop you, right? Austria fought Russia and Turkey, France fought England and Germany, and it just worked out for them because they knew how to make it work tactically and diplomatically. So good on them.
Yeah, Floris had a sort of shaky first year or so, but then really took hold of that game and played really well. Good job. Good top.
Yeah.
So we see Floris and Wes, actually, I think both in Austria, right? With the 2 big scores of this first round, kind of unusual. And then the shared tops with David and Francesco. And then we have Richard and Maike below there. Those are the standings we've seen so far. With that, we will move forward into the second round. We will try to take this a little more quickly. I believe it is Michalis' turn to take a little break right now. We'll see you back very soon. And we will move on to round 2, board A, which has Edwin.
Was I wrong that the West board was a shared top? Was it a solo top?
It was a shared top, yeah. It was a shared top.
Yeah, actually,
So
I should look into the scores. Maybe there's something wrong in the system.
Yeah.
I will check that in the background while we're talking about this one. You're actually right. Yeah. So it should actually be that Floris, as the rookie, was the leader after round 1 with shared boards below. Anyway, on this board we see Edwin Weiss in Austria, David de Graaf in England, René van Rooyen, who didn't play in round 1 but is actually playing 2 boards in round 2 to make up for it, a longtime player in France, Jeremy Ködding in Germany, Bela Schneider, we also haven't seen him before, in Italy, Yoni Suidinga in Russia, and Wes Ketchum, whether it was a shared top or a lone top, definitely won in sort of in the first few spots of the tournament in Turkey.
Micah mentioned that Zimon's score may have been missing from those standings.
That could be the case. I don't know. I don't quite know why this is the case, but we will keep that in mind. It's weird. Anyway, we will move on to the map for this one, and let's go a little quicker. Whoever takes spring and fall, just call it the 2 or 3 most important moves. We don't need to call it every single one. We will start with Patrick in the spring, and then Tanya can take the fall moves. And this is what's happening in Spring of 01.
Okay, the immediate things that stand out to me: London to English Channel. Not with Liverpool to Wales, though, so maybe this could be a situation where in a fast-paced game, they're going to do the fast thing. They're going to do a sea lion. I got to protect against that. Or it could be an attack. Well, I'm not
sorry.
looking...
No, it was an old game. I was just trying to fix it, but I broke it instead.
Okay.
Now we're back.
This isn't the same game.
It's not? This is me again, all over the place. Awful. Let's go here.
Okay, that one has London English Channel, so we're good now. But yeah, that could mean a number of things. Could be defensive, could be an attack that he just isn't fully committing to, because Liverpool to Wales is a risky move if you get bounced. Pretty standard stuff from France and Germany, but there is a DMC in Burgundy, which is notable. In the East, we see a bounce in Galicia for, I think, maybe the first time so far, genuinely, which I love to see. I love to see them being happening less often, I mean. And in Turkey, we see them moving Ankara to Bulgaria, which appears to be a misorder. I'm guessing they arranged to bounce in the Black Sea, but didn't go through with it. So Yoni getting bit of a Yoni getting a bit of a free walk in there. That's going to really improve his position for the fall.
In the fall. Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, so super interesting move where Bulgaria goes to Romania, Khan to Ball, and Black to Ank. So looks a little arranged, but we'll see what comes out of that. There's a bounce in Belgium. English Channel takes Brest, so I wonder if Renee is in the out here. And Yorkshire convoys into Norway. And a bounce in Sweden. So I would think it's a very strong FG alliance right off the bat.
You mean EG?
Oh, sorry, EG. England, Germany.
I would fully agree then. Yep.
Yeah.
For the builds, both of them get 2. And yeah, those builds pretty much look in line with that. Fleet army for Germany, 2 fleets for England. Apart from that, pretty standard builds. The only thing that sticks out is Russia with only 1 build building a fleet. Again, as we saw before, in this case, it's North Coast, but still very committal if you only have 1 to stick down that fleet and not an army at all. But at least the position in like Galicia, Ukraine is maybe keeping people out a little bit of the homeland.
Yeah, I think unfortunately that North Coast build is probably the worst thing that Yoni could have put down in the situation, because when you have an EG against you, building North Coast, first of all, it can't do anything in this situation because it can't coordinate with Bothnia. It could coordinate with Sweden if he got let in, but he didn't. So it's just 1 fleet on its own that can't really displace Norway or anything else. And it makes it more likely the EG will stick together if Germany doesn't like that, which they often don't. And it looks like the lack of a build in Munich also suggests Germany is trying to play the good guy with France, since he hasn't really done anything overtly aggressive except bounce him on Belgium, which could have been arranged. So Germany is doing that thing that I often see in Gunboat, particularly, where they just sort of line up on Sweden, try to maybe get Belgium and see what happens, which is good for England in the short term, but whether it stays like that for them in the long term is, it's more up in the air. England walks out of Brest knowing they can't hold it, which makes sense. Austria gets into Galicia because Russia didn't hold it. They cut Budapest, but that helps Turkey get Serbia. And Italy tapping Trieste also helps them do that. So it looks like we got a full-on dogpile on Austria now. Italy perhaps thinking that it's okay to pile on because the RT won't be very efficient if Russia's getting absolutely pounded by EG, and Turkey's well positioned to stab them. So I think that's a good measuring of the situation there from Bella, really taking their chance when it makes sense.
Fall turn. Ooh.
Yeah, so in the fall, the EG continues on, pushing into Sweden and into the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. So that's great. And then in the east, Ankara walks into Khan, where Bulgaria takes Greece. So it does appear that, very interestingly, West is willing to give away his home centers to Yoni while she walks into his dots. So still kind of working there. And it looks like Bella is also, I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly, but Italy is also sort of in this trio for now.
Yeah, I think I'd be much more encouraged by my position now if I'm David. Like, getting the support into Sweden to avoid that disband is, I think, the first major indication that Germany is with you and not just against Russia. So very, very good diplomacy to make sure that happens from him.
So we see a build for France, which is, I think, no, they didn't have Brest after 1, so it's not a rebuild. They put down a fleet down there, fleet for Germany. This is something that might not be very much in line with EG. Army for West Ketchum in Turkey, and an army for Yoni in Moscow. So that should be interesting to see what becomes of this little EG that was going so well. In spring of 03, Patrick.
Yes, I'd like to have a crow for dinner, please, now that I've seen that German build. Yeah, all right. In the West, we see England's actually fine with this German fleet build. It was actually arranged the whole time. It doesn't matter. Supporting Russia into Sweden also doesn't matter. I'm going to keep fighting France, okay? I really want those Iberian centers. The weather down there is incredible. I'm sick of British weather. I just want to get those centers. Meanwhile, Germany sends their armies, still not against France, but not in position to convoy into England either once they take North Sea. They're going towards Austria, into Bohemia, Tyrolia, which is very interesting. I really like seeing Germany being played as a half Eastern power. I think it creates the most dynamic games you can have with it. But Yeah, I mean, that just kind of makes sense because England's not going to do anything about it from that in that area. France is still at arm's length because of the English aggression. So it's a weird situation. I wouldn't expect England to keep going against France, but Germany clearly expected it and is taking advantage. So good on them. In the east, we see the Russian fleet getting blown up by Turkey. I thought this whole thing with Ankh and Khan was sort of a ploy to get the Russian fleet out into the Med eventually, but I guess not. Turkey just wants their home centers back, and fair enough. I like having home centers too when I'm any power. And the pile on Austria continues, losing Budapest, losing Trieste. There's really not much you can do. It looks like Vienna's probably been promised to Germany with these moves. So, yeah, really tough to be Edwin in this situation.
For sure. Full turn.
Yeah, I did think it was a bit. Okay, important things to note. Galicia is supporting Ukraine into Romania. So while Budapest is supporting Vienna hold. So not so great if you're Turkey here. Otherwise, England does decide to finally walk back to defend against Germany. I think it was a bit strange for Germany to attack England and attack France at the same time. I think they should have stuck to fighting one. So it was a bit of a strange move. And now it is more of an awkward position because they had, or maybe perhaps it was arranged, the bounce in the North Sea, still very strange why you would lose your momentum like that. Germany does pick up Sweden, which gets into Norway. So a bit of a switch up there. And other than that, West is in the Ionian when Italy does not cover Tunis. Kind of rough.
Yeah, I think the change of dynamics in the Balkans here. I mentioned that, maybe Vienna's been promised to Germany as part of this dogpile, but now Turkey supports Vienna to keep Germany out, but pays for it with Austria punishing them by other means. So it's clearly a difficult diplomatic situation to read in the East, and West sort of coming out on the short end partially, but they're still building because of Khan, so not the worst thing.
Putting down a fleet, which is definitely not the most anti-Russian thing they could do. So it seems like they're still heading west. An army in Munich and 2 armies for Russia in the middle of the board. Germany and Russia sharing the lead right now, and we move into spring of '04.
Yeah, it's also fully possible that Romania was just arranged in exchange for Khan, and Austria was just thinking that he was doing something he wasn't diplomatically in that relationship by offering the support there. So, yeah, maybe it's more than we really gave it credit for. In the West, the GR cooperation continues. Scandinavia has been locked down, so now the next step is North Sea, and Germany's in there with Russian support. So it looks like, hey, Germany doesn't need to be out with England or France if they've got a strong Russia on their side, right? Yes. So not too bad, although Warsaw to Prussia doesn't really line up with the whole GR thing. So I really, really wonder how that's going to unfold in the fall, and why Russia would support Germany to North Sea and help them in that way if they were planning to attack Germany after that, because they don't want to give them a head start on English centers. Elsewhere, France continues to get their counterattack on England now, I guess, because Tunis is English, convoying down to North Africa to make John Jameson happy. But I think wanting to stay in Mao makes sense right now, given that there's still those English fleets there. So it actually makes sense in this case. The convoy to North Africa was good. Very well done, Dave. Very well done, Renee, for finding a situation where that's true. Oh yeah, no movement on Ankara. So clearly, yeah, RT even more copacetic than we thought.
In fall, okay, seems to be a deal between England and France.
Yeah, so it was interesting actually that I thought Renee decided to head west instead of, head east instead of figuring out what's going on in the west. But I assume here what the fleet will do in Mao, I'm not sure. Whether it's going to help England against Germany, but then they don't seem to be fighting Germany really. So a bit up in the air as to how that's going to play out. Otherwise, seems to be Germany walks back into Berlin, but also gets pushed out at the same time. So I think Germany's got a few problems likely with Russia coming forward. Other than that, West is helping Vienna into Trieste, while Germany gets into Vienna. And quite a bit of movements of Fleet Bulgaria gets into Apulia, or does it not? No.
It does.
Yeah. It does it? Yeah, okay, so it's Tyrrhenian Sea that retreats into Rome. So what we have here is an RT that's solid, and every other alliance is sort of maybe potentially not really working together.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Bella felt the most important thing to do here with Venice was to bounce Piedmont, given that Trieste was potentially under threat, given that Rome was exposed to Tyrrhenian Sea. Like, I get if you're not expecting Tyrrhenian Sea to be dislodged here, because you don't expect England and France to start working together. But what if Turkey just wanted to walk into Rome instead? Then self-bouncing would be better. And, supporting Tyrrhenian Sea, even if you don't think it's going to matter, it's better than holding.
There's no way to cover Rome and Naples.
Yeah.
It's been a tough situation. Italy down to 2. We see 8-7-7-6 in the lead. Who would you want to be in this position, Patrick?
Probably Russia. Yeah. I think Germany's position is great, but Vienna is a very tenuous dot. He can't really get any English home centers now if Russia's going to come after him. Turkey's clearly very friendly and maybe doesn't even care about Ankara still. I just think Russia has more friends and more units in useful places to continue growing than Germany does right now because of the alliance that he thought he had with Russia that's now seemingly broken down.
I like Turkey. I like having Ankara and Romania in my back pocket whenever I can take it. So I think that's a good position to be in. I think Russia can also be really workable. You have to be a bit more diplomatic, I think. But as long as you don't get locked up with Germany, you have room for growth, really, truly, especially if England's working with you.
Let's see how it goes. Both Eastern powers seen as the favorites right now. We see an army built in Caen and in Munich, as well as in Paris. And Italy tries to keep at least some units that can work together in Venice and Adriatic in spring of 05. Patrick.
All right, so we see still some confusion about what's really happening on the stalemate line. Russia gets kicked out of Silesia, but they were cutting Bohemia, so they're getting Turkish support in Vienna. That all makes sense then. Yeah. Prussia and Livonia not doing anything is a little surprising, though. Prussia wasn't at any risk of getting dislodged, so tapping Berlin might have been useful to protect against this exact potential dislodgement. But still, he's getting a center. It's fine. Losing Norway in the north, but getting into Norwegian Sea. And Yorkshire also walks into Eddie free because of the disband. So it looks like France and Germany, the lead that I'm burying here is that France and Germany are working together to some extent. Picardy and Burgundy won't be something that Germany loves to see, but that's probably the price of getting both Norway and Eddie in this situation. So it seems like the West finally has a bit more order than they had before. While the cooperation last turn was nice to see, EF can't really be a real alliance from here because England's position is just not tidy enough to be useful on all the fronts that France needs. So it makes sense for Rene to repair this relationship instead and respond to the RT threat that way. In the Med, England gets support into Rome from Italy, which makes sense. Italy likely did not want Turkey to be there. So, Turkey does get into Naples, though, which was not stoppable. So will they be able to kick them out in the fall? I don't think they will. West isn't disbanding here at the very least. And they're probably getting Trieste, too.
Indeed. There is Trieste. What else?
Yeah, so what's notable to me is that Rene takes Belgium with support. So the support indicates to me that it wasn't necessarily arranged, though it could have been.
Wouldn't Burgundy go to Ruhr here if it wasn't arranged? Because you only need 2.
Yeah, unless they think London might cut English Channel. I don't know. So either way, Belgium's taken, but Jeremy gets Eddie and Norway, so I think probably quite balanced. It's probably fine. Meanwhile, there's a Turkish fleet in the Gulf of Lyon, which is really fun. and I don't know if it's what I would have wanted necessarily, but unstoppable.
Yeah.
So probably Germany agreed to give a build to France so that they can put something down to stop West's advance. Other than that, it seems like it's end days for Italy, and Germany
still have Venice.
losing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They still have Venice. Sorry.
Yeah, near end days. Sorry, like they're down to 1 dot. And other than that, Austria does get into Vienna there, so survives another day.
Yeah. Sorry for interrupting too much, Tanya, but there is this is sort of the downside of putting armies in the Med instead of fleets, because I did mention the convoy in North Africa before. I felt it was a smart move at the time, but now that fleet in Tunis isn't a fleet, it's an army. It's going to be a lot harder to do with this raider in Lyon, because you can't pull back to Western Med from there and use that unit to help with the containment effort. So it's going to be really, really annoying for France to deal with that. And I think, given that and the fact that they were 2 centers behind Germany last year, with Germany building 2 from Russian dots, I would have asked for support into London on top of Belgium as France here, because I think those builds are absolutely necessary right now to shore up his own position and make this a remotely even alliance. But maybe Germany feels confident enough in their own position that they don't need to run an even alliance. They just have that leverage.
At least France is getting a build, which is a fleet in Marseille. An army for Wes and Con. Interesting. Maybe another fleet would have been a possibility if this RT was going to continue. Let's see if he has some devious plans against Yoni and actually says, no, Ankara is a Turkish home center after all, I want it.
The problem with putting down a fleet as Turkey at this point is that it doesn't get anywhere useful in the next 2 game years.
Very fair, yeah.
I agree.
Yeah,
but I gotta say, Turkey taking their own home centers back? What an evil thought, Robert. Why would they do that?
No, that's just not nice. You don't do that. It's
clearly not an alliance player. Anyway, Turkey gets into Rome, this time with Italian support. So Italy helped England into Rome last year. Now they're helping Turkey there now, which I guess is a survival play, right? Because you're giving Turkey something to do that isn't taking your last remaining center. So I guess it makes some sense for Bella to do, but it's so callous. Goodness me. We see a convoy to Holland that doesn't happen because North Sea holds, which I think is probably a miswritten order from Jeremy. I don't see any reason why the army wants to stay in Eddie, given that Liverpool isn't falling anytime soon. So that's a bit unfortunate. That's going to leave them slightly more open to France in the future, but Burgundy moves down to Marseille, which does help them with security in that area quite a lot. In other areas, Russia gets back into Vienna, once again with Turkish support. So they're still reliant. So Russia's still reliant on Turkey for growth, but Turkey's not putting themselves in a position to stab them. So I think Yoni's okay with that for now.
I mean, at least Romania is still there. Turkey in a very nice position with lots of people moving away from them. What's happening in fall?
So in the fall, it's pretty stagnant, I would say. Just some support holds. England losing Rome. England had Rome. And other than that, the convoy does successfully work this time. And Yoni moved her fleets into Norwegian Sea and Barents. So there's a little bit of movement on that front.
Might be quite important to have that build possibly in St. Pete to have some possibilities to go against Germany, which is happening. There's the army St. Pete, there's the army in downside of St. Pete, of course, is that you are more open to a Turkish step in the last year. If West chooses to pull the trigger, let's see. And we say goodbye to Edwin, saying thanks for playing, was a tough game for quite a while. Unfortunately, didn't make it to the end. And this game actually draws after 1906. We see West negotiating himself into the top. Maybe he was saying to Yoni, well, if I could stab you, but we can just draw it here. Thoughts about the end state of this game?
I really like it. Yeah. I think West was I think West was going to top this board no matter what after the war with Germany swung against Russia. That really sucked my prediction. But Yeah, I think it makes sense. This is still a great score for Wes, and showing that he has the restraint to not stab here, I think is going to help a lot with avoiding that targeting that you might otherwise get as potentially the tournament leader heading into the final round. So yeah, I really like the restraint here from him. He doesn't need those extra dots.
How many points would an extra dot get him, Robert?
One more. If it's just like he's in the lead already, it's just 61. If it's 10 instead of 9 centers.
Doesn't matter, but it's good for your image. So
it's a small enough tournament where Wes will maybe be playing with Yoni in the last round. No reason to take a dot or two just to get up a few points.
That's a good point as well.
Yeah, totally agreed. So Wes in a quite nice position, having that shared top in the first round. Now a lone top. Quite good setup. Let's see if anybody else will get 2 board tops of some sort in the first 2 rounds. For now, we are going to give Patrick a little bit of a break. See you soon again. And we will bring back Michalis to the stage when we will head over to the next board, which is actually round 1, board B, which has Simon, who we've seen as one of the fairly successful players in round 1 in Austria. Thijs Veenstra being back in England, Mies Becker in France, Spiros Dovas in Germany. We have Francesco Conte in Italy, Liam Horn in Russia, and Niko Badurcic in Turkey. So quite a pile of Germans in the East, with 3 Germans and 1 Italian who's living in Germany. So I'm all up for that. Let's see what they are doing in that part of the map. We will go to it, and Tanya, you are now on spring duty again. You see the moves already, so go ahead.
I'll go for it. Okay. Of note here is a bounce in Burgundy, likely arranged, and other than that, Liam does not go north. We've been seeing a lot of going north, but Moscow to Sev doesn't go through, obviously, but Nico is moving Smyrna to Armenia. So quite aggressive anti-Russia, possibly. And yeah, that's all of note.
Sorry, Michalis.
All right, so we go into fall here, and what we see is a free build Austria. Awesome. That's the key takeaway. You don't see that very often. Russia does not get Romania because Austria is supported into Rum by themselves and by Turkey. Cool. This is, as I said before, the benefit of that Vienna to Budapest opening is you can do stuff like this. It can turn into a great game for Austria. So great start for Simon. Cool follow-up, I think, also from Nico. A lot of the time when you do the Sundstrom and you try and take Rum yourself, if you end up in Rum and don't have ball, it's really bad for Turkey. Doing it this way, you've solved that problem. So I like that for both of them. Francesco, I think, wasn't entirely sure what was happening. Tried to support a bounce in Trieste or something. So he'll be playing a little bit cautiously, and the West is, as you would expect, no bounces anywhere.
Convoy into Belgium, and France lets that be. So
yeah, definitely you want to watch. It's interesting. Liam and Simon were the Italy and France in the first round, where they really were going for each other in the first year and then disentangled. So maybe there's some potential for this happening again. We shall see. For now, Simon is putting down 3 armies. There's an army built in Warsaw and a fleet built in Smyrna. And well, in the West, the only one who kind of makes committal builds is Thijs, which is screaming, France, I want to work with you. Thank you for letting me into Belgium. So maybe it was a deal. Whereas, I mean, Mies and Spiros could both go into different directions. Let's see what's happening.
Yeah, so the Belgium goes to Norway. It is a Western triple. It is, at least for this round, a Western triple. Coordination between Germany, France, and England here to the potential downfall of the East, which sort of maybe, I mean, a move to Tyrolia seems like Simon is attempting to attack Francesco here. Meanwhile, good AT. I love an AT, so it's nice to see it. Armenia gets into Sevastopol. The A team might have bigger issues with a Western triple now, and should probably think about working with Russia a little bit. So we'll see what happens. You don't really want England walking into St. Petersburg in 1902.
Yeah, I mean, the usual trick with a Western triple is the way the East has to react is to kill Turkey quickly, but Turkey's out of the box, and doing that is not really an option anymore. So you have to come up with a way to give Turkey a reason to fight against the West rather than side with the West. And so I think actually you probably do have to just try and kill Russia and give Turkey something to do at this point. So propping Russia up makes sense when they're defending against the Western triple, but England's already in St. Petersburg. What's left to defend, right?
Well, I mean, that would be great if you could get to the dots before England can get to the dots. So
that's a fleet in St. Petersburg, so also Moscow should still go AT, right?
Is there an argument for AIT here? Sending Italy west,
Yeah.
sort of still making it a three-way, what not with Russia, but with Austria, Italy, and Turkey?
For sure, that's what I was suggesting, yeah.
Yeah. So let's see if Francesco can be convinced to go east, or whether he's taken it personal that Austria is piling up around Venice.
So Francesco supports Germany to Tyrolia, so for now is against this AT, maybe is waiting to see some goodwill. Attempts to support Turkey into Greece, which isn't taken. Austria doesn't care about Tyrolia, they just kick Germany out of Bohemia, which is sensible, get some pressure off of them, and Prussia loses Sweden whilst England gets the army to Finland, which I don't really love. I think if you're trying to do this Western triple race against the East, you want to just try and get that straight into St. Petersburg. That should have been the priority. I guess they were worried Moscow would go to St. Pete and block it, but yeah. France is into the Med, and so whether Francesco was wanting to be part of an AIT or not, I think his decision has now been made for him. He's going to have to, or he's just going to die.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too cautious already, right? And losing Tunis is kind of inevitable from this position. But yeah, tough position when you're getting attacked from AT from one side and by France from the other.
Yeah.
Builds, we don't see a lot of them. One in England and Germany. Both build an army. It's always fun to see an England that has more armies than fleets. And Russia already down to 2 centers, whereas Germany puts down another army in Munich, which makes quite a bit of sense, is in line with the Western triple continuing at least for a little longer. Is that the case, Tanya?
Probably the case. Holland does take Belgium, but this could very well be arranged for Germany to do that. No outward support. Okay, Sweden does what? Is that a support line?
It's supporting Denmark. It's
Petersburg?
like Denmark, Sweden, Denmark support each other.
Oh, Finland supports Norway to St. Petersburg. That's that one.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So Germany hasn't done anything, but is still, moving into Bohemia. So you can imagine that the Western triple is still on. And I don't see any incentive for any of them to break it at this point. Meanwhile, Francesco said, forget it. I'm going to hold an Ionian and Naples, and whatever happens, happens. You guys come to me, I suppose. And they are doing that. So a bit of repositioning to try and maybe take Moscow or support hold Moscow or something or the other.
Can we see what Venice did there? I can't see what those arrows are. Supported Tyrolia to Venice. Oh, okay. So there's a misorder. That explains why the arrow looks so weird. It was probably meant to support Tyrolia to Trieste, and he wrote it to Venice. Okay. So yeah, Francesco's on the side of the west.
Also tried to put Turkey into Greece, but it wasn't taken.
Yep.
So,
yeah, relations have really broken down between Francesco and Zimon in this game.
Yeah, he's not happy with him. So in fall, is that arranged? France going into Ionian, or was Francesco actually trying to defend in this turn? What do you think, Michalis?
I suspect that was let's bounce each other or something. That was probably the goal there, and then Mies just walked into Ionian instead. I don't think there's a world where Italy really wants France there, but maybe so. Maybe you want to push France ahead of you so France can't take more stuff from you. Could be clever play on Francesco's part. The big news, of course, is that Turkey has stabbed here. Takes Greece and Romania. So Simon has been pretty brutally stabbed by 2 fleets, which is not great for following up on that stab. But this seems premature from Nico. I don't think this is going to work out too well. Those are not the right units for following up and taking more Turkish dots afterwards. Meanwhile, in the west, England takes Sweden to blow up a German fleet, which Germany has clearly agreed to. It's why Belgium fell in the first place. Spiros is playing with fire here. This is Germany gets stabbed in Western triples a lot of the time as it is, and this is just making it so much easier for Tees to do that. I'd be worried.
Agreed.
I can definitely understand your worry. Yeah, maybe it would have been a good idea for Nico to support Ukraine down to Romania just to have the better forward position, but maybe a little bit too greedy right here, thinking that he would get into Warsaw as Austria promised that support.
I do think Francesco let let France into Ionian. I think that was a move that they arranged together. Otherwise, you likely use Naples to bounce.
But even if Nico had got into Warsaw there, it's not really a holdable centre afterwards. Maybe you can try and get it into Moscow if England isn't going for it, but those English armies suggest that won't happen either way. I think that just putting the army into Romania makes this stab 100% more effective.
Yeah, I agree. Army build for Germany, fleet build for Marseille, and yeah, Austria is pulling Trieste, at least keeping the fleet on. Maybe they're thinking about doing something against Greece together with France if the opportunity arises, but difficult position for Simon, surrounded by enemy units, and those are a lot of German armies.
There are no Turkish builds. Why are there no Turkish builds?
I don't know. Maybe he tried to build in Bulgaria and Sevastopol. I have no idea whatsoever. I don't think it was intentional, but who knows?
Well, let's see if they magically appear. Okay, it was a sandboxing error. That's my usual thought when there's something like that. So they magically appear afterwards. Okay, that's better.
Although I did have a player at WDC try to build in, I think it was Serbia or something. So it's not impossible.
It has happened before for sure, but
I've heard of that happening on a WDC top board, so it can happen to anyone.
It's a bad stream if we don't mention that story at least once. So nice that we ticked that box. Now let's get back to this game. Nico actually built 2 units. What does he do with it?
Oh yeah, I'm on the spring. He continues, question mark? Yeah. So gets popped in Greece, but gets into Ionian? Yes. With support from Francesco, who I guess decided that he didn't want France into the Ionian after all. So a little bit of hot potato with that one, but Nico does get into the Ionian, which is great. And Piedmont actually walks back because what's happening is everyone is moving against France. All the arrows appear to be moving against France. So England has pulled back fleets into the English Channel, into the North Atlantic. And Germany is also making a play against France. So not a good turn to be France.
Yeah, so I've said it before on stream that 60% of Western triples end with Germany being stabbed and about 30% end with France being stabbed. And we're in the second scenario here. Great negotiation by Spiros in particular to make sure that this is where the English units go. And that goodwill that he perhaps built up by getting rid of that fleet has been what allowed that to happen. So he knew better than me there. This is rough for Mies, but great turn for Spiros. And it gives him a lot more time to try and make something happen for himself with those armies in the east. Nico has finally got the armies in a position to do something about Austria, but if everyone in the east is going to let Austria fight him, he's still in a pretty tough position. All right, so Warsaw falls to Germany with Austrian support. So this is what Simon has done to make sure Germany doesn't walk into Vienna and Trieste. Cool, fair enough. Russia wasn't really doing anything for you anyway. Does unfortunately lose Greece as Nico takes it back, pulls it off the board to rebuild it, which is sensible. That fleet wasn't doing a lot for you either. The West is mostly Spiros pulling enough unit back so that you can try and force Burgundy, and England getting into mid-Atlantic Ocean as France prioritizes defending Tunis over covering Mal, which is possibly not what I'd have done in this position. Yeah, this is looking very good for England.
There was no way to get England. If England wanted Mal, it was getting into Mal. There was no.
That's
way
true.
To stop it.
Yeah. I probably would have given up on Tunis either way, though. I think you just want those fleets back. It's a rough position. I don't know.
So after having seen a few witch hunts in this game, England and Turkey are both doing quite decently, with Germany being in an interesting position as well. Let's play again a little game of who do you like. Let's start with Tanya. Who do you want to be?
I've already been thinking of this question since I knew it was coming, and I'm
course.
not 100% convinced, but I think I pick England. I think England has growth opportunity, not many fleets attacking it. Pretty stable. Germany doesn't have anything it could do against it, and as long as Germany's on your side, I pick England. Yeah.
I'm going to wildcard pick this, and I'm going to pick Germany in this position rather than either of those witches. I think that the relationship they have with Austria is why I'm doing this. Like Austria putting them into Warsaw there. Austria is doing their work, holding Turkey back. And that relationship means that they're going to have a lot of freedom to do stuff with those armies in the center. So I can see like something like Venice, perhaps, or Moscow, centers like that could go Germany's way. England is in a fleet-on-fleet battle and is going to have to get Brest and then something else, and they don't have any units to convoy in, so it's not going to be easy to put pressure on Paris. I think Germany has more centers they can take than England at the moment.
Quite an interesting position. We have builds. Army rebuild for Austria. We expected that. Army Kiel in line with what Germany has been doing, and a fleet build on Nico's part. So maybe he's trying to mend the pieces with Simon and trying to get this AT back. I mean, that's not very helpful against Austria.
No AT back. Unfortunately, the band is not back together. So Galicia supports Moscow into Ukraine for some reason, which doesn't go, but retreats into it anyway. And so England does get into Moscow, is supporting Germany into Picardy instead of taking Brest immediately. So yeah, movement, EG is great. Everything else is a bit of a mess. Italy gets Ionian back. Ooh. So I think we've had a different country have a fleet in the Ionian almost every turn.
They didn't even want it, but Turkey forced them to take it.
Yeah, they got it back from hostile supports from a country that's lining up to then take it themselves. Okay, cool, why not? But this is good term for Germany as well. Like now they're in Picardy, they're going to get Burgundy. This is the way for them to get Paris. Yeah, I still really like this for Spiros. So follow up, yep, they get Burgundy. England somehow doesn't get Brest out of this. This has not been a great year, I think, for Tees, who really should have had Brest out of this year. And I don't think we'll be too happy to have somehow come out of it not having it. Meanwhile, Spiros also does Bohemia to Tyrolia, which is something I actually expected in spring. I think that given the hostility we've seen between Francesco and Simon in this game, an attack on Venice makes a lot of sense from between the two of them. Meanwhile, Nico loses Romania to that Russian unit, so that's why Simon wanted Russia to come to Ukraine. England is tapping Sevastopol to make it happen, so this sort of looks like a big EGA alliance that is there to contain Turkey, and Russia is there on board just because it helps them survive for the moment.
Even walking down to Piedmont for Germany is not the worst move here, trying to go from Marseille. It's hard to take just from the north. But let's see. It's a nice unit that can do different things in Tyrolia, I guess.
Exactly. They're the only unit, the only power that really has a flexible unit that isn't committed somewhere. So that unit is why I picked them, and it gives them a lot of options that other countries don't really have right now.
7-7 between EG. Turkey has to... No, they don't have to disband as the unit has been piffed. Army comes on the board for Italy. Brest goes away. I guess Brest is kind of a foregone conclusion anyway. And another fleet for the West for England. Quite a few Western fleets right there in that part of the board. Good alliance move, I guess, to show Germany, hey, I will not come for you.
Yeah, and they don't go for Germany, but don't also go for Brest. So just some more repositioning for England here. Meanwhile, Germany does get into Paris. Brest will fall in the fall. Otherwise, I do find it interesting that Sweden is tapping Denmark. I guess it's that fear that Denmark can go into the North Sea and likely will. It's 06 already, so there is a bit of uncertainty and just smart play to tap Denmark there. Other than that, Nico is attempting to move things and it's not really working. Francesco, interestingly, moves to Piedmont, maybe to get a piece of Marseille, tap something, who knows. Would be fun if he got a build at this stage.
Yeah, I really liked Spiros' army in Tyrolia and the different things it could do. The one thing I didn't really want to see it do is just pull it back to Munich. Like you had a unit there that gave you all these options, and you've taken those options away. I get Munich to Silesia in case England starts looking at Warsaw with the second army in St. Pete. But yeah, I don't love pulling back from Tyrolia. I think that you just, at worst, you just hold it and just stick there and see if something then opens up your way next year.
Now, in the fall time, we finally see Brest, huh?
So England, probably a year later than they should have done, finally gets Brest at the expense of Mid-Atlantic, which is not ideal. What they have done is realize that because they're having to pull out of Mid-Atlantic, this is the last dot they're getting out of France, and they've realized that without waiting to the final year to discover that, and so they've pulled the other fleet back to Norwegian Sea, which gives them a chance at going and taking some stuff from Germany in the final year. Spiros has also, to his credit, spotted that and has pulled Picardy back to Belgium, because again, Paris isn't under threat, so you don't need that other army there. The East, meanwhile, England actually goes for Ukraine and pushes that army down, while Germany gets into Galicia and Bohemia. Doesn't really care that Italy's in Tyrolia because they've got to build. Those fleet movements should scare Spiros slightly, but I still think he's got the upper hand in this position. And the fact that Turkey's convoyed to Armenia means that it's really difficult for England to force Sevastopol now. So again, that's another bow in Spiros' cap.
Good defensive play on Nico's part here. Seems to make a lot of sense. Stays at 6, okay, but at least he can hold it. Germany gets a build, England gets a build, France is going down, and Mao comes off of the board, so not that bad that England lost it. And Fleet London is speaking a fairly clear language that they are not thinking to just play nicey nice with Germany in the last year, whereas Germany is just building an army in Munich. So maybe different ideas of how this alliance would play out in the last year of the game. Not at all is the answer, actually. Wow. Okay, so we see another draw after 1906. Maybe they decided after seeing those builds that having a shared board top is fine for them. Thoughts?
I was hoping to see which of McCullis and I were going to be on top there, but we don't get to see it. And so it's shared, so we both win, McCullis. Or we both lose. I don't know.
Something like that. I probably wouldn't have taken that draw as Spiros. I think that there are centres there for the taking. I think that you can probably convince Francesco to go for Trieste or something, given the relationship between him and Simon in this game. Maybe you have to worry about Warsaw because the two English armies aren't getting Sevastopol, but you can also just put Turkey into Moscow, something like that. There's probably actually an argument for Nico to just veto this draw. You're not going to lose anything, so see if EG break and you can mop something up in the final turn as a result.
Yeah, that's a fair point. So 47 points for EG. Nico gets at least the third place bonus, but that's still quite a bit behind that, 26 points. Yeah, another interesting game. Another shared top, and not many players are really playing for this. Let's get the lone top. That's a big bonus of the system yet. Might be because the tournament is a bit more friendly in style, or because it's still not the last round, and people want to keep good relations. With that, we will bring Patrick back to the stream. Tanya, as you have to leave early, shall we keep you on for this one?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Then we will swap this around. Then we'll give Michalis a break because Michalis and Patrick will have to sort of do the final stretch of the stream, and we will keep Tanya for this one together with Patrick. We can just swap you around so that you now get the fall. And we move on to the last board of round 2, which is board C. David Wigglesworth in Austria. And we have Jan Badurczyk in England, Max Sharp in France, Bernard Andrioli in Germany, Gerrit Peltier in Italy, Mike Blom in Russia, and then René, who we saw already playing his second simultaneous board in Turkey. Interesting board once again. We see, I'm especially watching the East here. It's quite a mix of Micah, who is, she can build strong alliances, but also knows how to stick in the knife. We have David, who we talked about quite a bit already, and René, who's a spectacular player, but also maybe distracted as he's playing a different board. Quite a setup. I'm very curious to see what will happen here.
I'm always excited to see Micah play Russia because it's a very diplomatic country where she can really flex her ability to keep people off her through being friendly and having something to offer.
Mm-hmm. Okay. She does it by holding Warsaw.
Yep. DMZ in Galicia, fully unsurprised to see that, especially since we've seen quite a lot of them in the tournament in general. Perhaps her influence rubbing off a bit, but there is a Sunstrom from René, so not everybody is loving Micah right out of the gates. David does honor the DMZ and loses Trieste to Garrett, but I'm going to assume that's arranged until further notice, since we actually haven't seen any aggressive Trieste lone AIs yet, but they're still around, they're still very good, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw one here, especially if they got wind that RT aren't the most copacetic. And then fairly standard in the West, France does go to Burgundy, but unsupported. Marseille just holds, which seems a little indecisive, but you're France. There are no bad openings. So,
Tanya,
Yes.
fall.
So in the fall, I had predicted it was going to be AR when I saw the list. So we'll see whether that plays out the way it will. But I don't mind giving Trieste up, but I don't want Apulia in Venice after that. So we'll see what happens there. However, Italy does move to the Aegean, so don't take Tunis. Could be fine. We'll see what happens. Meanwhile, support into Romania, so René might be the odd one out in this situation, which I guess if you're playing 2 boards, you can't really commit to either of them really well, can you? So quite unfortunate. Otherwise, we have an English army in Belgium. Great. All good.
I'm getting some Siobhan Nolan vibes from that. Great. But yeah, I want to note the move from Sev to Arm from Micah. That looks like a bit of a blunder. Oh, you've given up Black Sea, but really this is a guess because, especially, I know she plays a lot of gunboat as I do, and in that instance with Russia and Turkey, Ankh to Khan is something that happens so that they get into Sev if they try to bounce Black Sea again. So maybe she's been traumatized like that, like I have, and is covering against the potential of that move here.
Yeah.
And of course, Garrett, David, and Micah are just very charitable. They want to relieve René of the burden of playing 2 boards at once as quickly as possible. It's just,
of course, that's the reason for doing it.
Yeah, the sole reason.
They're merciful.
There's a fleet for Italy, 2 armies for Micah. So I guess she's thinking, I don't need to play in the north. I will just focus on René for now. And very non-committal builds in the West. I think everything could still come off this Western situation.
I'm going to be on ER watch here based on the lack of build in St. Pete and Fleet London Army Liverpool being sort of anti-French, but not committing to that. So,
yeah.
Spring 02, we'll start with the East because it's simpler. It is very much an AIR. Everyone makes sure that Austria gets into Bulgaria. Bulgaria, nice and copacetic there. A little tiny mistake from Micah in that Moscow does not beleaguer Sevastopol as Sevastopol moves to Armenia. So Turkey could have gotten into Sev there, but maybe she trusted that Khan was being covered, which it does. That does make sense.
Also, Warsaw moves to Livonia, so she could always take it back.
True. I don't. That'll be interesting to see. That's a. I guess that's just to get it away from Galicia, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see next turn. In the West, England forces themselves into Channel. They don't help Germany into Burgundy, but they do just walk into Picardy themselves. So that is still progress from an EG perspective, if that is what's going on. Germany doesn't go to Baltic Sea though, so maybe this is just one of those EGs that doesn't really do much to Russia, like they just leave them alone. But those are more common when there's an anti-Russian alliance in the east, like AT, and that's very much not what we're seeing here. So I'm going to be watching to see if that changes in the future, because when EG doesn't punish Russia, often Russia will punish them later. So we'll see if that's the case.
Yeah, I thought interesting little swap here with North getting into Holland and Holland getting into Belgium. So I don't know whether that was planned or if, there was a bit of betrayal there. But Munich cutting Burgundy, just a bit messy. What does Denmark do? What is this random arrow?
Sweden to
Paris?
Paris, as you do.
Okay, great. Yep, why not? Meanwhile, there's a bounce in St. Petersburg. I'm assuming it's arranged because Sweden doesn't move. And other than that, continuation maybe of the three-way destruction of Rennes.
Yeah, it seems pretty much like a straightforward AIR and EG so far, but EG a bit sort of not moving quickly with not attacking Russia and not having made too much progress against France yet. So let's see if they will sort of miss the boat and the East can outpace them a little bit. The East is building with an army and a fleet over there. In the West, everything stays the same. They just swapped Belgium and Holland.
Yeah. Both Italian armies. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I just thought it was weird that it was an army built in Liverpool and the army moved to Yorkshire. And I didn't really understand any of it, but we'll see what England is thinking.
Yeah, the whole West with the EG relationship looks a little dysfunctional right now. I will say I like the Italian armies just moving away from Trieste and just as far away from Austria as possible. Because of the complete lack of pressure on Russia, David needs to be the one to potentially turn on him when that time comes. Turn on her when that time comes. So good on Garrett for enabling that pivot if that's what happens.
Fair point, definitely.
All right, Spring 03. Well, it's all still normal air stuff for now. Micah gets into Armenia, which is going to be very important. And it looks like that means Renee is guaranteed to be dead this year, based on the supported move to Eastern Med as well. This defense from Turkey is a little bit passive. They could have prevented any of these one moves to Aegean Sea or to Armenia, depending on what they did with Khan. But, I mean, there's not much you can do in this situation either way. So I get the desire to not put an extended deadline amount of thought into tactics. Meanwhile, in the West, Holland just walks straight back out. This isn't a stab. This was completely arranged. It's a normal thing to have an English fleet in Holland and an EG. You're silly if you say otherwise. But France gets back into Channel, which is why, North probably should have stayed in North, given that now there's nothing to support that. But it retreats to Picardy, so it's still in place somewhat, and Yorkshire is there to at least cover London. And England gets supported into Burgundy by the Germans, while the German fleets still do nothing. So Sweden is not on the docket right now.
I just want to say something that I think that when you do moves like this, they can be fun, like, switching Holland for Belgium. But I think in the long term, England will suffer from this because it's much easier for Germany to take Holland whenever they want, as opposed to, another center. So if they were going to negotiate something that would lead them to a stronger position, it wasn't getting Holland and giving up Belgium. I don't think that's a great move.
Especially because Germany is not at all in a position right now to take anything off of France. All the position the EG has on France, which is not much, is English, like with Burgundy as well as Picardy. So at some point, you got to ask yourself, where's Germany actually going in this?
Yeah, and if it's not this year, it's in 06, right? What can you do about it?
And that's another reason why Sweden and St. Pete, it made sense for them to fall last year, since there's no balance of power reason to keep Russia this unfettered. And an extra fleet build in Liverpool would do absolute wonders for the EG position right now. So
yeah, you really notice that neither did England build two fleets in a one, nor did they take any builds off of Russia so they could put down another unit after having that army built?
Yeah. But again, great job, Micah, for avoiding that.
But now that actually changes. Maybe they had similar thoughts in this turn. Tell us about it, Tanya.
Yeah, so actually, well, they get into Sweden, so Micah's, I guess, saw the writing on the wall anyway and moved to Baltic and to Prussia. So that was clear. But other than that, the army in Burgundy actually gets piffed by Germany. That's just probably because there's just no space for it to retreat to. Kiel does take Holland, so I guess there was a swap. Give you Sweden, so I can take Holland. Better late than never. I mean, better early than, I guess, 3 years from now. Other than that, in the east, we have David taking Trieste back and Micah getting into Ankara. I think Renee was also playing the other game, and maybe at this point of the other game, it was going a bit better. So this one was sort of the throwaway for him. And yeah, other than that, Tunis is back into Apulia, and Tyrrhenian Sea goes into the West Med.
The spark notes of everything, all the dipsy doodling between EG is that now England gets that Fleet Liverpool that they should have had last year. So well done.
Yeah, maybe they even thought about that. It's not the worst thing in the world if Germany dislodges them so they can turn it into a fleet and have it replaced by a German army.
That would be my thinking as England, yeah.
Which is what they are doing, in fact. And Germany builds an army, which will still be hard-pressed to keep Berlin, but let's see how it goes.
Did we mention that Italy lost Trieste and has a disband now? Because
yeah, I think Tanya mentioned it. Ionian is interesting, but I mean, as long as Austria doesn't stab, that's probably fine.
Just it seems a lot easier to convert to AR when Russia's under pressure, so David doesn't have to worry as much about them getting too big. But anyway, the air is still going for now, since there is still more Turkish stuff to take, and they're taking it. So Austria is in Caen, Italy is in Smyrna after being denied it last year. Russia does get into Berlin, but they were forced to take it with the fleet to guarantee it, which is going to make it a lot harder to hold now that they've lost Baltic. So it looks like this little excursion of revenge from Micah on the EG is going to be short-lived, but that does at least buy some time for David's armies to get up to the line as well to reinforce. So it wasn't a complete waste of effort at all. Budapest to Galicia, though. Is that there to help? I guess you could make the argument that Silesia to Galicia from Germany needs to be covered against, but I'd still be very worried about that if I were Russia. There's even an argument perhaps to move Romania back to Ukraine so it can cover more centers now that there's only one unit next to Rome from Austria.
I don't love this move by Italy where they have a fleet in the west and they're trying to get into the mid-Atlantic Ocean, because I feel as if you're Italy right now, you want France to slow down any kind of EG that's going on. And what you're doing is forcing France to maybe backtrack and cover against you instead. Gascony goes to Spain. You know, you're creating sort of an environment where France might look to work with the West. And I don't think that's a good gameplay. You don't want that for your side of the board.
Let's very quickly look at this Italian position. What does Italy need to do to get a foot into like the door of this game? They are not in a bad position, but it seems a little unclear what they will do. Probably they get Smyrna, but what's next? What would you guys be aiming at?
Well, at this point, you put a fleet down in Naples and you move it west and try and get Marseille or Spain or something and hope that like EG will continue attacking France so you can get a bit of it.
Yeah, you need a second fleet in one of your theaters. Otherwise, you're fully dependent on someone else for any kind of growth. So just getting that fleet into Lyon, built from Smyrna, that's the key. Or they take Trieste.
Sure.
Faint west, you go east.
Yeah, so you can also walk back and attack Austria. That was the second option, and that's what they do. And it's not too bad because Austria is really out of range. Bohemia does make it to Munich. Austria is building though, so it's not going to be the greatest stab in the world. Actually, you probably can't really hold Trieste. So I think Italy suffered from a bit of like, what should I do situation, and then ended up doing the worst of all the possible things that they could do. So we'll see. I don't think it'll play out well for them because Smyrna they hold at David's sort of grace, and they're going to get kicked out of Trieste. So Not fantastic, but not great for Micah either. She loses Warsaw. It doesn't cover it for whatever reason. And
It
other
was a
than
misorder,
that,
she said in the chat.
oh no, poor Micah. Other than that, I believe a stab from England on Germany as well. So both quite a bit of stabby play here. And maybe a better one though. So they get into Denmark, back into the North Sea. Max finally went from like everyone's attacking me to everyone's left me alone. So it'll be fun to see what France does with that.
Yeah.
good,
Go ahead,
sorry.
Robert.
Good example that if you defend long enough as France, sometimes people will just give up, especially in a 1907 game. And he did quite well to defend and not make it too easy for EG or Italy to take anything. So that's apparently paying off now.
It's a shame that this misorder undermines Micah's work this turn, because like this is a diplomatic coup from them to get this stab from England. Like it's a good move from Jan, don't get me wrong, but like there's definitely a world where they just continue tapping St. Petersburg until they get it and stick with what they're doing while Germany's under pressure so they can't outrace them. But it makes sense for England for sure. He's not going to break through France now, so might as well stab. And good for Micah to realize that and use it to hold on to Berlin. But yeah, the Warsaw misorder is just crippling, because without that, she's building.
Yeah, so she stays even. We see a build for Austria, 2 builds for Italy, another army on Jan's part. So I guess one is designated to go onto the continent, being convoyed, and the other one is there to sit behind. And Germany has to pull, and actually pulls 2 armies. Very interesting in this position, not to pull one of the fleets. Let's see what he can do with it.
All right, Spring 05. Oh, McCullis mentioned in the chat, if you're not going to try to defend Munich, Munich should really have moved to Berlin with 3. Probably true. Munich was guaranteed, so that would be slightly more efficient. But yeah, either way, the German position is steadily deteriorating. Warsaw is lost now to a PIF. That was guaranteed. England now, yeah, they're just trying to disrupt German efforts to retake Berlin, but I'm surprised they didn't support themselves into Baltic Sea. That may have been a misorder from Jan. That would be my first instinct. But either way, they're looking good. They've got an army into Norway now, so maybe they view Russia as expendable, which I'd be tempted to as well. They got a guaranteed convoy to Belgium as well, and France moved out of Mao. So all of a sudden, no one's really attacking England or France. They've got all the agency coming into these last couple of years of the game. In the East, it looks like this Italian perfidy is being... no misorder was said by Jan, I assume, in the chat. So that was intentional. Makes sense. All right. And meanwhile, Italy's perfidy around Trieste has been punished with the loss of Smyrna, but it looks like they knew that was coming. Maybe this was all just negotiated as a way to get David back on side so that Italy could move west. But yeah, they can't really move west in much force yet if Austria's got 3 on Trieste and doesn't fully trust them. So makes sense to be a bit cagey, but I think Garrett's really losing his window to get much more growth out of France with this English turnaround.
Very strange set of moves from a lot of people, I think.
Yeah, a lot of flip-flopping on Italy's part. Sometimes if pitfall Italy can fall into easily. Oh, I'm going a bit west. No, I'm going a bit east. I'm going a bit west. I'm going a bit east. But let's focus on the fall of 05.
Yeah, the solid alliance here is the AR. They are actively working together, supporting each other into things, not weirdly dotting each other. So that was good. Other than that, Italy does continue to try and attack Austria, but half attacking Austria. So also moving west, but also moving into Aegean, which not too bad. I guess it'll give them a little bit of play, but I don't know if they'll actually be able to take anything. Maybe sneak into Bulgaria or something. So other than that, some movement. England tries to go into Belgium, tries to convoy into Belgium.
No, they tapped Brest when they could have guaranteed it with support.
Is Yorkshire not moving to Belgium?
It is, but it looks like a security tap.
Yeah. And then, yeah, English Channel moves to Brest, but I'm assuming that might be somewhat arranged of a balance. I'm not quite sure. Either way, no one's really making any movement other than Austria.
Yeah.
So
How I read this is that
it's a
England has realized that AR will benefit more than him from here, from the continued deterioration of Germany, and they're pivoting accordingly, which makes sense. But it doesn't really leave England with much of an option to grow themselves. So it'll be interesting to see how that dilemma is solved next year. Aegean supporting Smyrna is also interesting instead of just covering Greece. I feel like if Italy wants to screw you here, they'll just try to walk into that instead of getting Russian support. But
where's England pivoting to in your mind?
Nowhere. That's why it's just an unfortunate situation.
So, as we said, Austria and Russia are the only ones growing. Italy now is pulling that Western fleet again as they sort of have to defend in the east. Not quite clear what their game plan is. Going into 1906.
Okay, England convoys into Holland now, but with German support. So it looks like this is agreed just because the Austrian problem has gotten that bad. They're now in Ruhr. They just need that much help in order to deal with this. So I guess to Tanya's question of where does Jan pivot now? Well, he pivots into Bernard's centers, but makes sure Bernard's okay with it first, which I guess is a pretty solid compromise. Meanwhile, the bloody AI war continues. Austria takes Trieste back. Italy takes Greece, which was guaranteed thanks to the tap on Serbia, and they both retreat to Albania and piff each other, which is a really fun interaction that is always very, very nice to see. Micah also goes to Khan with the fleet, which is a very AR move. One of the most important things to figure out in an AR is how to get that Russian fleet through the Bosphorus as quickly as possible without compromising your centers if Austria needs Khan to be even. So I wouldn't be surprised either to see that walk through to Aegean or to just stay there and take Smyrna, because that is a good 2-dot stab. I think Micah has a lot of options in the East right now, really more than anyone else, now that AI are fully at each other's throats. And then France still does France things, which is to say nothing.
Fall turn, more AI dipsy doodle, huh?
Yes, it's weird to be France in this position because your game was so stagnant the entire time, and now you know you don't have enough time to really make any kind of play on anyone. So you kind of just want to defend what you have and want the game to end. So sympathies to Max for that. But yeah. All right, so on the AI, centers are changing. Sort of, because Trieste was always Italian and now remains Italian. But David has lost Greece, keeps Khan, keeps Smyrna, does lose Greece, has a piff in Ruhr, so we'll rebuild at least. And then other than that, there's support holds between England and Germany. And Max does move to Piedmont, and Burgundy, so maybe they'll sneak in somewhere.
So, I mean, it's a 7-7-7. Any chance we see a draw right here?
I think Micah probably isn't going to stab at this point, and she's the one who can really make a move if she wanted to, and she didn't do it for Khan and Smyrna, so I wouldn't be surprised if it drew.
Let's have a look. Builds at least come on. 2 for Italy, 1 for Austria, 1 for England. And there are moves for spring of a 7.
All right. Well, let's see. Russia does walk into Smyrna, but it looks like they're both somewhat on the same page. There's no other Russian armies really moving in that direction. Bohemia to Silesia is interesting, but maybe that was arranged in some other way. They can easily bounce in Warsaw to cover that. Austria gets Trieste back again, and it looks like the army in Bulgaria that got there with Russian support will ensure that they get Italy out of Greece as well. Whether it goes to Russia or Austria is another matter, but we'll see in the fall. A bunch of failed supports in the German area. England actually supports Germany out of Kiel, and Germany supports England into it. So it's possible that Bernard's just saying, hey, I'd rather you have my dots than these guys who came in from the south, which, sometimes it's in the last year you got to make that judgment because it's not worth keeping just 1 or 2 centers. So if that's what he's doing, then respect for it.
So we are right before the last turn. England is sitting in 1 dot. Austria is set to take another one. Let's see if Russia stays in Smyrna or not. Could go different ways depending on this turn who is on top in the end.
Do we want to do the analysis for this end turn? I guess England, well, takes Kiel. And no, Berlin is still Micah's. Micah also gets Smyrna. It's
So the effect of this, 888 instead of 887. Where did
it's so Austria, because they gave up Smyrna.
Yeah.
They don't get an additional one, and so maybe he was okay with it. Maybe they thought that they would get him into Greece. I guess it was just no.
It was guaranteed with a more optimal move set. Actually, it wasn't guaranteed without Italy getting into Serbia potentially. I think. Because Aegean has to cut Ionian in the situation. Yeah, it was difficult. It was never guaranteed.
Okay. So congratulations. Micah played a good game, and congratulations to Jan as well. Seemed like AR was really in the lead for quite a while, but he managed to sneak into the board top as well. So 47 points for England and for Russia. This concludes round 2. We will bring Michalis back, and this time around I will show you scores that are a little more ugly, but hopefully at least correct, because I'm not quite sure if I can trust the system. Let's do it in another way, and I can bring it up. Where is it? Why don't I see this here? This is stupid. Let's just do it maybe this way. Yeah, that should work. Okay, and then we bring it up. Those are the scores after round 2 with West Ketchum on top. I will leave you guys to quickly talk about it while I hop off for a minute, and then we will get into round 3. So maybe analyze what would be going on with the leaders in the last round and what you would do if you were Micah or Wes or David. See you in a second.
I mean, Wes is in a pretty similar situation to where I was in last year in this tournament, with a pretty big lead and only one person particularly in range behind in Micah. This time last year, it was me and Yoni who were some way ahead of everyone else. It's quite nice in that position because all you've got to do is watch what that other person is doing in the final round. These games are all just upstairs in one cafe. I believe they're using the same venue, so it's quite easy to keep an eye on other games and just go to find a partner. What I did last year was I was Italy and Zimon was in Turkey, and Zimon was like, I would like a best country, and I'm like, great, I'll make that happen. We'll roll this. I'll roll an IT, and you can get best Turkey. And we ran that, and it got him to the best Turkey, and it got me the tournament. So that was what I did going into that final round. And if Wes can find someone like that, find anyone who's not really in contention, and just go, hey, I'll help you get a best country award.
Yeah,
why not? Why not do that?
And I assume, like most tournaments, this one has a power selection system that prevents you from playing 2 in 3 rounds, or playing 2 of 1 power in 3 rounds. So the fact that Wes has already played Austria and Turkey, being the leader with a potential target on his back, in some eyes, would be a relief as well.
Yeah, it uses diplomacy TV seeding, I think, which does against that happening. So
yeah.
I think it's quite comfortable for Wes, I think. Micah, I think, has to do a lot more work, kind of also hoping that Wes has a bad game to get there. And David's not too far behind either. So I think as long as Wes doesn't top his board, there's chances for other people to sort of get there.
He needs to have a pretty poor game in general, because it's your worst game is halved. So assuming that Micah gets an improvement, that 28 turns into a 14. She's losing 14 points in that regard. Wes already has 2 good scores banked, so even a pretty poor one, it needs to basically be an elimination from here, I think, to really change, or some like horrible 1 or 2 center survive while Micah gets the clear top.
Okay, so I will remove the scores again. I suppose you have talked about it in detail. And Tanya, do you want to stay on for one last one?
I can maybe do one more, or if you guys want to do 3 in a row, you can do 3 in a row. Up to Patrick.
Then let's keep you on for another one. Then we will move on to round 3, and we will give Patrick another break.
Yep.
And see you soon. And I will bring up in a second tech stuff. Where is it? We are here. This is the last game we've seen, and then we go on to round 3, board 1, which looks like this. We have Richard Konning in Austria, Liam Horn in England, Jan Badurczyk, who we just saw chair top in England, now in France. Christian Ostenbroek playing his first game of this tournament. René van Rooyen, who's, I believe, once again playing 2 boards at once, so MVP for making the boards happen. Gerrit Peltier, we just saw him in Italy, now he's in Russia, and Spiros Dorvas in Turkey. So none of the tournament leaders necessarily, so could be a bit more of a like, hey, let's play it friendly, or maybe people will think they really need to go for it and trying to make crazy things happen, even though that is harder with the scoring system, as it doesn't matter that much if you get a big lead. If you don't have 2 good scores already, it's very hard to fight for the victory.
What this sort of game does do is it means that those players who are in the higher places are likely on boards together, which means that there's a chance that multiple of them, they fight each other, they get eliminated. It does open the door a bit more for someone in the top than if they were all spread out across different games and you need so many different things to fall into place.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, so let's give Tanya the falls and Michalis can take the spring. We will go with this one.
All right, so the West, we see fairly standard stuff, with the only thing to note is Liverpool to Edinburgh, usually seen as an anti-Russian opening, because it makes the convoy to Norway a lot more viable. Rene in Italy decided to go to Piedmont and send both Italian armies north. Cool, you don't see that very much nowadays. Doesn't seem to have much buy-in on an anti-French opening from England or Germany yet, but may get something out of it. And France now has to make the old-fashioned guess on whether to cover Marseille or not. The East, meanwhile, the headline is the Sundstrom opening from Spiros, anti-Russian. We've seen that a few times this tournament, and so far it's mostly worked out poorly for Turkey, but maybe this will be the exception. There's not been a lot of RT cooperation except for that sort of one game between Yoni and Wes. So we'll see whether this can buck the trend or whether this is Spiros or Garrett getting the upper hand on the other.
Yeah, so the fall, interestingly, Serbia is supporting Bulgaria into Romania. So we see AT quite strong off the bat. Rene doing his own thing by holding those armies in the north and letting France into Marseille so that they can't do the fleet build, classic. Although France picks up Belgium, so we'll still build 2. Not a bad position. And moves MAO to Portugal instead of Spain South Coast. So maybe we won't see the fighting between France and Italy right off the bat. Otherwise, a bounce in Sweden and a very, very aggressive English opening into Barents Sea and into Norway.
It's hard to imagine a 1901 going much worse than this for Russia. No builds, England in Barents Sea and an army in Norway. Bounced out of Sweden. What I will say is, this is why when Zimon went up 3 as Austria earlier, with Austria taking Romania, this is why I liked that, because this Turkish position is risky. Army run with an empty Bulgaria is an open invitation for Austria to take Bulgaria, and can be very difficult to navigate in the year afterwards. So Spiros is going to have to play well to do it. I really hate being in this position as Turkey.
I think you want to be in the Black Sea if you're here.
Yeah.
He builds a second fleet to get into the Black Sea, 2 armies and for Austria and 2 armies for Germany as well. So yeah, I guess people are kind of set for Western Triple, but we're not sure if Jan is actually with that fleet built in Brest. Okay, he couldn't build one in Marseille, but it could go into different directions. We will see.
All right, so what we see is AT do stick together, do carry on pushing north. Austria goes to Ionian Sea, but this may be an invitation as part of an AIT to counter the Western Triple, because the armies don't move in any way that's hostile to Italy. It seems like they've just decided that they're going to try and push through Russia as fast as they possibly can to counter the West, which is pretty valid. The West, meanwhile, this is like Germany sort of does what you'd expect in a Western Triple with Tyrolia, but Prussia rather than Silesia is just not as good. And England doesn't go to St. Petersburg, which is the real standout there. That's a really curious decision. They haven't put the fleet in because they want to take it with the army, but surely you just take it with the army in spring and then guarantee Sweden in fall if it gets bounced by backfilling Norway, right? So yes, if this is a Western triple, it's suboptimal. And if it's not a Western triple, maybe England's already eyeing up a stab on someone, and that's why they didn't want to move further away. I'd definitely be worried, particularly as Germany right now, that they are quite vulnerable to maybe EF suddenly flipping on Holland here.
So we don't see an English stab. Interesting move on Belgium. What do we make of this?
Yeah, so England does continue on to Russia, which I think is a good play because Russia's totally open. Why not take those dots? Otherwise, Holland does move to Belgium. I wonder if this is likely arranged, and I think it'll be rebuilt as a fleet because France would likely want one more fleet to send east. Because we also have Marseille popping Piedmont, forcing Rene chose to disband it, likely to also build another fleet. So other than that, it is to me rings very Western triple, and Eastern triple versus Western triple.
The big curious move is that Austria tried to support Germany into Warsaw. So this isn't necessarily Western triple versus Eastern triple yet. There's direct cooperation between Germany and Austria. Whether this is just Germany selling that to Austria and not really intending to work with them going forwards, or whether Austria actually wants to work with Germany, there's some discord in the East going on, because like Rene has covered both Tunis and Naples, was clearly concerned by that Austrian fleet, even though it's done the move that you would expect if this is a Eastern triple.
But the triple is Turkey, Italy, Austria.
Yeah, but Italy was clearly worried that Austria was going to dot them, right? That's why they've covered Tunis and Naples from that position. So they're not completely in sync, and maybe this lines up with Austria playing both sides. Maybe that's a reason why Italy was concerned, knowing that there's actually some German-Austrian cooperation, because when Germany's in Tyrolia, the last thing you want to see is Germany-Austria cooperation anywhere on this board. It makes you really worried about Venice, right?
At least they get a build. So let's see if it's an army and they're very scared. For the triple, of course, the fleet would be what we would want to see. And it is what we are seeing. 2 armies for Spiros, that makes sense if they are in this AIT. And actually, no, it's an army built by France in Marseille, not a fleet as you might have thought. That's curious. Let's see what he does with it.
So what he does is go back to cover Brest in case England stabs. To be honest, that's pretty valid. You can't fault someone for doing that in a Western triple. You didn't need another army pouring into the Med. He's decided to make his position more secure. We've already seen a Western triple tonight that ended with France being stabbed, and maybe Jan has spotted that and decided, I will not make that happen this game. Elsewhere, Turkey, another delightful turn of Spiros, who gets to walk into Moscow, walk up to Ukraine, convoys Constantinople to Romania to get the armies moving in the correct direction. That's all pretty delightful. Austria gets Warsaw with German support, so this is very much double-sided cooperation, despite the fact that they're bouncing each other in Bohemia, and Germany's trying to put France into Venice, which Austria is blocking. So someone's got to win over the other here, and it looks like Austria's had a diplomatic win over Germany, who's also lost Kiel to the Russian fleet that was in the Baltic Sea. That's painful. There's no need for Ruhr to Munich. There's nothing next to Munich. Just cover Kiel.
Yeah, and I think that the German-Austrian cooperation is very much like a let's just get rid of Russia because they're in everyone's way. And once Russia's out, that cooperation is likely to end.
Yep. If there's one thing people agree on in this part is that Russia should go. That's not a nice thing to do, but well, sometimes that's how it goes.
And Russia goes, and Germany has to use like 5 units to do it. So, good job, Russia, for making it as annoying as humanly possible. I always appreciate someone doing that, as long as it's not to me. Anyway, and then yeah, so the armies are repositioning. Trieste holds Venice now, bounces in Bohemia, moves up to Galicia. So I think the coordination has ended with Russia's death. And yeah, things seem to be locking up a little bit, actually.
Who do we expect? Sorry, yeah, you go,
I was to say, the reason for Destiny to Spain here is that it puts up the possibility of the convoy to Tuscany, which is the way you might blow open this position slightly. But 2 against 4 is not a winning position for French fleets in the Med. You're never breaking through there if the East sticks together. Even if you get into Tuscany, you might be able to get Venice, and then maybe a unit comes off. But this is a 1907 game. It takes too long. Yeah, France needs to think of a different strategy. This is not a winning move.
Let's look at this position. Who do you guys think will make the move? I mean, yeah, it's a pretty locked up position if the triple on triple stays as it is. Who do you think is most likely to make the stab here?
Should be Turkey, I think.
It should be, but knowing how Spiros plays, I don't necessarily think he will stab for it. And to be honest, he might not even need to. If this just stays locked up as it is, Turkey can just walk into 1 dot in the final year and win, right? Like this game can come to Spiros with him doing nothing until 1907, and it's why Turkey is quite feared when it gets out of the box, and it can just sit there, and it still can sit there in this much bigger box than normal and just wait for things to fall into place. I don't think that any of the Westerners are really on a path to win at the moment. So this Western triple sticking together just doesn't help any of them.
Spiros starts with waving a build. So Richard is putting up an army, and that's about all we see in winter of 03. So we head straight into 04.
So the German-Austrian cooperation is back, and Germany's putting Austria into Venice. Okay. That's risky, especially in spring. I might have been more tempted to do that in fall. But maybe, I don't know. She didn't lose Greece from this. This doesn't seem good. I don't understand that move from Austria at all. What they do is block Tuscany, because this still isn't a winning path for a Western triple. And Germany has realized that and has decided to go after France, walks to Picardy, which forces a guess, as Tuscany can only cover 1 of Brest or Paris. So there's now a 50-50 for Germany to walk into a French dot. And France, having thought that they were safe from being stabbed, they weren't safe from being stabbed. Yeah, I said last year this wasn't a winning strategy for Jan. It wasn't a winning strategy for any of the Westerners, but Germany was the one to react quickly and decide to try and make a new path for themselves.
But it's interesting because England moved to Sweden. So
true.
Yeah. And also they're not in on it. I mean, I think there was definitely an argument to try to make a deal with Liam that he's going to English Channel as well and guarantee that you take something off of France if you stab here. But who knows? Sometimes it's also a problem if you tell somebody that you're going to stab.
I mean, Sweden, like, he doesn't go to North Sea, so it doesn't look like a stab on Germany. It could be a play to convoy to Prussia or something.
Yeah, potentially. Or just stays in Sweden, whether it was supposed to stay there or not.
France does have to do a little bit of a walk back, loses the guess, unfortunately, covers the wrong center. But Venice actually walks out into Piedmont and then loses Greece. So it's not the best turn for Austria either. It's a little bit funny, to be fair. But I believe Tunis is support holding Tyrrhenian Sea. So I maybe this was a let's play nice with each other, you take Greece, and I don't know. Meanwhile, no, that's really all that is. Spiros is still on board for going west and is doing everything as a good.
Yeah, I mean,
good.
if Austria and Italy start squabbling like this, whether this was deliberate or not, it may well be that Austria didn't mean to walk out of Venice and they were supposed to swap between them. But this is just good for Spiros. Like Austria pulls units off the board and goes and fights Italy. Who does that open up centers to? Spiros.
Mm-hmm.
Now he builds a fleet. Doesn't wave a second time. Curious, England building an army. That is probably not good for Germany. That is not what they would want to see if England was going to help them against France. In spring of 05, tell us of all the moves England is making, Michalis.
I mean, England's sort of doing a whole lot of nothing. The interesting thing here is the Germany-Austria cooperation continues. This really weird alliance that we don't entirely understand. It's now seen Germany spotted Austria into Marseille. Because again, why not? Elsewhere, there's not a lot happening. Germany is going back towards Warsaw, which isn't going to get anywhere because there's still all those armies next to it. Austria is going back towards Munich, which isn't going to go anywhere because there's still lots of units next to it. Well, I suppose France could cut Burgundy, so Munich would have been vulnerable if Trieste had actually got to Tyrolia, but Italy didn't support it. Meanwhile, Turkey, having built that extra fleet, doesn't send 2 of them out to the Med, only 1 of them. So Eastern Med is there, it exists, but isn't really in a position to actually take anything from Italy yet. This is all a bit of a nothing turn, except for that one thing in Marseille, and we'll see what the follow-up to that is now.
I think I realized I very much dislike Army Liverpool. Don't think I've seen it used effectively.
Yeah, it's usually just very passive. It's interesting. I think Christian and Richard are both fairly new players from what I've seen. So it might be that they are just like trying something else one doesn't think of if we know the standard matter. For us, it seems unlikely to do a Germany-Austria alliance as the main thing on the board. But to be fair, it's working quite well. It would be even better if Austria didn't make a few missteps in the East, but they are not doing too poorly for themselves, one got to say.
It's a fun alliance. I'm liking it.
Yeah, it's refreshing.
Yeah, and it continues. Marseille holds. But unfortunately, Warsaw is lost. But hey, EG are still strong. And otherwise, Spiros does make the stab. Takes Warsaw, takes Budapest. Seems to be working with Rene. So Richard's a bit... Maybe this is why we don't work with Germany. I don't know. No. A few mistakes, I think, really ruined Richard's game, which is quite unfortunate, but it happens sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, Spiros has pulled the trigger here, and to be honest, at this point, you have to question why anyone else would continue the game. Spiros will now top this game, and this should probably be the end state.
Yeah, he's 2 ahead of Germany. Germany's position is nice, but it's hard to see where they are getting a lot of growth anytime soon. England has sort of not done a lot in the last few years. So Austria pulls that army in Marseille as they have a Turkish problem. France pulls Gascony, and there's an army build on Turkey's part, which once again makes sense to go further against Austria. And the game continues. No draw yet. Michalis?
Game continues, and Spiros allows Budapest to be blown up, which is not ideal. I probably would have gone for Serbia there to try and counter that, but that's actually quite painful and could allow there to be some sort of path for somebody else. Germany gets into Brest. The West continues to be a complete mess because France is now in North Sea, because why not? Italy is going to go and get Marseille. Won't necessarily hold Greece while doing it. Yeah, this game has turned pretty chaotic. And Germany they're into 2 dots. Maybe they can make something happen. If England keeps supporting them, I guess there's a path for them.
Fall turn.
Yeah, and in the fall, Germany supports Austria into Warsaw, so gets in. So yeah, rough turn for Spiros, losing Moscow, Warsaw, and Budapest, and not gaining anything. So really fall from the top. Meanwhile, Rene picks up Marseille. Congrats, Rene. And otherwise, Germany not in such a bad position, getting Brest, and the fleet in the north doesn't end up making a target. Too bad.
Yeah, I'm going for Belgium rather than Holland. Seems suboptimal, especially if maybe Denmark was an arrange bounce to keep them out, but I definitely would have preferred to go for Holland so that Kiel only had one thing it could cover, whereas Burnley always had a safer cover on Belgium. But I guess Paris was undefended this way.
Yeah,
I think for Spiros here, I think that the key thing was that Greece was forcible, and if you don't have Rene with you, you can guarantee Greece from this position, assuming that they don't try and cut Bulgaria or Greece. And if they're cutting Bulgaria, then Serbia is vulnerable. These sort of moves were a bit too passive this year.
So all of a sudden, Germany has jumped ahead. A great year, couldn't have gone much better for them. 3 ahead of Spiros all of a sudden, with 2 builds coming in for them. They put down 2 armies. Spiros has to pull one of those fleets. Italy and Austria also get a build. France is saying, you know what? I'm going to keep North Sea. What do I need Gascony for? Let's have some fun. And we move into the last year of this game.
All right. So Italy gets into Spain, defends Venice successfully, works with France to block Gascony, which means they won't have to worry about Marseille. Pretty good start to the year for Rene. The East, meanwhile, there's a bounce in Ukraine, which means that this AG are not going to get anything else. Their moves everywhere have been thwarted. Beyond that, England finally makes a move somewhere mildly aggressively, gets into North Sea. I think it's too little too late for Liam, though. This should probably be static enough for Germany, but it looks like Italy can make a good shot for second place.
I mean, maybe even tie them. Germany could lose one if somehow Italy gets into Portugal, if maybe Jan is actually preferring screwing over Germany over protecting Portugal. Who knows?
Well, Liam can take Denmark, and there's potential, I guess, for cooperation around Moscow from people. So maybe Germany can lose
Brest?
a couple. But
Brest
I mean,
will
if-
fall. Brest will
Yeah,
fall.
if maybe Rene
Yeah.
can convince Jan to take Brest and thus let him have Portugal and Spain. Just saying like, okay, Christian is the one who ended your game. How about you take that center and I will screw him over?
Yeah.
We shall see. It doesn't happen. Actually, Germany takes another center.
there just didn't seem to be that sort of game-wide cooperation to stop Germany. England didn't seem interested, and these last few years where England's just been static sort of told the story. If England had wanted to play for the top, they would have stabbed Germany a year or 2 ago, and like, why would you then stab in the final year for 1 dot when you could have stabbed earlier for 3 or 4?
That's true.
Well, at least Spiros found out how to take Greece, so
Learning experience for him. I mean,
he's taken his home back.
that's important. And he's getting into the second place. I mean, it's unfortunate. We thought he had the first place locked in, at least still second place. Congratulations to Christian Ostenbrook. Came in to just play 1 round. I don't know how much experience he actually has. Maybe he's also a long-time player and just came for one round. But there were a lot of situations where this game could have gone wrong, and he walks away with a very good 10-center board top. So quite impressive.
Very
really
fun,
nice.
Very fun gameplay too. He did.
Yep.
It was enjoyable to
Something-
watch.
Good diplomatic management to get there, because the reason he got there was that England played passive, but England played passive presumably because he diplomatically negotiated him to do that. So well done.
Yeah, I think England in most years had a lot of units where they weren't doing anything with them, and I think when you're not doing anything with most of your units, you're probably doing something wrong. So something to keep in mind for your next game.
Yeah. So we'll bring back Patrick, and we will say good night to Tanya. Thank you for covering those games with us. Was a pleasure as always, and hope to see you on another one soon.
Yes, good luck with the rest of the stream, and congrats to whoever wins, and great work, Yelta, for organizing this. I can't wait to be there for EDC.
Okay. Take care. I'll remove you of the stream, and we will move on to the penultimate game. We will not do board B just yet, because that has actually most of the leaders of the tournament on it, and we will move to board C, which has Micah Blom, who's in second place. So she's the kind of the big contender on this board. Then we have Jeremy Ködding, Thijs Venstra, Edwin Weiss, Bernard Andrioli, René van Rooyen playing his second board in this round, and Francesco Conte, who's also like kind of in striking distance in 6th place, but not the leader, not the 3rd, 4th, 5th place. So I guess AT are the ones to watch for the tournament standings here to see what's going on here.
Yeah.
Austria is a tough one to get the top as in a short game, but it's doable.
It's better when Russia's double boarding, for sure.
That's true. Yeah, that is an advantage.
So I think, Michaelis, you had the spring in the last game.
Yeah.
So maybe you take the fall now, and we give the spring to Patrick.
Sounds good. All right. Spring 1901. This is probably the most standard East we've seen, or at least that I've seen so far on the stream. Bounces in Galicia and the Black Sea. Smyrna holds. Venice holds. Normal Lepanto stuff from Italy. So very simple to talk about there. France, meanwhile, goes for the bounce in Burgundy alongside the Leapfrog opening. So seemingly perhaps angling towards an FG with setting up the convoy to Portugal. But England is not about that at all. They've decided that I'm not going to give France any breathing room to do stuff like that. I'm going to go to the English Channel and with Liverpool to Wales, full attack. So nobody's mistaking my intentions for anything else. And we'll see how that works out for them. It's, of course, very high risk, high reward. At least no northern opening from Russia to punish it immediately. And Germany moves for Kiel to Holland with the fleet, which is not something you see so often now. Generally, it's can be considered anti-English because you're removing the option to bounce Sweden, which can allow Russia to mess with England more in Scandinavia, especially when they go to Channel. But maybe Jeremy didn't see it that way, and Edwin's just doing what he feels is best.
Yeah, I mean, this Fleet Holland thing is a lot more common in extended deadline. I used to do it a lot there. It's a lot less common in face-to-face and in virtual. A lot of the time it's seen as, it's pro-Russian, and that is pretty much a given because it's just not contesting Sweden. But it can be pro-England as well, because you can do fun things like trying to put that fleet into Belgium and get the extra fleet around early to go and force mid-Atlantic if you're doing a very interesting EG, which, given that France is quite strong defensively in the times game, maybe you want to do something like that. If you're going to do an EG, maybe you realize you need to do something a bit more aggressive, because we've already seen multiple times tonight France being attacked by an EG, holding out for 2 or 3 years. That's half the game. Half the game's gone. They have to fight each other. So...
Okay.
In this case, there is no exciting Holland to Belgium or anything like that. It's just a pretty normal follow-up. England convoys to Belgium. Germany goes to Ruhr to open up Munich for a build. All pretty standard. The East is also pretty standard. We see Russia walking into Rum, not being bounced, bouncing Black Sea still. Convoy to the Tunis. Yeah, this is a very normal follow one.
Then let's just move on and see the builds. England is committed. Germany seems committed to an EG. No Russian fleet build, and France seemed to have other ideas. It's bold to build Fleet Marseille and nothing in Brest when England is sitting in the English Channel, but yeah, maybe that was their play to make something happen.
As much as I don't like spending a ton of time bouncing Galicia as Russia, this is one of the situations where it's great because now you have an excuse to build in St. Petersburg and keep this EG from doing anything too untoward towards you. So,
yeah, but the fact that Germany didn't build the second fleet suggests that EG aren't really looking at Sweden, and maybe they're going to try and cooperate with Russia for a while. It's not how EGs are normally played, but if you want to just focus everything on France to get them killed early, maybe you want to try and cut some sort of deal where you're just neutral in Scandinavia.
All right. Spring 02 seems like a sort of old-fashioned AI versus RT deal in the East, where I guess Russia and Turkey aren't really working together, but they're not attacking each other. There's a support of bouncing Galicia. The only ones really making progress are A and I by getting into a GNC. So watch for the loss of Bulgaria, most likely in the fall. Meanwhile, in the West, it turns out EG were actually having their eyes on Sweden, but Germany was just relying on English support and didn't care about Russia retreating to Baltic Sea. So it is brace. It doesn't come into play, but that there was an attack made. Maybe it was arranged, but it seems silly to tie up 2 Russian units for Rene on that.
Yeah, but maybe Renee is like, there's an EG and I don't want to open St. Petersburg. Like, what else is St. Petersburg going to do? You don't necessarily want to send it down to Moscow here. So this is all pretty easy to sort of arrange if it is in that regard, what they're going for. Interestingly, London goes to North Sea, though, which does suggest that maybe England is going to be looking for something in Scandinavia that's a bit different, rather than doing something like English Channel to Irish, London to English Channel, get all 3 fleets on Mao, which was pretty much, yeah, it was guaranteed. So actually, I'm a little surprised that that wasn't done.
That's what I would do if France was my only priority, for sure.
Yeah. So instead, North Sea is covering Belgium, which is just less efficient. I'd far rather have gone into mid-Atlantic and not been in Picardy. Germany does get into Burgundy, so there is some progress at least. And this sort of arranged, not arranged, whatever it is in the north continues. I do think this is arranged, given that we're now just seeing it every turn. The east, yeah, AI are beating RT, as often happens in the modern meta. AI is a stronger alliance. It's why Air became more popular, because AI was always winning when it was AI versus RT. So Russia was like, well, why am I joining the T in this? And yeah, so Austria gets Bulgaria, Italy gets into Eastern Med, just progresses the fleets, and Turkey is being pushed into the box to die.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate position for Russia, really, because even when you do want to be in an AI versus RT stalemate, it's usually when you're making gains in the north, and you just want the south to be static so you can focus on that and grow that way. But that's not what's happening in the north. There's an EG. And now with Turkey in the Black Sea, because you had to defend Romania, now if you do want to transition to AIR, you can't really do that as effectively because Turkey is just in a natural position to punish you, the guy who didn't attack him. So,
yeah. So Micah's bid for making something happen that could take her to the top, going quite well so far, growing and thus taking out the only one who's kind of in contention on this board. Probably. I mean, Francesco's not out, but it's not looking great for him. So yeah, that's not too bad. She's the only one who's building right now.
She also has an advantage in that Italy, because they've pushed those fleets forward, has left that army in Tunis, which means that Italy is very vulnerable to Austria if Michael decides to switch it up at some point.
Maybe a saving grace for Bernard that actually Russia got into Galicia here. I think I would be very tempted if it wouldn't be there. With that, at least right now, it seems a bit too ambitious.
Yeah, it's harder to turn it into an AR while Russia's there. Yeah. But can change.
Can change. They are changing. Yep, it is fully air now. Russia has recognized they can't really do much with Turkey, so they deny the support into Bulgaria. So Francesco is giving them a very good offer, more I'd say than most Turkeys do in this situation. But he decides, nope, I'm going to go to the line. Maybe he's been promised Munich. I would not be surprised by that at all, especially with Scandinavia being very precarious still, although Sweden and Norway are just swapped for now. So maybe that'll actually introduce some tension into the EG by giving Germany a build that England can't make up elsewhere. Wouldn't be surprising to see that approach taken. Germany also walks into Marseille, but it's spring turn, so I don't think he can keep that without Italian help, which, to be fair, may be forthcoming. But also, Italy seems like ANR want to attack Germany, and Italy doesn't want to offend them. So at minimum, I think he'll probably stay neutral in that.
Yeah, England has finally put the 3 fleets on Mel that they should have done last year, but unfortunately the North is now turning against them in a way that is not great for them and is good for the East. So Austria gets into Con. England loses Belgium because Germany is kicked out of Burgundy and retreats into it. Whilst losing Munich. Yeah, this is a pretty bad turn for the EG. That year of not progressing as much as they should have done by not putting the fleets into Mal when they did has come back to bite them pretty hard. And yeah, this is now AIR dominating this board.
And an AIR where Austria's taking everything, apparently.
And this is the thing with fast EGs. If they don't move quickly enough, sometimes AIR can just get on the same page and stop Germany in their tracks. And usually England is the one to benefit from that as well, but not if they're fumbling all their centers to German retreats and Russian tactical risks. So unfortunately, Jeremy could be in a much better position right now. They still have Mao, they still have Brest guaranteed, but it's Only
Not
if they
with
disband the 2 fleets in the north.
They have to
And then
pull
Russia comes in.
2. England. That's a bummer. And it's actually they're completely abandoning the attack on France, saying, "Oops, sorry, no, I'm out of here. That didn't work." Whereas Germany's building an army might be that Jeremy was very upset with that retreat into Belgium, saying like, "Okay, no, Germany, this EG is off the table now."
That's a very risky fleet for Bernard to build. Oof.
Mhm.
When Micah needs to top this board to win the tournament and has 2 next to Venice. Oof.
Will she go for it in spring?
No, she does not. She loses Munich instead because Tyrolia misordered. Oh no, it didn't misorder. Maybe Russia misordered because Munich moves to Berlin. Silesia does not support it. Its support holds it. So something seems to have broken down here between Micah and Renee, and now it's the air that is losing tempo in a probably unnecessary way. Aegean slips into Greece, so it seems like Micah, she's not really interested in stabbing. She still sees Bernard as very much a valuable part of this board, and I think she's right, given that France is now the one with most of the agency in the West, with the EG still working together somewhat, but we're very much behind the 8 ball in Scandinavia. So I really like this choice from Micah. I think it's a bit too early to do more than this about Italy.
Why does Micah care what France does?
Will Italy keep Greece is also an interesting question. Not only does she not stab Bernard so far, it seems like they have arranged for Bernard to get another dot right here, which is quite generous if it stays like that.
So what Micah does do is punish Renee for whether that was a misorder or not misorder. It's not what I kind of expected after spring. Is I've lost Munich, I've lost Greece, I need Romania. And she does it in a way that might be arranged because Russia does get Ankara, so is maybe balanced, but I wouldn't think so. I think that's just kill the Turk and then me and Italy will take Ankara back later. She does get back into Munich because Germany prioritizes dealing with France moving on them. And that doesn't work anyway, so not a great turn for Edwin. Renee has lost Norway, doesn't make the correct guess on Sweden or Denmark. Pretty bad turn for Renee then, who's also down net 1. Say goodbye to Francesco, and France gets a build, which is probably going to be Fleet Brest.
Yeah. I mean, Austria is in a fairly clear lead here. Would any of you prefer France over Austria at this point?
I think a lot of it depends on what England does. The build here will be very crucial. This will be a very different question if we knew what it was already.
Okay, let's have a look then.
Fleet London.
I don't even think France would be my second pick on this board.
Really?
I think I'd pick Italy over France on this board. I think that if Renee gets mad about Romania and so Austria and Russia start fighting, I think it could open the door for Bernard.
No, I think EF is the most powerful option here for the Western powers. I think that London fleet will probably go to North Sea and just make as much headway as possible. Barents goes to Norway to Skagerrak, and then most of the north is just yours. So it makes sense for England. I think it makes sense for France as well. Nope. They hold up Germany. They try to get him back into Munich. Doesn't work, but the effort is admirable. Vienna's in Bohemia, so I assume Silesia will maybe make a pop at Berlin. Since it's freed up to do that now. Bounces in Western Med, that's got to be arranged. And Mao to Irish Sea, along with English to Mao. That's, I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, it's sort of a guess, but you want to protect your most important defensive space first, right? He does get a free walk into Liverpool, but now he'll have to cover Portugal with Spain, which could open up an Italian move against them a bit more. Which makes sense for Bernard because he's completely taken himself out of the position to stab Austria at this stage with how many Balkan units there still are.
But Bernard doesn't need to stab Austria. Like, Bernard's path to winning this game isn't to stab Austria in 1905. It's to stab Austria in 1907.
I'm not saying he does.
Got something elsewhere. Yeah, so this is, like, if Bernard can find a way to win, this is how it starts. This is manage to get a dot or two out of France because they're fighting England, maybe get Ankara or Con during the killing of Russia, and then stab in the final year. And this is still right there for Bernard.
Yeah.
Mike is obviously a long way ahead, but I don't think Bernard can be ruled out at all.
So no adjustments whatsoever. Oh no, sorry, we are not in the adjustments yet. My bad. It's a full turn first. But still fairly static. I mean, there's some changes, but not a lot.
Yeah, So France takes Liverpool. We'll have to build Army Paris, which is not ideal when your enemy is England. England takes St. Petersburg, which was guaranteed with the German help. Russia's going to have a disband, which is probably good news for Micah. Yeah, and that's that.
Sorry, go ahead.
Is Mike a bit too passive here, or is it just what she needs to do?
I think the only thing that could really shift the board in a way that makes her need to be more active is if EF were going to start mopping up the German dots and growing more quickly that way and getting Munich potentially. If they're not on the same page, then there isn't enough order in the West to really unseat her at all. And Italy and Russia are both either distracted or very happy with how she's doing with them right now.
Yeah, if Italy was growing, she'd have to do more. I think at the moment it's fine. Renee is probably going to disband in her favor because she's not attacking him at the moment, so she can afford to be patient. If she went after Renee as well, then maybe he doesn't do that and he disbands in a way that tries to help somebody else. I don't know.
Nope. Silesia comes off. Okay.
Which is fairly favorable towards Austria.
Yeah.
That's pretty good for her. And we move into the spring of 06.
Spring 06, England is moving to retake Liverpool, but they can't actually do that because both potential supports will be cut by now in Channel. So they've kind of just given up a lot of position to the French fleet for nothing. So I guess being forced to build Army Paris wasn't too disastrous. In the meantime, let's see. France tries to support themselves into Ruhr, so they're turning on Germany now, but Austria and Germany seem to anticipate that and brace it. So very much a change of dynamics there in the center of the board. It looks like Belgium, I guess depends on what England does, but Belgium could be guaranteed in the fall if they were so inclined. And Russia seems to realize that, yeah, Renee's kind of the weak link on this board, so Micah's probably coming after them because Italy's not really in a position to be stabbed. So where's the growth coming from, especially with Germany now playing the friendly, not quite Janissary, but junior partner role. So there's a war happening and they both anticipated it.
The fact Bernard didn't go in on France should worry Micah. He's basically, it's now too late to do it. And therefore, I think that suggests if he's not going in on France, his path is going to be through Micah. So I think she should start to worry a little bit and maybe cover Trieste here.
No.
All right. So a pretty passive turn again from Italy. I fear they're letting the window close by leaving it this late to go for something, but they're in Tyrolia. Okay. They're in Lyon, which probably won't net them Marseille. France has got London and Edinburgh to make up for the fact they're losing Liverpool, but also lost Belgium, so they're even for the year. England is also even for the year, so that's just a big giant dipsy doodle. And Germany once again doesn't get to build that unit that they have waiting for them.
And this is actually quite a diplomatic victory. Mikey can convince everybody that she should just take the board top with 59 points, and they don't need to play the last year. So that's at least enough to put her in front of Wes. So far, we haven't seen Wes's game yet. I can tell you she is now sitting on 120 points, which is 11 more than Wes. So I think Wes only needs 3 centers to be, or 3 or 4 centers under the scoring system to be ahead of her.
This is get half score. It's not quite like that.
So it's actually a bit more. Yeah. So he needs kind of like he needs 11 points. That would be probably something like a 3rd place finish or something among that lines. Okay. So he has some work to do. Of course, there could also be somebody else on the last board. But for now, Mike is taking the virtual lead. Quite interesting. And we will move on to the last board. Any last thoughts first? Sorry, didn't want to rush this game.
I don't think it's a huge. I think the draw makes sense. Like there isn't enough unified diplomatic will to actually get Micah out of centers. I think especially if Edwin's on her side, then her position in Munich is a little too secure for France or Italy to do much about. And France and Italy are fighting each other as well. So like, is that cooperation really there?
Yeah, but Bernard made it clear he wasn't going for Micah with that turn, and therefore Micah will win. Bernard probably wasn't getting anything. I mean, we should give some credit to Teese as well for a very good defense against the aggressive EG, and for all that chaos in the West, it's Teese who comes out on top between them, gets 2nd place, 2 more centers than Germany, 3 more centers than England. Cool. Great defense again.
Very impressive, yeah.
Yep. Okay, so let's move on to the last board, which has quite a few of the people who are going into this last round with a good score. Nico Badurczyk is in Austria, Joni Zoidinga in England, Wes Ketchum, the tournament leader in France, which is of course a lovely power to play if you need to get maybe just a solid score. If you can prevent David and Simon from topping, third place could well be enough. Emily Kramer, we haven't seen her play before, is in Germany. And then we have David Wigglesworth, who's in third place playing Italy. David Haas, also a player who's playing his first game of the tournament in Russia. And Simon Wesendrup, fourth place player in Turkey. So
this is Wes, remember in his round 2 game, he ran a juggernaut with Yoni in Russia. And we specifically lauded him in that game for not taking as many of Yoni's centers as he could have in the final year of the game. And this is where that's really going to come back and pay dividends for him, because they're not just on the same board again. They're direct neighbors. They are England and France. So I fully expect Emily, even if she's a very good player, which she could be, to be in a bit of trouble there based on that goodwill that's already been built up. The one sting in the tail is Italy, because David is still technically within striking distance, and he'll know that he has to sort of come at Wes at some point in the game if he wants to have a chance at winning. And maybe Zimon allows that because he needs Wes to do poorly as well. Maybe we'll see McCallis' favorite alliance. But it's a very interesting board, but overall advantage Wes. This is a great draw for him in this situation.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that David in Italy is the type of player to just charge everything into Wes immediately because of tournament standings. That doesn't strike me as the kind of player that David is. So that's good news for Wes as well.
It definitely is. Just looking at the scores, I think if David would take a lone board top and Wes were to be eliminated, it would definitely put him above Wes. And I think also just if it's a big enough board top, slightly ahead of Micah. So it's whether David will play for that and go for that is a different question. We will see. But it's definitely still very possible for David and maybe also for Simon to take this tournament home if they get a good lone board top here and Wes doesn't get too much. All right, so we will...
Do you have the spreadsheet so we can see what David and Simon's current worst scores are?
So I can quickly tell you Simon's worst score is 15 and David's is 27. And they have...
So Simon could actually gain quite a lot because he'll lose relatively less points because of the 50%. David, that's a harder one to catch up with.
Yep. So we will show the map and we will switch you up again, give the spring to McCallis and move into the first turn of this final board.
All right, so spring, what we see is Wes making damn well sure that everyone doesn't jump in on him because he's the tournament leader. So this is a very common gumbo opening for France when they're worried about being targeted straight out the gate. You go to channel, you go to Burgundy, nobody's jumping in on me. There's not going to be an aggressive attack to take me down quickly. Gets into both. Yoni does North Sea and holds London. It's not the first time we've seen that, but is generally quite a surprising move here. Perhaps she was even happy to let Wes move to channel and it was all agreed. I don't know. Elsewhere, it's pretty standard from Germany, from Russia, the East. Once again, we see Vienna to Budapest, which has sort of been this tournament's favorite Austrian opening, which is cool. You don't see that a lot. And this tournament has been, the little in-tournament meta has been Vienna to Budapest. So that's interesting, different. And it's been a pretty good tournament for Austria so far. We'll see if they follow it up again.
Yeah, I love this French opening just in general. It's, of course, very defensive. It makes sure you can't be pounced on from the start, but also I think it's more flexible than people give it credit for. Like, you don't have to stay in channel and attack England after you go there, especially if it's clear that's hedgehoggy like this. I fully expect Yoni to be convoyed to Belgium here based on how they're setting it up with the Wales move, which is also a very fun thing to talk about. But yeah, this isn't just a gunboat opening. I know Riaz Varani is also very fond of it in normal games as well.
Yeah, they could convoy it to Belgium. Well, it could be that France takes Belgium and England goes north to Norway, London to North, Wales to London. It's why it does look a bit agreed, the fact that London held while France went to the Channel.
Okay, in the fall, yes, we do see the convoy to Belgium through the French fleet. And of course, Norway is taken. So that is just a wonderful starting turn for the EF relationship. Who cares about the French fleet in the channel? It's basically an English fleet. Don't worry about it, Yoni. It's fine. You can trust him. Meanwhile, it turns out that a Turkish fleet in the Black Sea does not indicate that Turkey is friendly to Russia. Surprise, surprise. We support Austria into Romania again, so that Austria once again gets 3 builds. Oh, wait a minute. David's in Trieste. Although I wouldn't be surprised if he caught wind of the Romania move and demanded that from Nico to stay a bit more equitable. And I think that's going to be a very key move here to prevent an AT. So good on David for that, assuming he negotiated it. And France only gets 1 build, which is always a little notable.
It would be interesting whether David did negotiate that, because usually when you're giving up Trieste, it's so Italy can do something like Aegean Sea, and that doesn't happen here. This is just Italy going straight to 5. Maybe this was just a snipe.
You can easily make the claim. Well, actually, yeah, that's true. Never mind. I was going to say 6-4 is too scary for you, but yeah, that's 5-4 in that case. Or yeah. Builds.
So we see builds that are pretty much in line with EF. Oh no, actually, yeah, probably it's at least very possible. You could argue that the army would for now be more important to get an attack on Germany going, but it might also be actually a triple. I mean, you probably would want to see an English army, but it's not out of the question to see a Western triple from here, is it?
I mean, it's never out of the question, but I hope it's not what's happening. I don't think it's what they're really setting up to do. If you're doing this sort of crazy stuff with France convoying England into Belgium, the follow-up has to be against Germany, because why would you be using the units that inefficiently if you're not against Germany?
Yeah, Army Venice, I will say, kind of sinks my theory that David negotiated all this, because that is not something you build if you think you'll keep Trieste by consent. No? Yeah.
Or maybe he did negotiate it all, but he just intended to follow up anyway. So what we see here is Italy convoys to Albania, and David is playing to go and try and win this tournament. He's not hanging around. He's like, I need dots, and I need the Austrian dots. And it could well be an IT. It could well be he's got no ally at all, but that doesn't sound like David. Meanwhile, Nico loses Romania to the Turk and the Russian working together. So this is not going great for Austria. As I said before, Vienna's Budapest, highest Austrian top rate, highest Austrian elimination rate. We may well be seeing the other side of the coin this time. The West is just some more EF-ish moves.
Well,
Mercy
is going for Liverpool. So maybe not. Yeah, I don't know. This is the risk when you don't build an army as England.
So maybe Wes has different plans. No, he's just holding an Irish sea. Wow, that's spectacular.
Wes is a great ally. He will never stab you. Remember that, Yoni. Oh my gosh. Wow. England naturally pulls out of Skagerrak. I guess Germany and Russia are pretty tight right now. Germany's clearly very suspicious of Yoni's motives, and rightfully so. So she backs out of Skagerrak, make sure it doesn't get piffed. Good stuff. France just sits around, takes Portugal. Why do you need Liverpool? You still got Portugal to look forward to. Really? Come on. You guys are so suspicious. Goodness me. Meanwhile, in the east, Austria is still being attacked. I surely wouldn't have expected that after last turn. Russia gets Romania, Turkey gets Serbia, Italy gets Greece, so it's all nice and equitable, except Italy isn't actually building because Nico has chosen to punish them by taking Trieste back, which, fair enough. Makes a lot of sense, given that they tried to be friends with you and then, nah.
It would be very interesting what Turkey builds here. It's almost going to immediately tell us which way they're leaning between RT and IT, because if they build a fleet, there's no way that can be an IT. You've already got one fleet in the mid, you cannot tolerate a second. They build an army, they could still go against Russia here. They're sort of lined up quite well against both, so Zimon has all the options at this stage of the game.
We see the army build, so Michalis, how does that make you feel?
I like it.
And then we have an army for Russia, another fleet for France, which is definitely not going to do anything against England, because we know that West would never stab Yoni.
So what we see in the East is generally IT-ish moves, but although Turkey attempts to support Russia into Romania, whilst Russia attempts to support Russia into Budapest, and Russia attempts to support Turkey into Budapest. So they don't seem to have quite worked out which of them should take it. Italy gets back into Trieste and is potentially lining up for Vienna. Yeah, it doesn't really seem like any of them have made a conclusive conclusion on who's going where yet. Jude is just holding, suggests David really wants the IT. He's not making it. He's not hanging about. He's not on the fence. It's whether Zimon is going with him or not. This could still turn around again with Zimon taking Greece, but you would think that they're probably in a better position to go for Russia now. Elsewhere, England and Germany are working together in the north, so the attack on Germany is over, and it's turned into not really a Western triple because Wes isn't doing any Tripoli moves and is still in Irish Sea. England's not really pulled back from Wes. It just seems like armed neutrality over there, and Germany is the one who's making the net gains as a result.
Yeah, Army Khan, I feel like, was the hedge build for Simon, for Simon. Army Smyrna would really signal an IT intent more strongly, since that only goes to Armenia, or Fleet, of course, would be RT. But I think this really gives us a much clearer indication about where he's planning to go.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe you want to, if you're in the IT, maybe you're actually hoping to push through the Balkans first. And that was why you were trying to put Russia into Budapest, just spread them out a bit and then take stuff more easily. It just didn't work out that way because neither of them actually moved to Budapest.
Okay, the armed neutrality in the West has turned into armed take all your goddamn stuff. Maybe this is arranged. Maybe Liverpool falling, Brest falling. It's just a swap. So we can't build fleets against each other, right? Wes is the best ally. He arranged all of this, I'm sure. Meanwhile, England takes Holland, so they're certainly not allied with Germany, despite the whole Sweden thing. They take St. Pete, but lose Norway, so that's all even Stevens because Germany didn't support them. Not that they really have a reason to anyway, because they're still very friendly with France. Meanwhile, in the East, Austria's dead now. Sorry, Nico. This is just really rough. Like, clearly, Russia does not suspect Turkish intentions enough, or at least feels like appeasing Turkey is a better approach than trying to fight them from here. So you've kind of run out of usefulness to him, I guess. And this still looks very much like an IT setup now that we've seen Austria fully dead, and Turkey can go to Armenia whenever they like, and they're in Black Sea. So,
like I said last year, Zimon,
and there's no fleets adjacent to the Med, let alone in the Med.
Yeah, but like I said last year, Zimon final round IT for best country is Turkey. We could well see that exact thing all over again and rinse and repeat, just with David instead of me in Italy.
They're definitely doing what they can, David and Simon, to get into a position where they could still not only play for best country, but also for the tournament. However, for that to happen, we would need to see some action against France at some point, which Italy would be quite well positioned if we see some fleet builds. We only see one. Do you like that? Would you prefer 2 fleets? Do you need the army here?
If you're going for the tournament, I think you need the army. I think you need to get Budapest for yourself and then start moving towards Munich. You might be taking Marseille and Spain from France, but that's all you're taking from France. So you need more armies. Like, the fleets can come later as long as France isn't really growing. And this sort of weird EF working together or not working together, there's still 2 French fleets there. Your next centers aren't Marseille and Spain. Your next centers are Budapest and Munich.
Okay, let's see how it goes in spring of 04.
I don't like not going for either Budapest or Munich. I will say that. Yeah, this is too passive. Too many holds from David. You don't really have time for that. Simon, cool, good for him. He gets into Budapest. Interestingly, pulls Romania instead of retreated it to Sevastopol. So maybe Simon has decided that actually Italy's outlived their use now that they're in Budapest, and they're going to try and turn this into an RT, because that's quite an odd pull. I know that, yeah, maybe you want to take Sevastopol with an army. That's why you're in Ankh, to maybe set up a convoy, but I don't know. I feel like if that was really the plan, you would have just convoyed Con to Sev in spring rather than backfilling Bulgaria.
Yeah, this suddenly looks like, with the second fleet being blown up, I don't think David really cares much about what happens in the south now, given that he's entangled himself so much with the England and Germany that gave him trouble before. But he's definitely arranging him. But Simon is definitely in a better position to take advantage of that apathy to rearrange his position in the Balkans and get a cleaner shot at Greece and Trieste potentially.
Yeah. And England gets back into Norway, blowing up a Russian army. But given that Russia and Germany are working together, they may not hold St. Petersburg anyway. So, yeah.
Ooh,
Nope, St. Petersburg stays. Sweden does not stay. So once again, England fully going in on Germany. Now, it seems like they've had a really consistent track record of being nice to Germany in the spring turns, but then not so much in the fall. And that continues here with Helgoland and Sweden falling to Russia. So that's the main stuff. England also supports France into Belgium to, I assume, even up the dot count after Norway was retaken, which makes a lot of sense. In the east, yep, the Turkish stat has come, and it is brutal. It looks like Ionian may have been misordered because Naples goes to Ionian, but Ionian does not cover Greece or anything like that, or go to Tyrrhenian. So really unfortunate turn for David here. This looks like the end of his tournament hopes with the loss of Trieste and Greece, and France only getting in a better position to go after him if he wants to.
Yeah, but Zimon is going to really struggle to overhaul Micah. Overhauling Wes presently is possible, but Wes is going +1 anyway. Has taken Belgium. Yeah, I don't know. This to me looks more like Zimon is going to go for sort of best country, and it's very much on with the top as Turkey, which Wes won't mind. I think, because if Zimon is getting the best, getting the top, getting the best Turkey, but Wes is still coming second or third, wins the tournament, job done.
It's quite close. With a quick look at the standings, I would say he needs a fairly big board top, something so. But it's definitely possible to also get Micah. So,
how do you get those big tops when it's 1 point per supply center once you've got the top, right?
As I said, I think it's like 13 centers or so.
Okay.
That will probably roughly. I've just made a rough calculation. I can look at it a bit more in detail in a second. Right now he's at 9, and he's got 60, which would take him. Let me quickly see. 60 plus 49 is 109 plus 7.5. That's 116.5 already. So he needs 4 more points to pass Micah. So 4 more centers. Yeah. That's doable, but not.
But then
not
you've still got
easy.
the Wes problem, right?
Then you still need Wes to probably at least not be in third. I think a few centers survival is not a problem. Second place is definitely too much. Third might still be too much, depending on the center count.
Yeah. And now that Italy's going down, there's just fewer countries that can finish above Wes as well. That's like Zimon's other problems. The countries he's taking dots from are countries that you actually kind of need to finish ahead of Wes for that to happen. Because Germany isn't going to do it. Russia isn't going to do it. England maybe, but if third's enough for Wes, yeah. And if third's enough for Wes, then you need England and Italy above Wes, right?
That's probably true. Simon builds 3 fleets. He cannot build 4, so he just builds 3.
I think he can't just sit back and make meme builds now if he's looking to get a bigger score, because that army in Ankara would be very useful to convoy to Romania and then patch up that hole in the Balkan position. Albania coming off does help, but
I mean, it's a reaction as I've just stabbed Italy and I have no fleets in the med. I need lots of fleets. The problem is I don't know if Ankara is ever getting out to be somewhere useful in a 1907 game. In a longer game, that would actually get out and be useful. It does seem like he's got a decent relationship with Russia. Russia walked out of Rum, so maybe he can get Russia as a janissary and do something in that direction. But yeah, I don't know. This is not ideal.
So it seems this very unusual EF is continuing, isn't it?
Yep. So Wes now comes into the med and is going to go and take Italian dots, as David is going to get squeezed between the two of them. Zimon does support Russia into Vienna, which is nice. Going to help get another Italian unit off the board. Does move his fleets in a way to guarantee that all of them can move forward by not going to Aegean Sea. Of course, the problem is it means that you're not in Aegean Sea. But beyond that, this has gone okay, I think, for Zimon for now.
Is this how he solves the placement problem, Mikhail? It's just Russia finishes ahead of West instead of Germany. I
mean, Yodi has lost Norway to Russia, yeah. if David can make enough of a comeback, Russian David can make enough of a comeback, it's still possible. But again, this is Russia is getting those builds at the expense of England, who is someone else who has to finish above France. If third place is enough for France, I just don't see who the two countries are. Like, you can definitely see France dropping to third. It's really hard to see France dropping to fourth.
In the fall, we see the following.
England takes Norway back, so maybe that Russian comeback was a bit overhyped, although they are still building one. England is not kicked out of Kiel either, even though Germany could have done that. Maybe there was a support hole that just wasn't sandboxed from Holland. So very good turn for Yoni for sure. Pretty good turn for Wes as well. Gets into Ruhr, gets into Trinian. He doesn't get a build, but he's not in a rush to get a build, given that David is faced the other way, and so is Yoni. So still both the witches as well as France doing fairly well for themselves right now. And the chances of Emily surviving this game are steadily dropping. And wait, I'm bearing a lead. Aegean to Greece, which Simon could have stopped. I don't think that's a bad guess. I think that's consent somehow to stop Wes.
Yeah, then there's a self-bounce in Trieste. So there's some sort of arrangement going on here. Right.
At least Simon at 8, he's still in the lead. England is now in second. So we see a third place would give West 26 points, which would definitely put him ahead of Mike and presently also put him ahead of Simon. So if it stays like that, West is fine. And he probably has Tunis in the bag. The question, of course, is also, will England at some point start being not so nice to him anymore, or is Yoni locked in with him? Yoni has another build, which is Fleet Eddy, which should make Wes quite happy. And we see a Russian army build.
For the first time, though, Yoni actually does have a stab on Wes, because Belgium is now right there to be taken. And if you stab for Belgium in a full turn, you then build Army Edinburgh and take Liverpool as the immediate follow-up. So the stab is actually on the table for the first time. And maybe this is all deliberate from Simon to give Yoni a chance at playing for the top so that he can convince Yoni to do that. Maybe going down one to David was, hey, look, Yoni, you're nearly topping, so you need some French dots to top. Maybe that's how Simon is trying to open the path for himself to win.
Would be smart. Would be a bit similar to the tactical play we saw earlier from him in France, where he let England retreat into Brest, sort of to be a little bit sneaky.
It'd be some really good tournament play thinking if that is the plan. Unfortunately for him, France has got into Munich, which is not ideal. France getting into Munich and Tunis, I think, is probably the end of anyone stopping Wes winning this tournament, barring an immediate counter-attack that kicks him back out of Munich, which seems unlikely. England's moved away from the Channel. Yeah, this is a great turn for Wes Ketchum, and a pretty bad one for Simon, who hasn't got peace with Italy. Instead, Italy is convoyed to Albania. Gets to retreat to Vienna. Okay, can take Sev as well. So can still take the board top. And I don't know if that's going to be enough for best Turkey. I don't remember if we've had a big Turkish top yet. Wes got a top as Turkey, but it might be possible for Simon to overhaul that and get best Turkey still.
This is why I was surprised about Simon giving up Greece, because after you've completely sunk David's tournament hopes and he's clearly on decent terms with Wes, like, is he really not just going to take the money and run when you give him that center? It seemed unlikely to work the way he wanted it to.
Yeah, very, very fair. I mean, I think I would play similarly in David's shoes here. Is it really what you want to do after Simon has done that, saying like, okay, sure, I'm going to help stop Wes? You're like, what do I care about Wes now? And I mean, Wes doesn't even support himself into Tunis. Either it was a flub or he was so sure that he would get in. That
maybe it wasn't sandbox because it didn't matter. Sometimes
could also be
that. Yeah.
And all because he moves out. He didn't want to be there in the first place.
Ah, of course. That was, I should have seen that. So we see a strength 4 move into Ionian. Love to see those big arrows. So France now getting in an even better position to secure more dots if he needs them at the end of the game rather than right now, which is great. And since all of David's units are doing something good for you, why take Tunis? So solid shout for him. He's still building for Munich as well because the immediate counterattack on Munich did not happen. Germany also loses Kiel, loses Denmark. So once again, Emily's chances of survival going down by the turn. Russian David takes St. Petersburg back, but England seems okay with that. They're just securing Norway, so maybe that was an arranged way of disentangling, and it's great for David now because David Haas, because he is actually building. Turkey walked out of Vienna, so once again, maybe he will finish above Wes. But at the same time, England's chances of finishing above Wes are dropping now since they're even, right? Like, let's see, plus Denmark. Yeah, Kiel was already there, so they're even. So Wes will probably get ahead of England.
Quite the comeback for Russia.
Yep.
It's just about possible that Wes could go down enough to not top, but he'd have to just not take Brest, which surely you build Army Paris, and if you need to take Brest, you just take Brest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Zimon is also definitely not reaching 13 from here.
So it's probably, if anybody, probably Micah is the one who could dethrone, whatever you call it, OS. But it seems very much Wes's tournament to lose at this point with one game year on the clock. He is building Marseille, which is, it gives England, of course, the opportunity of moving a fleet back and preventing him from taking Brest. But will England do that? It didn't really seem like it so far, but Yoni could, of course, move into Clyde in English Channel here if she really wanted to maximize her score. We shall find out.
No, she does not. So Wes gets into Trieste as well, and into Berlin with English support. Wes is, in fact, probably going to top this game, let alone not win the tournament. Yeah, Zimon retakes Greece too little too late. He's going to have to cover both Con and Smyrna and have to defend Greece, and has lost Trieste and won't be able to retake that. Well, actually, there are technically 4 next to it, so could retake it if Russia's helping, and you don't worry about Greece so much. But yeah, this has not been Zimon's game, and Wes will now win the tournament, and it's just a matter of whether Wes wins the game as well, or whether Yoni gets something.
And the final turn of this tournament.
Okay, Italy. Why am I saying Italy? Turkey definitely does take Trieste back, so that is at least one dot that Wes will not get his hands on on this occasion, but loses Greece to the French in a very preventable way, because Eastern Med seems to have held. I can't quite see it behind Zimon's name, but it seems to have held when it could have cut Ionian support here. So unfortunate mistake by Zimon. If that costs him best Turkey, he'll be kicking himself, but the tournament win is already gone, so maybe he doesn't care all that much. David Haas, I don't think he needed that many sports on St. Petersburg. No, he definitely did not. So I'm guessing he just wanted Emily to have a good time and let her survive in Warsaw, which is fair enough. Fun to see. So well done to Emily, defying the odds, defying my expectations. Zimon misordered here with, I assume, with Eastern Med. Yeah, that's not surprising. And yeah, no dots are taken in the West at all. So if this was a game-long EF where English Channel, I think, was occupied more turns than not. So does that mean Micah and I are wrong and DMZs are for chumps? Maybe.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Liverpool and Brest swapped for the whole time. That was definitely a different kind of EF. So we see the final score of this game, which is a shared board up between Turkey and France, which will win Wes Ketchum this tournament. Congratulations. He played a great tournament. Definitely did very well on this board and on others as well. As we said, maybe that played a big role that he went easy on Yoni in an earlier round. Thoughts about this game? Where did Zimon go wrong? Did he have a chance to get enough to make it happen at some point in this game?
I mean, Zimon should have topped this game. I think that Zimon would have topped this game if he hadn't given up Greece and given up the good position. Would it have been enough to win the tournament? I don't think so. I think that EF weren't breaking. It never looked like they were going to break. They worked really well together. They played really well together. They did a lot of fun things together. It was clear Wes was going to win the tournament. And maybe Zimon only gave up that board top because he was trying to do weird things to get Wes to end up fourth so that he could win the tournament. So if this was just Zimon going for the top, it wasn't a great game. If this was just Zimon trying to win the tournament, it was a perfectly understandable game. He tried something, it didn't work, but fair play for giving it a go, right? So, depends on his mindset, really. And he probably would have got best Turkey if he hadn't misordered at the end. I know he definitely won't now that he shared the top. So that's unfortunate. But yeah, well done to Wes Ketchum.
Yeah, I would imagine this was a very frustrating game for Zimon to play, given the pre-existing relationship between Yoni and Wes from this tournament, and that, sometimes different people just already know each other better and will are so much less likely to stab than they would be if everyone was new to everyone else. And that can create some really unhappy dynamics on a board. I've been in games like that where it feels like your chances are just torpedoed by an alliance that is unnaturally strong because of something that happened before that board. And it's not a knock on anybody involved. It's just it can really sour your chances in situations like this where someone else just managed to build up that relationship over a longer period.
Yeah, and it's the problem of drawing turkey, and you don't have the ability to control these games. I was in a similar position at WDC where I went into final round. I needed a big score. I rolled turkey. I looked at my board and went, all right, I'm not winning the world championship. It's just not happening in a timed round. No. As it was, I didn't even get a good score out of the game, but that was all I was going for. A second that board was called, because I'm like, it's just not happening. I'm never getting enough of a score out of this game to overhaul all of these people and the people on the other other two boards that were with that WCDC top 21 round. But yeah, that is the downside of a board draw that isn't in your favor.
Are you saying maybe running an IT isn't the best idea with Brandon Fogel?
I'm saying that Brandon Fogel would have won the world championship if he'd run that IT with me. And so it's all on him for not doing that.
Okay, so we were gonna take a look at the final standings. If I can bring them up, let me see. We have them right here, and we bring that onto the stream. Let's make it a little bit bigger. So Wes Ketchum takes the first place with 133 points, just edging out Michael Blom by 13 points, and Simon finishing in third place. Then we have Thijs Veenstra taking a strong fourth place on his return, two-time NDC champion, and Spiros rounding out the top 5. Very fun tournament. We saw a lot of good games, I think, quite a mix of play. And a very deserving winner, I would say. I quickly researched it. Wes, I think, hasn't won a tournament yet. He has won the League of the Windy City Weasels twice before, but I don't think he has ever won a tournament. So congratulations on that. Very well deserved from what we've seen. What are your final thoughts on this tournament, Michalis?
I think Wes played really, really well in all 3 of his games and was a very deserving winner. He sort of took these by the scruff of the neck and made sure that he got over the line at the end. Great play from Wes. There were a lot of fun games. There were a lot of creative things we don't see a lot. As I say, every tournament we cover, there's usually this one local meta that is the meta, either in general for that place or just for this tournament. This time it was Vienna to Budapest that we saw repeatedly, and sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. Cool. Great to see different things. It's why we love covering these games from all around the world. And to any other tournament hosts in Europe, we want to cover more of your tournaments this year. You get us the sandboxes, we'll cover your tournament.
Absolutely. So also big shout out for all the people who were sandboxing, probably while playing. Mostly that's done by one player who's volunteering to do it on the side during the adjudications. It's great that we could cover it. So thanks a lot. And yeah, also Patrick, any final thoughts on the games, on the tournament we've seen?
Yeah, well, I think it's very impressive that Wes was able to dial himself into those meta-specific things as a traveler from not from the Netherlands as well. So that's very impressive. But also, I think this just shows us in general that the Dutch hobby is far more healthy and thriving than I think we would have known going into this, just because we've seen a ton of newer faces like Floris, Christian, Yoni, plenty of others, as well as returning players like Thijs. And it shows that this little country on the coast of the North Sea maybe has just as many great players and potential players as Germany or France or other parts of the world. So it's really nice to see that many people coming out, that many names I haven't seen before, and I hope they'll keep going. Maybe play some virtual even. It's really been great to see all of them.
And big part of that is thanks to Jelte Kuiper, who's done a lot of work in community building. Others as well. Mike has been involved. Bernard Andreoli, René van Rooyen, just a few names that I know that have been active as well. But Jelte has really, I think it's fair to say, done the biggest chunk of organizing in the Dutch hobby in the past few years and really rebuilding it. And so a lot of thanks to him. I'm sure he ran another great event there. Mikhail said it earlier. It was really fun last year, and I'm sure the people had a great time as well. From what we've seen in the chat, that was very much the case this year as well. So
Yelta's a workaholic. He does this on top of organizing virtual stuff like 7 Years War with you and the Youth Diplomacy Championship as well, which is happening again this summer. So
Absolutely.
really incredible work from him.
And of course, the European Diplomacy Championship that he will be TDing with Micah, the two of them in Leiden in November. So this tournament was great. You should go to that one too. I'll be there. I believe Robert will be there.
Yep.
Yeah, come along.
Now Patrick will be there as well. We will just decide it for him.
Yeah.
I'm not ready
be there too.
Not financially ready to cross the Atlantic yet, but hopefully.
Fair enough. But anyway, everybody out there, we did the shout out early in the stream. Go to face-to-face tournaments, whether it's in Europe or in North America or in Australia. We are in the fortunate position that we have quite a lot in each of those regions again. And if you don't have one in your region, think about hosting one yourself. And there are lots of people in the community to reach out to if you want to make something happen and you don't know how. There are always people who are willing to help, or at least if they're not in the region where you're living in, at least give some advice via Discord or other means of communications. It's great to see the hobby thriving and growing. And I think this stream has shown a little glimpse into how it's looking in the Netherlands and Europe right now, which is quite fun to see. So with this, I'm signing out. I thank you all, Michalis, Patrick, also Tanya, who has probably gone to bed already. Thanks a lot for being here with us and covering those games. Thank you for all of you out there watching, interacting, commenting. And with that, I will say, stay safe and stab well. Bye-bye.